and found myself, yeah, found myself back back in the book going over. Like I stared at those 2 pages for like 2 hours. I did a whole nother 5 hours like in that chapter, and just having I'm in a space where I know there's a lot more work to do, but I know now for certain this is the work. I didn't necessarily get a tattoo, but I ordered a little something for me to stare at. And the colors are pretty accurate, you know. It wasn't expensive. But yeah, just having a foundation and being able to go is what I'm happy about right now. Although it's gonna take a while, but I can finally go.
Hell yeah.
Your mustache.
I think when you type that your the previous owner of that book highlighted or starred verse 12 and 14 as a big key, that caused me to pay more attention to it before I read it. I actually was just going back over it before this live stream, and yeah, man, I don't know if people really realize how useful that is.
I added was yellow highlight, but yeah, right here. I did a couple more things, but yeah, like that's how it's supposed to look.
God dang.
They did the blue and the pink. I just did the yellow. But yeah, this person, they were about it.
Holy. Wait, so is yours a little bit different?
Yep. Yeah. I got this one.
What edition is that? What is it? Should say like on the first couple of pages.
This is about the unfortunate.
Yeah, right there.
I don't know. Just the forward.
Yeah. Second edition, second printing. Is that what it says?
Oh. You can see that. Oh yeah, second printing, December 1984.
Let me go see which one mine is.
That's how you know.
Okay, so it looks like mine, revised edition published in the year 2000. So yours in the back, does it have any information on the clip-off or the secret paths?
In the back, there's...
Or rather, just
so we gotta
look in the table of contents.
All right, check it out. Boom. Table of contents, we have...
You got part 4?
Part 1, 2, 3... No.
Oh, no part 4.
Mm-hmm.
And on part 3, does it say the clip off? Chapter 26?
Yeah, the clip off. Page 297.
Interesting.
But yeah. Hey.
But yeah, in any case, that was extremely valuable information. And it just yeah, I know for me it helped to connect a lot of dots.
Yeah, especially seeing how I usually go through something and then get the explanation of what I went through afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So like that whole 4 was a lot of what was just thrown at me, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah. And you know, just me coming from a background of doing a lot of ceremonial magic, work with goetic spirits and all other kinds of spirits, I really see that a lot of those rituals that are drawn out and built up with all these details, really all that is mainly done to put you into a certain trance, to shift you into a certain magical state so that you don't block your blessing, so to speak. Because you have to be in a certain state to effectively work magic. You have to. And from what she said in verse 14, really hints to the fact that not only do you have to put yourself into a certain state, but you've got to have a symbol to tap into that represents your highest conceivable deity. And I was talking with my cousin the other night, or last night actually, and here's just as a side note, here's a really cool thing about people on the Orphic path versus people on the Hermetic path. We're actually supposed to work together. So you'll notice that even Bobby Hemmett, right? He used to talk about, if you listen to his lectures, he talked about how he always had like these witches or these women who'd bring visions to him, and he'd be able to like break them down logically, or like he'll be doing a ritual and one of them will see it, right? Now, when I was first listening to it, I was like, that sounds really cool, but I don't know if he's making that up. But I understand now, because even the Bible talks about this. The Bible talks about that there's sets of gifts that correlate with each other. Some people have the gift of healing. Some people have the gift of speaking in tongues. Some people have the gift of understanding tongues. But basically what's being said here is that there are certain people who are more on the right-hand path as far as Orphic magic, meaning it's intuitive. They feel it. They're able to just get channels and downloads. They don't read books. They go outside in nature and they play with the leaves and the bugs and the bunnies and shit, right? Versus people on the left path, the Hermetic path, there's stacks of books in every room of the house, right? We're studying, we're reading, we're trying to break it down logically. For the longest time, I thought that, oh, I'm better than these other people because they're just playing in fantasy land. But I understand now it's actually two sides of the coin. They're meant to help each other. Because I'm not on that Orphic path, I don't like just go out in nature and receive channels from the spirits and the animals and all that stuff. It's happened before, but that's not an everyday thing for me. But what I've seen now is that when a person comes into my life that is like that, usually it correlates to something that I just studied. So it's, in other words, it's like we both got the same information, but they got it intuitively and I got it logically. So all that background to say, some of y'all are more Orphic, some of y'all are more Hermetic. My cousin that moved in with me, he's more on the Orphic side. So he's always having these visions about these gods and these deities and stuff. And he was talking to me about how he went into trance and he had a vision of Ganesh, and there was this algorithmic looping serpent thing that was like coming down into the plains, and he couldn't quite make sense of it. But basically, long story short, because I don't remember all the details he said, but he said that Ganesh told him was like his function was almost like a gatekeeper to allow certain algorithms to enter and certain ones to pass. And if he doesn't give them the okay, they don't last long. They don't even make it to manifestation. So my only question to him was, what is it that you're trying to bring down? And at first he's like, oh, I'm not trying to bring down anything. But after we got to talking, you know, he ordered this new talisman, and he actually is intending on using it for a ritual. But to tie all this up together, what was talked about with Dion Fortune about how if you don't tap into the highest aspect for your rituals, then all of nature is going to work against what you're doing. All of nature is going to literally fight your magic. It's you against nature. Meaning that sometimes your magic doesn't work. Sometimes the things that you pull down, for lack of better words, looks like a threat to Prakriti. So she does everything in her power to dissolve it before it manifests. It only makes sense. Because the matrix, Prakriti, she's a biological organism. She's a biological machine. And everything that she does is in harmony with itself. And everything she does is only patterned after Purusha. Meaning if it doesn't come from Purusha, and she didn't put it in play, it doesn't pass. So when we do our rituals from a very low level, like ego or below, we're not pulling from the soul level, from the Purusha level. We're pulling from a low level that was already created within Prakriti. And since it's not following a natural flow, this is going to obliterate it because it doesn't fit. The same way that if a foreign body enters into your body, all your white blood cells and whatnot instantly attack it and push it out of your pores or your other excretory channels. Am I making sense so far? Or is this kind of all over the place? Okay. So yeah, it's exactly like our health, like our biological system. If something enters that doesn't belong there, our body does everything it can to kick it out. Likewise, when we do magic that doesn't pull from the soul level, Prakriti is doing everything she can to dissolve it because it doesn't fit with her natural algorithm. That's what I gathered from chapter 4, from verse 14. And never again am I going to do any type of magical work without taking the time from going to the high point first. Thinking of all the evocations I did that failed, not failed, but all the rituals that I did that didn't yield the results that I wanted, mainly because I was in a hurry, in a rush, and trying to just do it, you know. Now, this also makes me think of the people who are like, I'm God. I'm the highest authority. I'm the God of my reality. Is that so? So what level are you pulling from? Besides your ego and your memory, which are constructs of Prakriti and the Matrix. What level are you pulling your stuff from? I'm not finna sit up here and say all that nonsense. But that's good. That's good because that goes to show us the difference between like Christians and religious people versus occultists. Even though Christians and religious people, they don't know the tools and the techniques, they know God and they know Jesus. They know where to go to get results. So very frequently they have results because they're able to tap into their highest ideal of existence. Occultists, what's the first thing we do? Fuck Jesus. God ain't real. God is the devil. I don't believe in none of that stuff. That's the first thing we do. And in doing so, we throw away our highest ideal of divinity. And we replace it with what? Your ego or whatever some YouTuber said. Horus, Ra, Thanos, whatever. I love it. Poison ivy, poison ivy. Oh yeah, so how y'all doing? What's going on? What did we get into this week? Please don't all go at once. You're gonna make me have to fill up the space with talking.
I don't know. I'm just ready to pick up where I left off about a week and a half ago. with the correct, I don't want to say correct, but you know, with upgraded knowledge. I'd like to pick up where I left off.
Okay. Anything specific or not so much right now?
Yeah, I just got a new phone. And I want to go ahead and throw together those videos or skits or whatever I'm going to do with what I applied after our session. Because, like I said, I was there for that session. That was magic alone, the fact that I was there for it. So I'm like, this has to be for a reason. And then it was 5 hours. That was just went by. I didn't even get off the chair. It was like meditating. You know, and just, you know, after so long of meditating, you get this feeling in this expansion that happened while we were reading. And that's, I think, MC Maestro came in and was like, I was in 4 hours already. And I'm like, whoa. But I'm just eager, but still, in fact, I'm not eager and jumping around crazy. I'm eager and I got it. It's here. It's not everywhere. I'm not reaching for it. It's right here.
Be right here. Right on. I've been looking more and more into the importance of understanding the matrix. Now, quite literally, the matrix means a womb, right? It means a medium through which something is created and it's sustained and it expresses itself through. It's a medium. The digital space, specifically, let's say the Oculus, right? That's a womb. That's a matrix. You have to make games in the matrix of the Oculus, and you have to play them within the matrix of the Oculus. Same thing with an Xbox or a PlayStation or a Macintosh computer or a Windows computer, or even Prakriti herself, your human existence. And when looking at the details of this matrix, it's always so easy to forget that what we're experiencing is not reality. It's a representation of reality. Meaning that when you look at something and you see the colors mauve and pink and purple and blue, what you're looking at isn't actually those colors. That's a function of your eyes processing the rods and the cones, turning that represented image into something specific, and it's giving you information. So likewise, everything that we hear, taste, touch, smell, all that stuff is not actually what we're experiencing, but our mind is translating those vibrations into things that we can play within. So it's almost as if our brain is literally inside of some type of Xbox or Oculus or PS5 or whatever. The vibration and the information that we're receiving, the code that we're receiving, we're translating it. And I know we've all heard this before, but like really stop and think about that. All this stuff that's in your room right now, the way that you're seeing it, the way that you're hearing it and feeling it and smelling it, that's not how it actually is. That's just how you're interpreting it. And so you can imagine after a lifetime of interpreting things, we start putting labels on things and we start grouping things according to similarity. We start liking things and disliking things. And before you know it, we literally have this whole illusion that we've wrapped ourselves up into so tightly that we will literally fight people, attack people if they try to remove us from it. Because we get attached to the labels that we produce. We get attached to the things that we see, taste, touch, smell, hear. Because it gives us the safe sense of familiarity. And speaking of the safe sense of familiarity, another component of that very same matrix is what we call states. And what are these states? These states are literally the emotional value that we place on these interpretations. So it's not that somebody makes you mad. You enter into a state of anger when somebody inspires certain thoughts and feelings toward you. It's like nobody actually does anything to us. People aren't even what we think they are. Representations of vibrations. I'm saying all this in reference to magic. So when we do these rituals to change our environment and change our reality, or to influence our reality, it's going to really help to realize that our environment and our reality is not something solid. We're not even something solid, right? All the stuff around us that we're trying to manipulate, influence, and change, they're literally representations of pure vibration. So when you think of it that way, it actually starts to be a little bit easier to think about changing them because they're not solid. Even science will tell you this. None of this is solid. I get the representation of this texture when I touch it with my fingertips, but that's not what's actually happening. And likewise, the personality is not a solid thing. You don't know me. I don't know you. Hell, you probably don't know you. But the thing is, like I said in that last live stream, we're a collection of loops and patterns. And at any given time, one of those patterns can be changed or removed and replaced. Now the thing is about, maintain your frame of reference, because if somebody can alter your frame of reference, then that literally changes your entire reality. And if that's not what you want, then that might not be such a good thing. But sometimes it's very good to have your frame of reference altered. Sometimes your frame of reference sucks. Or should I say sometimes it's inefficient for progress. But when we say maintain your frame, usually the longest held state, the firmest held state, the strongest state, that's what we call an attitude or a personality. It's just a long-held state, right? I might have this state of curiosity, playfulness, right? Every now and then I might get mad or sad or really excited or confused or whatever, but I'm always going to return back to that stable state of curiosity and playfulness. That's my attitude. It's my personality. But say something in my life can change. I could get some new information or run into a new experience, and it would alter my pattern, alter my frequency. So now my personality's changed, and all of a sudden, you just ain't the same. You've been acting different. Something wrong with you? No. Those loops have been adjusted and changed. None of us are consistently the same anything. None of this is consistent. The only thing consistent is change. Fluidity. To be solid, to be rigid and stiff, means that you're easy to be broken. Now, I'm not saying that nothing matters and just be out here doing what the fuck you want. But what I am saying is understand how this matrix works. It'll be a lot easier on you if you do. I was checking my YouTube comments today, and I see I got some more Christians telling me that I'm wicked and I need to repent. My soul is at stake and I'm playing a dangerous game. I don't even really know what to say to these people anymore. Like, how can you respond to something like that? How can you respond to something like that? And as a so-called Christian, I wonder what your intention is. To go out of your way to cast judgment on somebody that you don't even know. Someone that you literally just watched a 60-second clip of, and you're condemning them to hell. Is this what Jesus would like? Is that what Jesus would approve of? I don't know. You tell me.
Man, they're so lost in their misinterpretation. You don't respond. Why would you? You don't. So lost in their misinterpretation. They have no idea what that book is.
No idea. It's a gift, and it can be very useful to one who understands how to read and understand what they're reading.
Misinterpretation for profit at that. You know, because like we've talked about before, a lot of these pastors, preachers, and the like, they know the truth.
I know. I spoke to some of them.
Like, how do they wrestle with that? Where is their moral in the whole story they're feeding? Where do they wrestle with that, knowing that they're misleading the masses? No consequence for that?
No, especially if you frame it properly. Now, who says that they're misleading the masses? It would be a case-by-case basis for sure. But let's say if we actually do have one of these pastors who is an occultist, they know what they're doing. I think that I would hope that there are some out there who understand what balance means and that misleading the masses doesn't profit them. If I was a pastor teaching the Bible, I would definitely be slipping in some occult truth here and there. But then again, like what you said, is there no punishment? Is there no retribution for that? Really? There's no universal good versus evil. So honestly, if they're able to construct a belief system in their minds where it works out, then maybe they get away scot-free.
Like they truly feel they're helping people, even if they're helping people at the level that need that. Someone's still going home like, hey man, I feel better. And they could probably just hold on to that, like I'm still helping.
Yes.
That's true. That's true on a level.
I think it really depends on the understanding of that said pastor, truly. I mean, if that pastor really understands that the people that he's talking to in his flock are never going to get it, if he realizes that he's got a congregation full of NPCs, I don't know. But we're giving him a lot of credit, right? We don't know. There are just some shitty people out there. We can't neglect that fact. But I'm just assuming if this person is someone who has learned in the occult, then hopefully they're aware of what balance and harmony actually means.
You know, I take that back. I don't think that they are necessarily coming from any kind of malicious place. I do believe that they are genuinely trying to help, you know, their congregation and such. I remember years and years ago being a part of a church, and the past, now looking back, in the praying and such that we were doing, the pastor was activating the solar plex area, talking, I don't know what part in the Bible, forgive me, but, you know, talking about the oceans swirling. I can remember it clear as day, and I felt it. You know, there's still a lot of magic in the church too. You know, like I felt that. I literally felt that moving, that swirling. I had no idea then, but looking back now, you know, he was making headway to the people, you know, even if they didn't necessarily know what it was.
And I guess if we could balance it out, right, because we talked about harmony, if they were actually able to activate these people on a spiritual level, that kind of does balance out against some other sins. I'm not saying people get a pass, but what I'm saying is that if we look at life, like say after they die, and we are to weigh the effect and the impact that they had on humanity, I don't know.
I mean, sometimes you could say it's a quote unquote safer path.
Absolutely.
You know, because you're what did they say? You know, within numbers. With, you know, it is easy to manifest within the church. You know, there's so much energy, potent energy together. The singing, the hymns, the logos. There is a lot of energy to be had there, and doing what we're doing kind of is going it alone. We're removing. Well, let me not say we. In my understanding, we're removing that that figure, and we're the responsible party now. You know, the Jesus, the pastor, the all that is not the responsible party anymore. We're the responsible party for our path, our energy, our work, our discipline, our routine, all of it. You know, and that doesn't carry as much energy when you're one person or so as a whole congregation.
At least not as much energy if you're trying to generate it just out of yourself.
Right.
Which does kind of segue into something I just remembered. You know, etheric catalysis. That was a ritual that we learned to be able to pull down energy from different levels. And for those of you in the course who did learn that practice of etheric catalysis, Dion Fortune in, I believe it was chapter 14, verse 14, which he's talking about tapping into a higher source before doing your ritual. Etheric catalysis is actually a great way to do that. So if you remember, next time you do your ritual, maybe sit down and do some etheric catalysis. Bring that energy down before you do your goetic evocation.
Yeah, that is exactly true. In doing a Reiki course, I am Reiki certified.
Okay.
They tell you that you, for what it's worth, that was in the beginning of my path. Don't judge me.
No, that's great.
But they do tell you not to use your energy,
Right.
to call down and let that energy be a conduit, be a channel, let that energy be able to flow through you, because it's way more powerful. It's source energy, you know. And yeah, that's the way to do it. Etheric catharsis for sure.
That's one way, right? And like you said, Reiki is another way. Because even as you said, like, there comes a point in time where you're starting to work with forces that require more energy, more prana, more subtle data than what the physical body musters up. We're more than the physical body. And so that's not just something cool to say, like, that's something that we have to remember as we put our magic into practice. We're more than the physical body, which means that we work with energies beyond the physical body. That's what makes us magicians and maguses and whatnot. Elementals. Working with elementals. Because that's what everything in this matrix is composed of. 5 elements, or the 4 elements. The 5th element is the matrix herself. Akash. Anything great created in this world is not created just from one person's personal power. No human being generates that much energy in the first place. In the Matrix movie, the machine was threatened by the humans that escaped, not because one individual battery was lost, but they knew that these people, when they escaped, were waking up other people. That was the threat. It's not one battery. It's not one Neo. It's what Neo creates. And I'm pretty sure he said that. Just like that clip that people are putting online now from that movie Ants, I think it was, where it's ants versus grasshoppers. Y'all remember that scene where one ant stood up against them, and then the henchmen were like, "Oh, it's just one ant. You're not afraid of one ant. What's one ant gonna do?" And then like he's laughing, and he like throws one of the grasshopper food pieces at him. He's like, "That's just one piece, right?" Then he like opens the door, and like a ton of them all fall and like pretty much kill them. And he's like, "That's what happens when you let one piece slide. They inspire the others." Sometimes even inspiration is a transfer of energy that multiplies for you. Politicians don't spend all that money going around campaigning for nothing. When we work together on the same accord, in a way we start sharing. And it's our shared experience that actually causes us to learn faster and to move forward at a more rapid rate than individual study. I've learned a whole lot more since working with a group than years and years just by myself. Because there's something subtle that happens when there's a bunch of shared interest in the same direction. I think we talked about that before. What do you think?
Hear me?
I can hear you now. Greetings, Alora.
Hey, what's up? I had to get out of some crazy parking situation. I agree. Working in a group helps a lot. And I got like 3 stories for y'all about what the fuck has been happening this week when it comes to energy and like being within a matrix. But first of all, you hear me right? Okay, cool. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna hold this here so I can talk and then be heard. All right, we're cool. Are you gonna let me in? Are we cool? We're not cool? We are cool? We're not cool? We are cool? We are cool. Thank you. We're cool. We're cool. Thank you. All right. So I have a conversation with the car in the other lane. Okay. So, all right. So first thing, everybody is fucking hypnotized. That is for real. I went to a fight the other night for our gym, and in the beginning, they were like, everyone please stand. And so we stand, and I haven't been to a real social event in a really, really long time, right? So I'm like, oh, why are we standing? You know, looking around, and they start the anthem. They start singing the anthem. And I'm like, holy fuck. Like, I feel like a first grader all of a sudden. Like, I get this flashback to me being in first grade doing the Pledge of Allegiance. And I was like, ooh, yeah, I don't know if I like this. And like, I'm looking around and everyone, their eyes are like glazed over. Like, it's literally, they went from like talking and drinking and shit like that to all of a sudden glazed. And some of them are even trying to remember the words with their hands on their hearts. Like, it's phenomenal. And so I'm like looking around, and I'm with Alonzo, my roommate. He does this shit too with me. So like, we're both like looking around at everyone. And so I take a swig of my drink as I'm looking around, and everybody, all of a sudden, their eyes turn towards me as if like I just woke. You ever see that movie where they're like walking in a dream? I forget what it's called, but where like basically if you notice the people in the dream, they can come and attack you. Like that's like what it happened. I got such hard looks from people because like I was walking around, like because I was like looking around, like taking a swig, and then I like looked back at them and I was like, "You want some?" and they were like, "No." And then this girl in front of me, she just starts laughing, and I was like, "Cool, she woke up. All right, cool, she woke up." And then everybody sits down, and I was like, "Whoa, shit, that was some zombie shit." And so I was like, "Okay, I think next time I'm gonna stay sitting because I don't know if I want to engage in. I don't think I don't agree with the anthem. It doesn't sit right with me, and B, I want to choose when I enter into a hypnotic state, or at least be aware of which hypnotic state I'm going into. And I don't think it's necessary for me to remain in this if it's not necessary." So that was the first thing I noticed. Okay. And then, all right, let's back it up for like a week ago. Okay. So like this happened this past weekend was that fight. Right before that, I had injured my arm. I was training with a friend, and we were playing this balance game, and he was like, and the whole balance game is where both of you are in plank facing each other, and you try to grab each other's wrists out from under you to then keep so then you can try to make the other person fall. Well, he got a little excited and grabbed me by my elbow, and so I fell on my elbow, and I got hurt and shit. So all of a sudden, from my unconscious, so I went home and I was upset because I couldn't train anymore, but I knew I couldn't take it personally on him. However, there was a patterned memory, like a cellular memory that began to play out in my unconscious that came to my conscious. And it was a scene of me on the ground, and my leg was broken or hurt, and someone was trying to stretch it, and I was crying, and I was like, but I also, in that whole memory or impression came up from the unconscious mind, and the dominant feeling was look at how I rise. Look at how strong I am when I am in pain. And I was like, I wonder if I gain strength from this impression whenever I get hurt. That's interesting. So I kind of thought about that and then I let it go. All right, let's move to the Monday. So the fights were on Saturday. We won, our gym won, woo! And, you know, so that lit a fire under my ass and I was like, ready to go, you know? So on Monday, I show up and I'm sparring with one of the advanced dudes who's got some heavy legs. And he kicks me, right? He attempts to throw a sweep, so to sweep my legs out from under me. And my left leg bends like a bow in. And oh my God, the pain is fucking unbelievable, like blinding pain. And I fall to the ground. And without even thinking about it, the thing that brought how the tricks works and all of that was that my opponent, he took my leg and began to straighten it, just like in my vision I had from my unconscious mind that came up from that impression. And that's when I realized, oh fuck, I think I might have accidentally manifested this moment here, where, or either I manifested it or I had seen it, but this pattern here is repeating itself in my everyday. Okay, so how am I going to deal with this moment? Which now leads me into the third story. So I'm in the moment where fucking blinding pain, right? Like tears are coming out. Like, you know, when you get punched in the nose and you can't help it, but just cry because like you're punched in the nose, right? So like my knee is fucked. So I'm like, oh shit. And so I'm like sitting there like crying, like, you know, like tears are coming out and all that. And it's this wave of emotion. I go, okay, what is the emotion I'm feeling right now? And immediately what comes up from the unconscious mind is fear. And I was like, okay, let me regulate my breath and to diminish the fear. What is the fear of? I can't train again. If I can't train again, how can I prove that I'm strong? Okay, thank you for that information. Let me calm my breathing now. So I started to calm my breathing and self-soothe, right? Like, as you know, I started to use that energy again for focus and then focusing on what was lacking. I needed comfort and stability within myself. So I began to self-soothe myself and just be like, okay, we're going to take this one step at a time. It's not the end of the world. You've got this. And as I began to breathe and started seeing that, my leg, although there would be sharp shooting pain that would happen in cycles, a majority of it diminished, and my tears also diminished as soon as I was able to recognize the dominant emotion that came up when the injury occurred and how it was influencing the injury. I also became aware of the memories and impressions that I got from past experiences, how they were trying to imprint themselves in that moment and anchor onto the physical pain that I was feeling. So there was a moment where the guys picked me up and put me on the benches to elevate my leg. And my coach shouted from behind them. He was like, "Oh, she can like be on one leg. You don't have to pick her up both ways," because they were like carrying me around like a goddess, you know. And in that moment, there was a memory that came up of being ridiculed as a child that I wanted to attach to my coach, and that was also adding to the pain simultaneously. And so I was able to be like, nope, that pattern's not going to continue. And instead, I made it into a joke between the guys. And I was like, yes, I'm a queen, you know, and I started making a joke out of it. And then the pain diminished in my leg. So my leg that is actively injured, it's what I played with in that moment was how the pain actually diminished according to my emotional state and the mental images I was associating with the moment. So I thought that was fucking cool as hell. And since then, I've been working with image cycling, which is where so I've been creating a desire, right? The desire is for my leg to heal. Right now it's in a brace. So I've been working on imagining it healing and the natural results that would occur once it heals. And it's only been 4 days since this injury has occurred, and I'm already placing weight on my leg and I'm able to bend it. So it's starting to heal at a really rapid rate. And I think that's due to image cycling and the emotional control that I've been able to, the emotional control I've been able to have over the situation. So it's been a really, really cool experience kind of checking out like exactly how this is, what patterns are repeating, especially with things that like such as physical pain, and then also just societal, like where society is and kind of where we fit into that. I mean, it's just been a really, really cool time. So yeah, those are my stories. That's been happening with me this week. Just like, oh shit. So these are what patterns are. And this is how we continue to repeat these cycles of thoughts and how that even affects us on the physical level.
Awesome. Awesome. So would you say that in the experience you had of managing your states, did you notice just how important it was to be in one state versus another and being in control of that process?
Oh, it's fucking crucial. Yes. Yes. Down to how my body, like, I knew that way from being in crisis situations, like mental crisis, raw awakening when it came down to physical pain, like actual physical, like tear in your leg. That was my biggest lesson, was that it is crucial to maintain your frame, because down to a molecular level, it affects everything. It was crazy. It was crazy.
Down to a molecular level, down to the body muscle memory, even down to the pain receptors.
Yeah, to every nerve, to every cell, and down to my very own recovery. Like literally everyone was like, it's probably stage 2 MCL injury. It might take her a couple of weeks to come back. Dude, it's been 4 days and I'm already bending my leg and walking on it due to the images that I'm cycling in my head, due to me continuously hypnotizing myself, engaging myself in a desired state. Because of that, I am recovering rapidly.
And when it comes to your recovery, what kind of metaphors are you using for your body to heal? What kind of metaphors are you using in the healing process?
So I'm not necessarily using words. I am using images. I'm a visual person. And so when I'm doing image cycling or hypnotizing myself, it really helps me to use images more than words. So I am envisioning myself on a consistent basis as healing, as my leg healing, and then like all of the steps of what that looks like. So I envision myself like right now I'm fucking walking, you know, like as my sup. So like like right now I'm walking, right? Like that wasn't happening 3 days ago. I spent the first 2 days in bed envisioning myself taking a step and walking. And then after that, I would envision myself being able to place all of my weight on my leg. Then after that, I was envisioning myself like just taking all of these steps here to do it. So I haven't necessarily been using metaphors, but just specific images that I will cycle over and over and over again, as if they're like steps to a plan. And then they've been happening.
So a direct metaphor.
Yeah.
Because even images sounds are metaphors. Anything is a metaphor is just a word for symbolizing a process, basically. Whether it's verbal, auditory, visual. But highly effective in things like the healing process.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, that's been and so once I realized that too with this injury and was noticing like how effective that is, I just started applying that to all the things I want to do. I was like, oh, no limitations here. So, what does Laura do when she doesn't have a gym to go to? She manifests a bunch of shit. So I just started making a list of the things that would make my life a lot easier. And I just got really specific and I started image cycling those as well, in order to manifest those things along with my recovery. So it's been a really, really cool adventure here.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
So just imagine if these are the empowering images that you're having for yourself and these empowering definitions that you're having for reality. I wonder what those people in the bleachers were manifesting when they stood up in trance and repeated that mantra.
Yo, straight. So I know that a lot of people who go to those fights and a lot of people who fight, at least who I've met, a lot of them have military backgrounds. And so a lot of them have been brainwashed into thinking that stands for our national anthem, stands for freedom. It stands for freedom. And then they relate it through their process of freedom. One of the people who gave me the death glare was a Marine who I was standing next to. And he was super rigid. And he was like a big one that looked like he was gonna like blow his gasket by like watching me like take a swig from my drink. And I was just like, boy, you need some of this. Like but I could tell in his eyes, he was like, are you not fucking grateful? Like that's like, I think that's what I got really came across was like, this represents us as Americans and us being free, but they're not listening to the anthem. They're not listening to the mantra, and they sure as shit don't know the history with that thing. Because I'll tell you what, the natives here would not agree that it does not mean fucking freedom. So yeah, regardless. Yeah, so I think it was interesting. And then the one woman who laughed with me, I could tell that although she sort of woke up, it was because there's a big part of her that wants to settle any conflict by engaging in behavior that is more accepted. So like if I'm acting a fool, she might act more to be my friend to calm me down, kind of thing, to resolve the conflict. So I could tell that was also another layer to where people were. So it was either this represents freedom or let's just simmer down this conflict. Yeah, being agreeable, right.
So we could say that we're dealing with state transference and we're also dealing with rapport. Because when it comes to imprinting a state or anything like that on another person, it all comes down to rapport. And it seems like this girl had more rapport with you than with this general national anthem. Like the NPCs are what they are because they have rapport with nature herself. So like authority comes from this faceless outside thing and they're going to obey. People like us, we question too much for that to really be easy for us. We're not going to just obey something because something told us to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because we've recognized the level of authority within ourselves. We have more rapport with ourselves and our own unconscious mind than with the outside world. Mm-hmm. My personal guru, who I shall never name, said something very important. He said, most people come to us because they are out of rapport with their unconscious mind. So I've made it one of my missions to help people to understand their own unconscious mind. Because if you don't have rapport with your unconscious mind, you are looking to be led by something outside.
Yep. I've been learning a lot about that unconscious mind, man, a lot. And I think we get that, I even myself get that confused with intuition because, there is somewhat of a sorting out process between what is a pattern that I've been repeating and then what is actually something that's going to guide me in the right direction? You know, is it coming from the conscious or the unconscious? What is this? Because what I found is that the unconscious mind is right about your dominant belief system. It's always correct about your dominant belief system. Doesn't mean, though, that it's always correct. So, like, if my dominant belief system is that I'm a piece of shit, then everything that I do, if I get the first answer that comes to my mind, that's going to come up. It's not going to be, you know, you're better than that. This is a pattern that's repeating, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not going to come up. We actually have to train that. So it makes me wonder if intuition is something that is trained, in the sense that it comes along with the more awareness that we grow.
Absolutely. Because intuition is a frequency, right? And I talked earlier. Ooh, nice. Intuition is a frequency. And if we're not familiar with that frequency, we don't have any tools to interpret it, right? Just like we can't just interpret Wi-Fi. We need a tool to interpret Wi-Fi for it to be useful. Most people they're not in tune with that frequency. They're only in tune with ego and with their five senses. So a lot of people say that they're using their intuition, but really they're just using their memory and their like and dislike system.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, that's where, and I think too, that's where a lot of us fall into that hypnosis as well, because emotions help us move towards something or away from something. It's an inner navigational program there, right? And so I've met more than enough people who are sort of on autopilot most of the time, but they do the same things because it feels a certain way, because the feeling brings them a strong attraction to that thing. So they're going to move towards that thing. If something is different, if they're challenged to do something different, and their emotion makes them feel that they need to avoid it. And they often relate that with intuition as well. Oh, I get a feeling that I just shouldn't. No, I'll just do this. But what they're not able to recognize is that that uncomfortable feeling is actually fear, because they're not able to question the unconscious mind and know what the unconscious mind does. You know, so it's like, no, I just don't want to do this thing because it just doesn't feel right to me. Instead of really investigating, why doesn't that feel okay to you? You know, once you get to that moment, that's when people start getting vulnerable. And a lot of people, that's a very uncomfortable situation. And naturally, because it's uncomfortable, they want to move away from it. They want to trust that inner navigational system. And they want to say, okay, I need to move away from this thing, without realizing that, yes, it's necessary, but we ourselves have been programmed so deeply into giving ourselves bad direction that we need to retrain that. And so again, we get into the topic of, okay, well then what's intuition? How do I retrain that if now I don't know what move I'm doing is the right one, because I can't even really trust my dominant emotions here. And that's where we get into the unconscious mind.
Mm-hmm. It's quite misunderstood how the frame of mind and processing works for us. It's not just simply like this radio station of thought. It's actually stacked upon layers. So we've got, like, at the very bottom layer, which your raw five senses detect. Now, on top of that, we have a layer of your interpretation of those raw five senses. And that includes like and dislike. Then we got another layer on top of that about how you feel about what you like and dislike. Then we got another layer based on how you feel about what you like and dislike of what you just picked up with your senses. And those stacks go on pretty far. Now, somewhere up that food chain is what we call intuition. And the further away we go from raw data that's coming in from the five senses, the further we expand away from that, we start getting to a timeless and spaceless place of intellect, right? And this is what intuition is, because it doesn't depend on what you're feeling with your body. It doesn't depend on how you feel about what you're feeling with your body. That level of intuition is so far removed from the physical experience that it has its own stable awareness. Now, like I said, most people don't get that far. If what's going through your head is based on what you're feeling in the moment, and what you think about what you're feeling in the moment, and how you feel about what you feel in the moment, that's not intuition. You're still in your feelings. So it does take a level of expanding. And to answer the question, how you do that, well, it definitely starts with sitting down and being still and paying attention to what's actually happening on the inside. These are levels that must be climbed to with your awareness. You don't just jump there because you want to. Just like learning anything else in this world, learning how to throw a football correctly, learning how to actually block a kick or a punch so you don't break your bones. It takes practice and knowledge, right? And then even still after practice and knowledge, you still get the opportunity to experience what it feels like when it's done incorrectly or improperly or whatever happens. I love it.
Yep. And then that's and two, you know, and these experiences this past week again, it really brought me back to that cellular memory where it's like we really are just patterns looping constantly. And if we don't catch that loop that we're going into, it's going to be too late and already attaches to something else that could have been a new experience, that could have been something very enlightening, that could have changed the pattern. It could have changed what we've been subjecting ourselves to. It's, you know, I heard earlier today, I was listening to a lecture this conversation between a couple of monks, and they were talking about being able, how between dreaming and then the waking state. And they basically say that they were saying that awareness, the reason why you train awareness is so then you know when you're going from one dream to another. But there is no actual break between dreams.
Ooh.
Yeah. And so that made me really think about the looping patterns. Are we actually the same people every day? Or is this a dream that we continuously loop in, which is why we keep seeing the same person? But if I were to train my awareness, and once I gather that awareness, when I become aware of switching from one dream to another, how much more lucid can I become? How much more can I do in between and during those different dreams? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just made me think a lot about that, about how we are those loops, how we're a compilation of those loops, and they never stop. They never cease. Never cease.
That's noteworthy. That is definitely noteworthy. And if we were looping this experience over and over and over again, we wouldn't even realize it.
Right. Not without the awareness, no.
I think about that movie, The Matrix, again. They were stuck in 1997 or 1999 in Sydney, Australia. It was always 1999. The new year never came, right? And we're so busy and so scattered, we wouldn't notice simple things like that. I mean, yeah, we probably notice if it stayed the year 2020 for too long, but I mean, really, what's the difference between each day?
Right.
What's the difference between Monday and Tuesday?
Or like even just the way how things run in cycles, right? It's like, why do we keep repeating? Look at society, right? I was thinking the other day about when I was in middle school, there was a type of fashion, right? That was like really, really popular where I grew up. You had to have your hair slick straight back in a tight ponytail, big hooped earrings, a big white t-shirt tucked in the front with some jean capri pants. And then you needed to have these white sneakers. And I remembered the commercial for the white sneakers where the kid is like, he just gets off his skateboard and he's like, yeah. And he's like, you know, like sneakers. And now that's exactly like, I see that same commercial repeating itself, the same stance, the same, you know, like the music may be slightly different, but the context is the same. You know, like as we've talked about before with the whole hero and villain thing, right? That's a cycle.
that's been running through our society for a long ass time, where there's a big thing where all of a sudden the villains become popular and then that dies down, and the heroes become popular and then that dies down. So really, how much do we change? We don't. Like, nothing actually changes here. It's only our awareness that makes us perceive a change, but it's actually just another loop.
It don't change. These cycles keep repeating. Nothing new under the sun. I think I mentioned this the other day. I had a revelation when I was eating sushi with my homies. We were talking, I'm pretty sure I shared this last time, but we were talking about how all these people are doing these stupid things on the internet, you know, hurting themselves and all these pranks. And, you know, you see the videos online. Hee hee ha ha. It's real funny. But then you think about, humanity's just getting so stupider and we're just getting dumber and dumber. They're dumbing us down with technology. Well, you know, I've done some reading on history, and I don't believe that that's true anymore. We're not getting dumber and stupider. No, we have not gotten an iota stupider than 1750.
Yeah, even earlier, man, you best believe that in some of those like primal setups, you know, people were like trying to stick corn up each other's ass, you know, like they had their own form of jackass.
That hadn't changed.
Like, you know, there were some like stupid ass people doing some stupid ass shit for a long time.
That's the human that's what a human being is. We're gonna do some stupid shit like that. That's what we are, right? That's what we are. It hasn't changed. No. The only thing different is now we got phones to capture it on camera. And
right, and that only happened because someone changed the loop. Because someone successfully changed the loop. They interrupted a line of communication that was already occurring and then gradually began to change the habitual process of that loop. So then a new loop was created off of the original that now changed its form. Imagine when we have that power to do that to ourselves.
And we do? That's why we utilize that power.
We do.
Well, you know, guys, I would kind of say that that's a matter of perspective in the dumbing down. I don't want to date myself or anything, but I come from a time where when I was up until a young woman on my own, I had to remember all my bank account numbers, all the phone numbers. You know, there were beepers. The cell phones weren't as prevalent. You had the amount of information that you had to remember, carry with you, your social, your just all these streams of numbers. A bank account number is like 13 numbers, and I had several. And now I could barely remember my own phone number half the time when someone asks. You know, I think now, I wouldn't say we've become dumbed down. I would say that we rely more heavily on external things, but I see that, you know, a little bit as a downgrade almost, because we do have that full capacity, or at least we used to. Can the new people do that? I could, you know. Yeah. I mean, I asked in the chat, I don't know if anyone got that, but I asked in the chat, like, has anyone been able to master like turning off their tickle sensors, like from a kid? Has anyone ever done that?
Yes.
I did that. Yeah. You could attempt to tickle me to death and I will stand there and be fine. You know, I could do that with even fire. Like, don't tell anyone. I used to play with the candlelight, and I could turn that off, being able to necessarily, you know, not to any, you know, crazy extent, but I could turn or dull that pain sensor down just a bit, you know. And it's like, I was just saying this stuff to my kids, like, you guys spend so much time, you know, dealing with Naruto and all of that stuff, but like, what have you done to your own avatar? What have you tweaked? What have you learned about your own avatar and getting your own avatar stronger, you know? And to mention about the patterns, I do not want to have any spoiler alerts at all, but I know you haven't seen the show, Trav, you've been so busy, but I took down Sandman already. And in one tidbit. It was so good, wasn't it? Oh my gosh. This is the new generation's like awakening. If that doesn't trigger some stuff, I don't know what will. But in one of the episodes, particularly the episode where Death gave the guy the capability of not dying, and he lived, and they would meet every 100 years. I don't know how many people, I hope everyone noticed, but they purposely let you hear everyone's conversation. And every 100 years, even to the 1980s, even to the conversations were exactly the same, word for word, exactly the same. Talking about the revolution, talking about the prior preacher, hand up the skirt. Everything was the same each 100 years that they would meet. And I thought that was so eloquently depicted. It's the same old patterns over and over. And if you get stuck in those mundane, quote unquote 3D things, hey, that's where you are.
Whoa. Maybe I'll get around to watching that show. How many episodes is it?
I think 11 in total. It was really good. It was really good. I mean, it really triggered a deep conversation after it was done between my husband and I. It was, I got a lot of downloads, deeper understandings. I thought it was really good.
It's based off of a graphic novel by series by Neil Gaiman. He's one of like my favorite authors. So if you can find, and they did it very true to the graphic novel, except for some of the characters, which us graphic novel nerds were all like, that's not what it looks like. But
yeah, they had girl Constantine.
Dude, but besides that, the storyline was very much to the graphic novels for sure. So like, respect to that. But yeah, it was definitely, yeah. What was I going to add to that? Oh, about like the repeating patterns and like, okay, so I really like to I like to learn about behavioral analysis, right? And like detecting lies, which essentially is, you look for bundles of things when someone's anxiety is heightened or stress levels are heightened. And that gives you the greatest indicator for when someone might be lying versus when they're telling the truth in a situation. So I love looking into these kinds of things, looking at adapters, that kind of stuff. So they were talking, I watched this show called The Behavior Panel, which is a really awesome channel if you want to learn more about that kind of stuff. And so the guys, they were talking about how numerous experiments were done, because for a while in behavioral analysis, they were like, well, it has to be conditioned to the culture, right? Like not everyone has these same signs for heightened anxiety. And so they conducted a worldwide study of certain behaviors of what it looks like in different cultures when the anxiety levels are heightened versus others. And there were some differences, but the majority of when someone was lying, that heightened anxiety, those types, the adapters that are shown were all the same worldwide, regardless of culture. So you might have some mini adapters, such as like they were talking about how, for example, in India, it's a cultural thing to kind of move your head side to side. Whereas over here, in North America, it'd be a little weird for someone to keep doing this head thing. That's where someone might say, that's a weird adapter. Like, what are they trying to do? But besides, right. So like that part might be more cultural. But when it comes to our speech patterns and our tone, our inflection, the way our adapters, the way how we the way how someone responds in bundles of these heightened emotions when they feel anxiety is exactly the same worldwide. So if we think about that, how different are we from each other? And really, how different of individuals are we? what makes one person able to do something that I can't? If we know that even down in the deep to our instinctual basics of when our anxiety is heightened, it's going to be this expressed the same way.
I love that. I love the fact that culture and society is a human construct. And when you look at it, we really prove that. And human construct just means that something that's made up, subjective, doesn't hold water. If we don't keep it up, it will not continue. So the fact that these nervous gestures that you're talking about are biological, they are natural reactions of having a human body that really go to show that we are one species, not a bunch of different things walking around.
Right. So that goes to the idea of, okay, what is your potential then? Well, how much of that then is based on our immediate environment? If my perception of my immediate environment is that when people reach a certain age, they're going to get wrinkles or they're going to get blah, 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 you know, and they're going to start losing memory and get the little crickety crack. If that becomes, if that is an adopted pattern of behavior that my immediate environment has adopted, then I am going to adopt that as my own behavior on an unconscious level. And as I discovered this past week, man, your body will respond to that as truth. It will say, okay, then that's what we're doing.
So, business, Laura?
Huh?
Tell everybody my business.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I like to spill the juice sometimes.
Actually, I think you did a great job of holding the juice this time. I like the way you thought it through. Excellent work.
Been working on it.
Did she mention that book called The Manual?
Oh, here we go. You gonna show up and do this, man?
No, damn you, my sweetie.
Does everybody in the current chat want the gold and green books?
No, everyone will know.
Ruthless, Maestro. Ruthless.
I like my elitism.
Your nose has to be like this. Yes. Nice library, but do you have the green book? I love it. What's happening, Maestro?
Nothing much. Slow week. Just started school again. I don't like that. I lost all my work ethic from summer break, and I have to get it back. It's a matter of adapting to that state again. Other than that, started a ritual I've been putting off for like a supremely smoking minute, but I'm getting it in.
Remember to start at the top. Allah Dion Fortune, chapter 15, verse 14.
Oh man, no. Oh well, I'm not gonna redo anything, but yeah, that's more stuff to add. Start at the top. Pretty sure it's in there, but I'm sure I could calibrate it a little bit more. What's the current talk about today?
So far, we're talking a lot about states and, matrixy stuff and some other things. What in the world? Give me one of them hot dogs. Give me one of them. Give me.
Put that hot dog in its bun.
Oops, I thought I was muted.
You were not. Now we know what you're doing.
Oh, Trav. Oh,
What happened?
I knew you would fold.
Oh, fold to what?
You opened a dark hole to get the Lingham City.
Oh man, I ain't got no time for that.
Or not even, yeah, was it the video with the hot dogs?
With the beer?
Yep.
Oh man,
Just expose yourself, Trav.
maybe one day, not this one.
You only have 1,007 days to go.
That's long enough.
Oh, you know what else I did this past week that's been fucking blowing my mind? Just throw it out there.
Meditating on the toilet.
That's right. Have any of you guys done image cycling, right? As well, and then have like changed, basically have you charged water and then used control water versus your experiment water and then tasted the difference?
Nope.
Bro. Okay. I'm about to, those are my dogs back there. Sorry.
Yeah, tell us about that.
Okay. So I'm about to take some of this juice and just go bloop. So there's a technique called the Gerson technique. And what you do is you make a list. Now here's how okay, so here's how Dr. Schneider does it, which I really like his method because it helps me get specific. So, you know, in the law of attraction thing, they're all like, write down what you want, make sure to be specific, and then you think about it, and then it's going to come true. Well, that's kind of the half-ass version, but that's sort of how this works. So pick something that you want, okay? And you got to be specific. You can't just be like, I want to be happy. Well, what does happiness look like? What does happiness look like to you, right? These are the kind of questions you ask. So for me, the way how I do this, that was recommended by Dr. Schneider that I really like, is I pick one thing that I want. So say I want $1 million. Okay, what is the natural result of what happens when I receive that $1 million? Basically, because the $1 million is a means to an end. So what am I going to do with that $1 million? Okay, then I make a list of about 1 to 15 things about what I'm going to do with that $1 million. Then I am going to put myself into a state, right? Into a clear, happy state. And I'm going to look at that list I made, and I'm going to go through 1 through 5 of what I wrote down. And for each of those points that I wrote down, I am going to come up with an image in my head of what that looks like. And I'm going to trust the image that comes up, right? Because it's coming from the unconscious, which means that I automatically already believe what's coming up. So, you know, my first thing was paying off my house. Okay, what's an image of paying off my house? What does that look like? And so I envisioned myself calling up the company and being like, I'm paying it all. That's right. All of it. You know, like that was my image, right? All right, what's the second thing? Okay, and then you go down that list. Then here's where it gets fucking rad. So you hold your experimental water in your left hand, okay? Left hand. Control water that you, all right, let me back it up. You take same water source, okay? So take a bottle of water or something like that. You have the bottled water. You pour some of that bottled water into a cup. You put the bottle of water to the side and you hold that cup full of water in your left hand. Then you go through numbers 1 through 5 of that image. It's called image cycling, right? So you go through that to basically like a metronome. So you go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you switch images that fast. Then you go through it again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but you go faster and faster and faster and faster. And you go through that process so fast of the image cycling that you won't be able to keep up, right? You won't be able to be like 1, 2, 3, like there's going to be a point where you're just going to start feeling an emotion or something starts to come up there, and maybe only certain images will come. Then you stop and you go through numbers 5 through 10, do the same thing. Then you go through 10 through 15. Then you do the whole list. And every time you start slow, and then you bring it up faster, 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 till it gets to the speed of light. Then you sit in that moment and you relax. Then you take a sip of the control water, and then you take a sip of your charged water. And your charged water is what holds that charge, that energetic charge that you had as you were image cycling. And what you were doing was you were creating an unconscious imprint of what you want and the natural results of what you want in your unconscious mind. So you are literally setting yourself up to play this out. You are taking something from the causal realm and you're bringing it into the material. This is how you can do that. So I've been doing that with the water, and it was insane how, like, when I drink that water, for me, according to what subject I'm doing, it was like a thick syrup that I was drinking. Crazy, like thick syrup. Sometimes it was metallic, but the taste was always different. And it's been giving me like mad results too. So yeah, try that shit out, because that is amazing. And you can do that for personal growth too. A lot of things on my list were for my own personal growth, like what I wanted to work on as far as the kind of person I wanted to be. And I just got really specific in that way. So yeah.
I love how we're able to use objective, everyday things as a trigger and a catalyst to alter subjective states.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot like a modern day version of Ophiel magic.
Everyday items. And that just proves that the magic isn't in the thing itself, but in being able to redefine what the thing's purpose is. I mean, how many years have you been drinking water?
All my life, man. This is the first time I turned water into wine.
Uh-oh. Laura, you can't give out those secrets.
I told you I was going to take the juice and just do a little bloop, just that. That's it. Now I'm leaving it.
You just gave the whole secret.
I didn't give the whole secret.
You were supposed to charge like $1,000 for that course, Laura.
Well, she still can. Just remember, 100 people that hear it, only 2 of them are going to actually do it.
See, Trav knows how this works. He knows.
You can combine that with the melanin course.
Yeah, you got to slap the fancy word on there now.
Well, it only really works though if you also get my bath bombs, because the bath bombs really ignite the causal realm, so that you can really fuck with that shit. Otherwise, it's only going to work some of the time. So I'm going to give you this was to give you a freebie. If you want consistent results, sign up for my course. It's $999 discount today. For those who sign up, first 10, you will also get lavender bath bombs that have been ignited with sacred fire phoenix poop.
Poop.
That's right. Real powerful stuff. You use that for your ritual to get consistent results, you know?
I've drinking some weasel poop before. In Vietnam, they make a specialized weasel poop coffee, and it was delicious.
Hmm.
You buy some, but there's like a specific brand that can't find it, but when I see it, I'll know it. I haven't found it in a while.
Do they put the poop in and mix it, or does it come out of the weasel?
Yeah, it comes out the weasel. Like they feed it only the coffee beans. It just
Yeah, I've heard of that.
That's a shitty fucking life for that weasel, man.
I mean,
he probably enjoys it.
Free coffee beans.
Yeah.
Dude, can you imagine? That's like a weasel on crack. It's like just like constantly like.
That's just weasels normally. You haven't seen a matter of fact that is them on coffee. Never mind. I was gonna bring up a movie, but I remember that it was because the weasel he looked on crack because he actually drank coffee.
The monkey stopped to pull up his socks. The monkey stopped.
Hoodwinked is the movie, right?
Or wasn't hoodwinked, it was Over the Hedge.
Yeah.
Over there.
Trav, you had me on that that rack bar for the past couple of days.
Listen, I love that clip so much. I've been watching that clip and laughing hard at it for over a decade. That's a gem of the internet, let me tell you. That and the nephew Tommy, can I have your kidney? Those two videos are the funniest things in my world to this day. Rack bar. Hello.
It's a new Pokemon.
Rack bar. I'm showing them who was the high now. The original Stank Funky Pimp and Stanky Chicken. But 144 Magnolia Street, I see through the window of that house. They was in white robes.
Said fucking each other in the ass. All sissies going to hell.
Like a choo-choo train. All sissies going to hell. You gonna fuck me. Let me pull for a little while.
Willie, how big it was.
Willie. You know, after that video, they got him off the streets and cleaned him up. And they were able to do a few more videos with him a little bit more sober. Not completely sober, but it was actually a success story behind it. He died recently.
Oh, man. Oh, recently?
Well, not recently, but he died recently.
True gift.
Really? Poison ivy.
Have you heard the remix?
Yes, with him in it. I legit watch that video like every day. Not even gonna lie. For years.
Yo, I used to watch it every day for years as well.
What? You know Rackham Willie?
I know, yeah. So when you said it, I'm like, wait, Rackham? I immediately came to my phone like, yes.
See, look.
Just the thought of Rackham.
Rack bar. Yes. They don't know. They don't understand the magic of Rackham Willie. So I know we have the same sense of humor because you're the only other person that knows that that I talked to that knows that the kidney video also. Them two videos right there.
Oh my God, nephew Tommy, yes.
Them two videos right there. My sides are split to this day. Y'all don't hear me. Nothing has ever been this funny for years. Not to me.
There was a part in Rackham Willie when he was talking about his brother and how he got
15 guys. Rape my brother.
Clark County Jail.
Mess with him.
I said, y'all, how did that feel to you?
Why do you ask that? Of all the questions to ask, how did that feel to you? He said, James, wasn't no fun. They did him like a dog. Why?
Oh my gosh.
I feel the bulldog. Mike.
I wonder if these stories are true or if he was just tripping balls. I don't know. What are you doing looking in somebody's window on 144 Magnolia Street? Look at that window. Jeez Louise.
Ex-CIA. That was all part of his last operation.
Last up. And immediately when I watch those videos, it puts me into a different state. It puts me in a state of like never ending laughter. I love it. I was playing little video game today, and like I won a bunch of chests with gold and like new characters and all this stuff, and I got a big ass smile on my face because like, oh yeah, I'm winning. I see all these little mobile phone games work. Like there's no win or lose. Like they just keep giving you prizes and gifts like every day, and it stimulates something in you. What do they call it? The endorphin or whatever.
Dopamine.
Thank you.
Melanin. Melanin.
Methamphetamine.
Melanin.
That's it. Melanin. Charges up my melanin.
I don't know what mobile games you've been playing, goddamn. I haven't seen like a fun one in years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is microtransactions. Out the ass.
So in 2015, I used to play Clash of Clans and Clash Royale. And like I was just thinking back to myself, like, what did I used to do for fun? I was like, oh yeah, I remember this game. So I downloaded Clash Royale again. And I think it's designed perfectly. It's just a little bit of fun in a short burst of time. You don't have to sit on it all day long. You can just play a round or two and then get off of it. And in that round or two, I feel great. I kicked somebody's ass. I got me some gold. I got me some cards. State boost.
I wonder if someone has stage anxiety. They could just place a little bit of Clash Royale before going on.
Yes. It's part of why we bring this stuff up. If you have something that makes you feel good, and we know that states are transferable, then why not boost your melanin before you do something that's causing you that anxiety, right? Just like what Laura was talking about, those signs and symptoms that we give off when we're reaching that anxious state. You can alter that easily.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you use mobile games.
There's I'm a Lex Friedman fan because he's a black belt as well. I'm a early OG fan, but he has a podcast, and recently he interviewed a ex-CIA dude, and he went into states and more of the like lie detection and like breaking down the human machine, but it was like it kind of flowed naturally in the conversation. And one thing that came up was that they have to measure you in a time of stress, like in order to get one to see like your what do you call the coherent baseline, like basically see you in your native context and see as they make you anxious, they're going to see you in other contexts.
Mm-hmm.
And like there was a lot of stuff true to NLP with what he was saying, but I also thought, I was like, bro, if they come to y'all with they just straight up, I'm not going to say the specific thing, but if they straight up change what happens when they get in anxious mode, like you'll never know. Like you have to be really about it to see if someone's bullshit in their anxious state.
Bluffing,
well,
right?
really, you would just have to know who they are.
Right.
You would have to know their baseline.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, right? Like, that's why parents, they're such pain in the asses, because they'll be like, I know you're lying. Because they know you. So, like, it takes a lot who's like, it takes getting to know someone's baseline, which means having a rapport, getting to know them. That's the only way you can ever catch them on stuff.
That's a very important point. So even though we do display universal symbols, at the same time, we got to know the baseline of each individual person. Because yes, while we all have the universal same code, we've developed programs around those codes that makes us appear to be individual and different.
What you eating, Laura?
Grape nuts.
I remember
I
those.
didn't know grapes have nuts.
They're so good.
And they had this. I don't even remember I think it was Go-Gurt. No, it wasn't Go-Gurt. It was like these little yogurt balls. And I remember hiking up a mountain. My dad was like, "Oh, don't eat them, don't eat them." And I was like starving the entire time on the way up. And because of less pressure as there's elevation, the bag was puffing up. And I remember like my mouth just watering severely. And then we go down the mountain, it deflates. And he's like, because in my head, I thought they like cloned or some shit. And then when we hit to the bottom of the mountain, the bag deflated and I was sad. I still ate them anyway.
But in a different state.
Mm-hmm. I still remember the excitement of thinking they had cloned themselves inside the bag.
Maybe for a split second, you were in the dimension where they were.
Oh,
Right.
Man. You're saying I could do that with gold coins, Trav?
I mean, I'm not saying you can't.
Yeah. I mean, are you in an environment that's conducive to that?
I'm making one. Hee hee.
Nothing is true. Everything's permitted.
Someone in the chat says that their first grape nut experience was that much in their bowl and they were forced to eat it all.
Oh, I would have eaten it for them. I would have been like, pass it here, honey. I'll take care of that for you. Sorry, man. If it makes you feel any better, we also didn't like to waste food in my house. And one time I accidentally I had forgotten that for April Fools, I had switched the salt and sugar jars.
Oh, no.
And I did it to myself. And a whole bunch of salt on my cereal.
When I was in college, they're like, "Oh man, you don't put sugar on your spaghetti." I was like, "What the hell? Y'all
Sugar
some
on your
medieval peasants?"
Some people do that.
I mean, dessert
Yeah.
spaghetti is delicious.
And I know, like,
hell no.
the cheap Domino's pizza, I think they have it where, like, the sauce is sweet. You guys ever had that one?
No,
I
but
had when Papa John's used to be sweet, but that's because like that actual tomatoes up in that junk. Like when you grow tomatoes, just straight up wild tomatoes, they're the sweetest things ever.
so good.
So good.
Yeah. I know, man. I mean, look at that shit, right? Like, look at how different we can go into different states according to our food, like grape off the vine. I literally just went into a memory and then my mirror neurons in my brain created an entire environment that then made saliva come up into my mouth. And I actually tasted the tomato off of the vine from the specific image that was brought to my mind. Like versus what's at the store, I'm like, those suckers are dead.
Uh-oh. That's the magic. Breathe deep.
Or I got attacked by a fly.
I did. Did you see that? He was like, yeah.
Baal came. He wanted something to do.
Mm-hmm.
Notice when you breathe deeply, when you inhale and exhale, even when you just talk about the experience of having a memory triggered of grapes on the vine and saliva and tasting it, like, for me at least, triggered the same experience. Sometimes just describing with the submodalities causes them to trigger in other people.
Yeah, that's a really excellent skill to have in your tool belt. because then you can start controlling your state and influencing others. Oh,
Hence why this ritual. That's why these rituals are more effective when you're very specific about what is happening in your subjective sensory apparatus.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Is that what path working is for, Trav?
It's supposed to be.
Maybe if we build up the mental environments in our head, we could better call down certain forces.
Yeah.
Naturally, nature, you just made me taste that. Now, since I tasted it, you've got to tell everyone else what I have to taste.
What does he have to taste?
Well, she said that made me remember the combos. Yummy, the artificial cheese and pretzel crunch.
That sounds like it's smack.
Do you remember combos?
They do
it's too
smack.
young.
Combos was the itch, daily food. What?
They were good.
It lived off that. I just looked at it, saw it in the aisle a couple days ago, and I was like, damn, God, you're supposed to do better when you know better, but I take a hit for a combo or two.
Man, you just made my grape nuts taste like combos.
Nice. Okay, so metaphor alert. I'm going to be the metaphor Nazi. So you said when you know better, you do better. Is there anything wrong with eating combos?
Listen, man. Listen, Linda. Listen. I have a specific diet, okay, to maintain my life. So I know what I can and can't do, and there are no limits to me, but I like living comfortably, and yeah.
Fair enough.
You know what I started doing that helped me with that is so I like to smoke, right? And it was my thing for a long time, being from like the bohemian hippie lifestyle, right? So like, man, I would always choke up whenever I was doing tarot or like around anything colorful, like
take showers.
Yeah, right. Just take showers. No, not when I took showers, but before then, yes, I would. But all kinds of stupid shit. Then it started becoming like a negative coping habit, right? Where I would start to, because I like to smoke spliffs, where I would mix tobacco and weed together. And for a long time, there was this conflict in my head that was like, is it good? Is it bad? If everything's how I interpret it, what do I do? But it didn't fit into the storyline that I was trying to develop. And so recently I was smoking because I was in a high anxiety state. And instead of like hating myself for it, I saw it for what I had been using it for, which was a ritual. I was like, oh, so all of these things, like this spliff is like my colored candle in a specific ritual that I've been using for a really long fucking time. Now I'm at the point where I can choose, do I still need the fucking candle, or can I do this on my own? Is this another ritual that I'm going to engage in? So I didn't deem it as good or bad. I just saw it as another tool for a specific ritual that I like to do. So and that really helped me like not smoke anymore. And I'm sure I will smoke in the future, something, right? Like, because I'm not hating myself for it, but I'm a lot more specific as to when I do it or why I do it, because now I have a direct purpose for it. Like, I'm like, okay, this doesn't need to be here right now, kind of thing. So I don't know, like, you're the way how you're talking about your diet, to me, that sounds like a ritual. Like I'm engaging in this ceremony here. Oh shit. And Trav got the fucking candle. That's the color candle you use right there. Blue.
I need to buy a pack of birthday candles for a ritual now. Look at that. That made me feel all happy.
The color magic.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So maybe those combos were like, that was a ritual you were engaged in, you know, like you had that memory. And so automatically you were like, when I have this memory, this is what's being used for that ritual. Like, ain't nothing wrong with it. You just don't got to live in it no more.
Yeah. Yeah. That's many, it's a few decades ago. Again, let's not date me. It's a few decades, you know. But yeah, I recently had the same revelation with smoking too. I was exactly what you were saying on that same cusp of, man, is this good? Is this not just hindering me? Like for a good minute, my dreams were not as easy recallable. I'm like, is it really the weed? Is it? And I just didn't, I didn't want to label it or, believe that too. It's what you believe. It's your perception. But I have to say, thinking about the coping, using it, as a coping, and I just really wanted to feel my body again and all my senses again without that influence. So it's been, when was April? It's been since like April, which has been a minute, which I feel the same way. It doesn't mean I'll never do it again, but next time it will be more ritualized. It'll be more intentional, more purposeful, combos. Yeah, I'm past that stage.
I mean, I'm not past grape nuts, you know what I mean?
Grape nuts are so good. Grape nuts are so good. Love those.
They're not an everyday thing. But yeah.
Oh, I know what's going on. Trav from 2016 has just possessed his future self.
Damn,
he came back.
That's the moment.
Dark Trav has returned. He's re-entered the chat.
All you have to do is stare into a candle with the lights out in front of a mirror. Thank you.
Hey.
Somebody's been reading Lasagna Darshan.
Give me that.
Give me that.
Close your eyes. Smell the lasagna. Inhale the smell of roast beef and lasagna. Exhale. Namaste. Hariom Tatsa.
Open your eyes. You may now taste.
I'm sure my chakras all just realigned right now.
So what is it that you really want? Where is it that you really want to go?
You hypnotizing me, Trav?
Absolutely.
Look into the light.
And as you think about what it is that you really want, also consider, what about your life is actually really good? Maybe even that you've overlooked. Is it really as bad as you've made it out to be? Is there something that you might not be appreciating as best as you could? And could the answers that you need to get to the next step have been in your possession the entire time? If so, if you could see the map of your life directly in front of you, where would those answers be? To your left? To your right? Above you, below you, behind you? Where does it feel like those answers might be? And as you take a moment to sense these answers, because the answer will come to you intuitively, as the unconscious mind loves to do. Just bring the answers forward. Allow yourself to do that. And once you've located what you need, reach out with your magical hands, grab a hold of that answer, and bring it to the center of your chest, the region of Anahata. Allow that answer to resonate loudly, far and wide. And once you become certain, secure, and confident, you can come back to this live stream. And remember, it's all shits and giggles. But one day, you'll stand on top of the mountain, proud of all the effort that you've put forth and the resulting triumph of your chains being broken. Amen.
Oh,
That was good.
proceed to smack on grape nuts.
That's right. Yeah, I was kind of in another trance. While I was listening. That was good.
This candle is legit blue. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, it looks purple like the rest of your room. And the rest of your room's blue. Never mind.
Yeah. What are you talking about, man? It's got like this nice
Now I
background. That's
want some
my candle.
artificial
That's
cheese.
a lot bigger.
Oh, all right. Now you've resumed the look of the merchant that only spawns on weekends.
Oh, great.
Look into the light. I got what you need.
The price goes up, the higher your level goes. Like, really, man? How do you know that I'm advanced?
Or you have to get like those special coins that you get from grinding a mission, but you only get like one at a time for hours worth of work.
And you just so happen to have exactly what I need.
But Trav is the guru. We could pull answers out. Give me your answers, Trav, if you want to live.
My answers aren't your answers.
Oh man.
Sign yourself a guru to teach you. Love that.
My little black friend.
Find yourself a teacher. I was so proud of myself. I could probably tap into the McDonald's logo and have a conversation.
Oh, that's cool.
Symbol is just a symbol. It represents information.
Damn. I want to see if I could get more free food from working with the sigil.
You have a sigil for free food? That
Well, I
is
did before,
so
but
useful.
I got a I was saying last meeting I had a experience that gave me some free McDonald's. So I wonder if I keep working with the McDonald's logo, if I can get free food.
Man, see, that's the kind of stuff people need to be manifesting. Like they're all trying to get so big, like, you know, and I even use it for my examples, right? Like $1 million or some shit. But reality is that, like, you know, start with a sandwich, man. Start with free food. Because that
Veggie
shit
burger.
satisfying.
But then early on with sigils, I did donuts and veggie burgers. So those are the instant manifestations right there. Like, oh, this stuff does work. You work your way up and up and up. I actually used a sigil on someone who was very powerful. I didn't. They were very powerful, but very like they were still at the universe. They were still at that stage, but they were still very powerful. And I happened to know, or happened to not know how powerful they were, and shit backfired pretty heavy. They were acting weird around me, like forever after that point, and I could tell it backfired. I was like, oh man, shouldn't have did that.
Did it backfire though? Did it backfire?
I could reframe it, but there's a lot of evidence there. because of that conversation of combos that I want to go buy some artificial cheese next now.
Damn, that got you hypnotized, Maestro.
Yeah, I'm an eater.
I understand. Man.
It's my first superpower. I don't like it.
Yeah, I've been having fun using water for like my sigil. Or, like charging water. I like using that as a conduit. I know that's a very noticeable change. The sigils and stuff like that, they work for me, but I feel like I have a more grounded belief with water. I think, I've been thinking about that too, like how, because, all of us here, we're pretty big into astrology. Like we understand like birth charts and blah, blah, blah. And so I was thinking like, I wonder if there's some type of, I think along with that, there might be an astrological, being a magus, you should be able to use any type of medium you desire, right? In order to achieve the desired state. In fact, you may not even need to use a medium anymore. But in order to connect those submodalities that then link you to the experience occurring or that you want to occur, I wonder if you were to look at your astrology chart to be able to find out what works out for you. Because, like I was trying like sigils and shit like that for a really long time. And I just never could get the submodality that I liked, even though I'm a very visual person. But there's a huge part of me that's also kinesthetic, that is, and also connected to water. Water really balances out my fire and air energy that like dominates my chart. So, and since I've been doing that, it seemed like I've been able to connect with that and have a lot more awesome results. So I wonder if there's also a trick to balancing out kind of the elements in your chart and then applying that to the mediums that you're using to manifest, if that has any effect.
I have seen a grimoire before that was saying you needed 3 candles that are not of the entity, like of the element that you're not using to summon the entity to get all 4 elements.
I read that too. Yeah.
Yes. But could it be that these elements are nothing but the submodalities in the first place?
What a big piece of information, especially considering what air relates to touch and fire relates to sight.
Ooh.
Very interesting. And in chapter 15, verse 14, where she talks about going to your highest conception of divinity before tapping into your ritual, what is the highest element? What element is of the most subtle and pure quality?
Okay. You say in Kabbalah or in the Vedic system, but you're holding it now.
Yeah.
Mm,
What submodality is associated with Akash?
sound.
And do we do any type of sound ritual on our daily basis?
Bro,
Yeah.
I was legit thinking sound. Oh my God.
We listen to music, we talk, we have mantras.
There you
Yeah.
There you go.
Dude. Oh, yes. I'm thinking of, what is that? I read that somewhere. Fuck. I read that. About like, that's why you want to, when you say something that you want or a desired state, it helps so much to speak it, because you are creating the sound of the desire. And so that kind of adds to an extra level of comprehension there that goes through all layers of your being.
Trav hit us with an extra key before. Said that all sigils we could possibly make, anything we're trying to manifest, ultimately has somewhere in its root a beige mantra. You don't even got to say the whole thing. We just got to tap in, go deep, find that big beige.
Tried to tell them. Were they listening? You were, at least.
And that
So
was
that's
like,
the thing.
damn.
That's the thing. These mantras, that's why they're so crucial and so important. So it's not just simply saying stuff, although that helps. Don't get me wrong. There's a big reason why I do these book reads, not just because I'm a nice guy who likes to do Reading Rainbow, because I'm also teaching myself, right? It's very important, the sound that you expose yourself to. But also that when we talk about levels of sound, right? Levels of vibration, some vibrations are more subtle and more pristine and pure. And when I say pure and pristine, I don't mean according to what you think or what I think. I mean, according to being closer to soul or further away from soul. And what kind of sounds are closer to soul? I'm healthy, wealthy, and wise. No. Lil Bootsy lyrics. No. Beige mantras. These are the sounds.
Stream, clean, bling,
These are
clean.
the sounds that are closer to the soul. That's the closest you're going to get in this physical body. That's why these mantras are so important. What does it translate to? I don't understand Sanskrit. You don't have to. Just test it out and see what it does.
If you're gonna get technical, you can get that book by Dr. David Frawley about the beige mantras. But even then, if you have questions after that, I don't know what you're looking for.
Right. Something left brain and logical. And where we're going is not somewhere left brain and logical. We're dealing with something that's abstract. That doesn't make logical sense. You can only experience it by experiencing it, right? The matrix cannot be, I can't tell you about it. You have to see it. Whatever he said. I don't know what he said. I just read that line today and I forgot it already. But the point is, you got to experience it. Gleam. Of all the stuff that you might have fallen off past couple of months, you might have fallen off this ritual, that ritual, whatever. Don't ever fall off your mantras. You can fall off everything else, but do not ever fall off your mantras.
At
I
least
found
you
a hack with those.
Oh, you did. What'd you do?
Well, I had to work with a specific entity for research purposes, but in Agora, it's elaborated that you lose all your accumulated prana juices if you bust one. But this specific entity I was working with had told me that you can store all your stored up mantra energy in an object and then go bust one and then come back and then absorb the mantra energy from the object.
Wait. Go back. Say that one more time.
Store the mantra energy in an object, bust one, and then reabsorb the mantra energy from the object.
Okay, I'm asking for a friend, by the way.
Yeah. Like I said, that was for research purposes.
Very good.
New Sith Bible.
Goddamn maestro.
God bless Maestro.
Trey, I'm talking about, yeah, for real, say that again.
For a friend.
Every Sith needs their own Bible, their own ritual book.
Micah, is that you in the chat?
No, that's not me.
Okay, because I got confused before. I saw that person. And I wasn't sure if that was you or not. Now I know. With all three eyes.
I'm not sure, man.
So yeah, probably one of the most important aspects of your daily practice is going to be those mantras. That's what I have gathered over the past 2 years.
Yeah, me too. Mantras and binaural beats. Holy fuck.
I wonder if someone could start combining these mantras, which have specific frequencies, with corresponding binaural beats.
Sounds like a job for the Magus Society.
Oh, beep, 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 beep. Let's do it. Actually, already doing it. I think all of us are already doing it.
We are.
We are.
Society.
Yeah, dude, we're already on it.
It's a sign. On my consultations, I keep referencing back when I used to make music, and that was like the highest quality state that I used to be in. And like, it never dawned on me that I don't access that state anymore. But I keep talking about it in these consultations as a reference point to help people find a similar state for themselves. And an advertisement popped up on Facebook, which I don't use anymore. Why was I even on there? I don't know. And it was an advertisement for the old music making software that I used to use, which is like $500. But because we've entered into this new social media world, you can just pay a $20 membership to access the software. And I'm like, whoa, why don't I just get that software again, get a new keyboard, and just play around with some sounds? I don't have to be a musician again, but.
And I want to be in that room, Trav.
Yeah, you know
That's
what would be
about,
rad?
it's about to pop
You
off.
made- if you did mantras and correlated binaural beat tracks. Nobody's doing that.
Uh-oh.
Or just straight up beats.
Right. Meditation music that actually sounds badass with no corny lyrics over it.
Yeah.
You are now
Dude, I'm
experiencing
so
the Magus experience.
There we go.
Ring, 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 ring. In the background, cling.
that'd be amazing though. Or if you could do like if you know, like I like mantras like backed up to hip hop music, you know, like hip hop beats or something like that, and then have some mantras. But I haven't found too many good ones at all. They're not good. Or like oh no, like that set of Swati one you shared was, oh my god, that shit is so fire.
I love it so much. Ananya, bless her heart, she translated it for me, told me the official name of it, and like wrote it in English so I can like say it along with it. Oh.
Which one's that one? Oh, yeah.
That's by
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. I'll put the link in the chat.
Anandya Ro Pat something. Hold on.
What's happening?
Anuradha Padwal.
Yeah, she's the singer. She's a very popular mantra singer.
The video with the red eyes, right?
Yeah, that's the one with the red eyes. It's this one right here. Hold on.
Going to activate my red eyes.
Pets are raw.
This is hold
Raw
on.
curiosity.
That one.
Listen to that with the fruity pebble scent. Trying to appear in Travis's room and steal his secrets. Strike him down like I did my former master.
Yeah, I've really been vibing with that that Maha Mrityunjaya mantra. That one's been in my head. Like in there, I can pretty much recount it and like play it without actually putting the video on.
Okay. That one is very good. And like I said, that one's actually in the Rig Veda. So again, we're talking about sound vibration that is older than dirt, older than whole civilizations, older than races of people.
The Vedas were handed down from 10,000 years prior.
Oh, yeah. And that's the other thing that I realized about binaural beats, I think a couple weeks ago or something. So if you tune into your unconscious mind, right, do applied kinesiology or muscle testing or anything like that, or even just like ask, like, which beats do I need to be listening to? There might be a binaural beat that comes up like a hertz. And I was doing this to myself for healing, and it was 110 hertz came up, and I did some research on what 110 hertz were and like the benefits or like what it does. And what's interesting is that that is the hertz that is used for ancient ceremonies and rituals. So in old sites now where they're finding like really old, where ancient societies were, there are certain researchers that are going in there and checking out the tones in those buildings, and they're registering them at 110 hertz. So even the way how buildings are made have their own frequency that you're tapping into, which I think is really interesting. So when we talk about these ancient civilizations and all that, I was kind of thinking like, there's no fucking wonder like as to why they had all this knowledge. If they're building stuff that's having 110 hertz, like resonating all the time, and this is where they're doing their rituals and all of that, they're tapping into the unnatural beach mantra. Like they're already attuned to it. Think about how many beats are playing all the fucking time in our environments due to technology and cars and all that kind of stuff that might be muddling up the area, you know? So that I just thought that was really, really interesting.
Adds another level to the concept of like the holy sites and holy areas, right? Sacred areas. Because it's possibly that the items and articles in the environment are resonating at a specific frequency that has a specific effect on our physical body.
Yep.
Everything is vibration.
Piggybacking off of Alora, she mentioned the cars and, you know, all the things in our environment. But what if we consecrate the things in our environment to resonate the frequency of that mantra? So when we drive our car, bump our music loud as hell, waking people up.
Right.
They're actually getting cleaned out.
Mm-hmm. Because if we tap these elementals, right, at their most primal base, it's always going to be beneficial, right? Because it just naturally is. The construct itself is not permanent, but the sound or the frequency that comes from it, you know, frequency itself, it goes through time and space. It's still a key that we can use to unlock a different part of our awareness. It's just in a matter of how we use it. And if we can actually attune it to what it is that we want to do. And what, as we're all learning, is that really it just takes intent and context. And it needs to have a cause with the effect.
Intent is key because that's our compass. That's what directs us to where we're going. Can you imagine doing magic without an intention or with a vague intent?
I want money.
Right. I want to be happy.
Yeah.
Care to elaborate?
Isn't the intent the Purusha of the Green Book system?
I would definitely say so. Because if it ain't coming from the Purusha level, it's a virus to be eliminated. Wipe them out.
There's when I do the brain magic stuff, I take these state entities out. Majority of the time now, like 99% when I take them out, they're literally in the form of viruses, like the little spider-looking form.
Yes. So earlier, Alora, when I asked you about what metaphor do you use, I was specifically talking about visualizations. Maybe I could have used a better label to trigger the conversation for you and I. But based off of what Maestro said, that reminds me, it is very useful to be in control of what metaphor, what construct you use to define your daily processes. Robert Dilts would talk about in the intro of one of his books and also in the meat of like two other of his books, his mother who had cancer. And it was this is actually in the beginning of SOM with the big mouth on it.
Yes.
And basically his mother had cancer, and we have these metaphors for how the body's attacking itself, and I've got these foreign entities, like how we structure it in our head is how we believe it to play out. But instead, when you really think about it, the cancer cells are the cells of your body, but they've just got information that, well, if it was different information, then they would perform differently. What I'm saying is to be able to construct it in such a way that makes it mutually beneficial. So instead, she was led into hypnosis to visualize sheep grazing in the field, right? Something natural. They belong there. Obviously, the sheep would represent her white blood cells, right? Grazing in the field, eating grass, doing what they do. Be very careful with how you categorize your life. Because, like I said before, many, many times, when you take a metaphor, you take the whole thing. Love is war. Okay, there's going to be casualties, right?
Right.
There's going to be lots of money lost, land destroyed, people fucked up for generations. Is love war? Is that what you really want to say?
What's even worse is that certain medical symptoms are often just metaphors and have no specific or coherent meaning. So like, oh, I have this. How do you know you have this? Well, and I'll just say more general stuff. And it's
Right.
like, what the hell is the symptom? And you look at them on Google and it's like, bro, what the hell is the symptom?
Big time magic. And who are we to question it because we don't have a doctor's degree? I'm not a doctor, so I wouldn't know what I'm talking about, right? Nothing is true. Everything's permitted.
Yeah.
Yeah. They use image cycling. The reason why it became a scientifically based it became used, okay, blah. The Gerson technique, aka image cycling, was used in scientific communities after there was evidence-based research done in the medical field with patients who had cancer. And they would use image cycling to help people heal from cancer. What they found that was interesting was that the people who didn't heal wanted to die.
Mm-hmm.
In Chinese face reading, they had the same results too. William Bridges, one of the big heads of Chinese face reading, also talks about that a lot. How people who have cancer or these diseases, one of the first questions she asked them is, do you want to live or do you want to die? Because a lot of people who have these diseases that die choose that way to go. They choose it.
Yeah, that was actually I had a family member in my John Constantine magician days. I had a family member who was, I think they died like the week after, but they had like stage 4 cancer in multiple areas. It was pretty bad. And I remember reading in Phil Hine and Peter Carroll's book about health servitors and like how you could set them up. And I was like, oh, mate, I could finally set up a servitor. And then I started thinking, I was like, I could make this, put all this energy into this, but like if he wants to die, then that's what's going to happen. And I'll feel guilty even if I do make this. And I started piecing together like, because both that person's descendant and also their parents actually also suffered like chronic illnesses, but they all had similar background, like built off of emotional baggage.
Yeah. My my grandfather, I'm sorry, not my grandfather. Well, it was my grandfather too. A lot of people in my family actually died of cancer. And some people in my family would argue they didn't choose to go. They didn't choose that way. But I fucking doubt that. Like, if you actually look at someone and take your emotions out of it and you see the state as to which they are, they may follow through with the procedures, but there's a part of them that is resigned. Whoa, dogs, cut it out, man. But yeah, so that there is a part of them that is kind of resigned to that. Like, and that could also be just the added expectation of it. You know, that could be maybe they're just putting their faith in something else right now. And so this is the expectant way to go. You know, they're expected to do this. They expected to leave in this way. So they're going to leave in this way. I heard this guy a while ago recounting his near death, or his, I guess, technically his death experience, where he died for like 3 minutes. And during that time, one of the biggest lessons that he took back with him was he had realized how he had set himself up to die because he had always seen humanity as a living parasite.
Mm.
And so his body had created the disease as a parasite because that's how he had viewed humanity. But he didn't realize this until he was dead.
Of course, right?
Mm-hmm. So
Damn.
that's where I'm saying that some people may not even be consciously aware that they want to die, that they've assigned themselves this. But this is where we have to do that shadow work. We have to look at how we're seeing things. If you see humanity as a parasite, you're kind of setting your own self up for a dis-ease.
I'm trying to tell you these metaphors. This is what the Matrix is built upon. The metaphors that we use, like nothing else. Not no goddamn demons out to get you. Not no Illuminati or space monsters or clones or none of that. It's the language that you use to dictate your world. If you think of humanity as a virus, better watch.
Wait, Trav. So the fluoride in the water, that's not true.
I'm not saying
the fluoride in the water that's giving us cancer.
Hey,
No clones.
have you seen a cloning facility?
Clone Gucci Mane.
What purpose does it serve to clone a Gucci Man? Why didn't we clone Walt Disney?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of doppelgangers.
Why didn't we clone somebody who's actually making billions of dollars and doing something for the economy? Why would we clone a rapper who has the influence of what? A city? Why not clone someone who has the influence of multiple states, regions, countries? Wouldn't that make more sense? How much do you think it actually costs to produce a cloned human being? Are we going to spend that on Gucci Mane? Get a grip, y'all. Get a grip.
Yeah, Gucci Man. They did that with Tupac.
It would have made a little bit more sense to clone a Tupac than a Gucci Mane. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we're going to invest that much money to do something that big, it's going to have to pay itself off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the influence of Gucci Man is going to cover the cost of cloning him or Kodak Black or whatever y'all talking about. We don't think this shit through. We just repeat what we saw because it excites us. And if you want to be entertained all day, that's cool. Like, that's cool. But at least have some kind of balance with it. Trav, man, what you think about this? I don't think about it. And don't send me nothing like this ever again.
Trav, my spirit told me.
No. Somebody on YouTube told you.
You know what, though? Someone has cloned Trav. That's why you don't respond to that Instagram account.
Like the ghetto bizarro clones, they let those out the pods too early.
Yeah, that's what it is. They're testing out the equipment. That's what it is. They're testing it out. Okay. Now I see. Let's test our equipment on urban rappers. Gucci Man would make the perfect test subject for our cloning facility.
Man, that's the thing. You have to, again, sound it out, right? Say it out loud and see if you actually really believe that shit.
Right.
Does that sound right?
You can type it out now because you're not speaking it out loud. But when you speak it out loud, that's something you're saying whispered,
a
hushed.
lot of karma and a lot of emotional baggage could just be solved by literally saying something out loud. And once you hear how ridiculous it actually is, it's like, damn, that's stupid.
I think Brother Panic said this one time, and it was good medicine. Are you gonna go to your mom talking all this God shit? You gonna go to your parents? I'm God. I'm the God of the universe. I manifested. Are you gonna say that in front of your parents and your grandma? No, you're not. So don't say that to me.
Damn, I'm a waffle now.
Hecate says, we said del dijo al hecho hay trecho. I'm gonna have to put that in Google Translate. It's been over 20 years since I took Spanish.
De dijo el hijo. What they said is what they made it. I trejo. I don't know what trejo means. Is that like what they like?
Was said, what was said, there was said. My Spanish.
I'm
maybe.
thinking what they shit is what they eat is what was the automatic translation in my head.
So it's del
that.
dicho al hecho hay mucho trecho.
Yes. One more time.
Del dicho al hecho hay mucho trecho.
I like that.
That's more.
I don't know what it means though, but
What does that mean? Yeah.
it sounded good coming out of your mouth.
Trejo means narrow blocks.
That's the one that I was missing too. Okay.
Okay, I know, because that last part, I was like, all right, I'm good for like 70 to 80% of this. But then we got to that. Okay, trejo.
Trecho means narrow blocks.
Narrow blocks, yep.
Okay, so I understand that part.
So what he says is what they say, el hecho hay mucho trejo. So they're going to have a lot of narrow blocks. What they say, what the hell? No one never told me that in Spanish, man.
All right. So for me, like dicho al hecho is what's said is done.
From saying to doing, there is a long way.
What?
Damn, that does not mean narrow blocks. Or maybe it's like a brick road. From saying to doing, there is a long
narrow block. Those who do what they say is a narrow block. Or
yeah, right? Like yeah, it's like what like you make what you say. What you say makes the road for you.
Oh.
Fuck. Damn slang, man. Teoría.
I love that saying. I've never heard of it before.
That's good. De dijo el hijo hay mucho trejo. Oh, look, best adult dating site came up right there. Oh yeah, there it is.
Hay mucho trejo.
Hey, that sounded good.
Accents coming in.
Okay, back to translator. All right, that was cool.
This is why you guys don't have to worry about AI taking over, because it can't translate Spanish properly. So we still got time.
Yeah.
El hijo, el jefe, how mucho trejo.
Kate's just laughing at everybody right now.
Oh, they're trying.
We'll figure it out.
Man, so I don't mean to shit on the mystical Kabbalah, but I've been reading Simplified Kabbalah Magic by Ted Andrews. And that is awesome. That really helps me understand things. Because Dion Fortune, she just speaks in a language that I don't understand. I try, man. Good Lord, I try. And I'm just like, what? But the way Ted Andrews describes things, like I think he's a very visual dude too. So maybe that's what it is. And so it helps me understand a lot. But that's what I've been reading throughout this thing, throughout our chat today. And yeah, it's been helping me a lot. He recommends candles and incense as well as the easiest and most effective means of creating an energy field around you conducive to the level of consciousness you are seeking to touch. But he's talking about tapping into Sephira. But as we've discussed, that's not really necessary. That's kind of like extra work if you want. Although it does help. But from what I've been exploring with the energy field, like we already have one. We already have an electromagnetic field that's around us all the time. So Absolutely. Really, yeah. So we just got to tap into ourselves.
Well, the thing is with that, like we have all of this stuff. Like everyone is connected to the astral plane, the mental plane. Everyone has a Merkaba, like all this stuff. Like everyone has all that. The thing is, we're not aware of our connection to it. We have it, but we don't have the keys to the car, so to speak. We have an inheritance of land and a mansion and the best car ever made and lovers galore. We have an inheritance of all that, but no one told us. So visualization practices like that, they give you a hands-on awareness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I always saw it as like it helps you tap into the state through the most easiest of levels, which is the emotional realm. Like if you can get in touch with your emotions, you can get in touch with the state that you want to be in. Like that's what takes you there. That's your Merkaba.
Because your connection to your emotions is your connection to the astral plane. Your states and state change and all that stuff. That's astral work. That's working in the astral plane.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff we've been getting into, all this is astral magic. Specifically, working with state change would be Agni within
Prithvi.
And then working with NLP.
That's Prithvi, but it's is that a couch?
Seed of Vayu, seed of air, because air represents the mental plane. So within,
I thought Vayu would be like the Star of David type looking thing.
Sometimes, yes, sometimes.
Oh, okay.
That's air within water.
In earth.
Water within air.
Air within earth.
Air within earth. Yes, that's the circle is earth. You're right.
So when you see that Star of David, air moves. So if you spin that Star of David around, it becomes a circle.
Oh.
So sometimes it symbolizes the Star of David, sometimes it's a circle. But what I'm pointing to this all that I've discovered or just realized from looking at this stuff is that we all know that the physical plane is represented by the earth element, right? The astral plane, the etheric plane is represented by the water element, astral plane, et cetera, et cetera. So what I've learned here with these 25 is that it's just one way of showing us that within each plane, there are doors to each other plane. So even though this right here, this just solid earth plane, this is just your five senses. This is you touching stuff, smelling stuff, tasting stuff. This is your likes and your dislikes about what you taste, touch, smell, feel, and hear, right? Now you're tapping into your states, your emotional states regarding the things that you are physically experiencing. Now you're dealing with the concepts and your thoughts about what you're experiencing in the physical plane. And then finally, now we're getting to the meta states. Now we're getting to the etheric aspect of what you taste, touch, feel. You're still in the physical plane, but you're touching the etheric aspect of it, which is the highest level. And that trend continues on upward. There's a very dense earthly aspect of the etheric plane, and that's your imagination, and so on and so forth. Actually, this would be pure imagination, just straight up opus. That's really what the five elements are teaching us. They each represent a dimension of reality, but they're all intermixed within each other. Does that make practical sense? Do you see how you can actually use that?
Yeah, that reminds me a lot of path working. Like that is path working. Using those tattvas in that manner, like especially when you brought up how opus is pure opus is imagination. You know, and they say that when you're getting to those higher levels beyond the senses, when you're actually getting in touch with that part of yourself that is triggering the senses to react, right? Like in a specific way. You do that through your imagination.
Yes. And even what you were doing with just visualizing your body healing faster, getting better, getting stronger, that's in the water element. You're activating probably the water element with the seed of air or the seed of fire, because fire represents transformation, and that's also taking place in the astral.
Yeah, I think I had a dream about that last night, about Agni and getting in touch with Agni, how it's not just the willpower, but it is also the division, or it's the divider. It's what divides things from the higher realms to the lower realms. So when bringing things through, you use fire, as fire is naturally part of that division that then makes something physical or not, or keeps it in the astral. That was in my dream. So I don't know how much of that came across as like, oh yeah, I get it. But
I mean, that sounds like, sounds like something that I read.
Interesting. Yeah. I'm glad I remembered that part. Glad I remembered that.
This is why meditation on these tattvas can be very useful, because even if you don't understand the logical representation, your unconscious mind knows what's happening here. So even just meditating on those tattvas can help your unconscious mind start connecting dots.
Well, yeah, and they're kind of like the Bij mantras, where it actually it creates a change, whether you're expecting it to or not. I think I read in one of the yoga books, I can't remember which one, they were talking about how there were a bunch of comatose patients in a hospital, and they played the Agni mantra for them as they were comatose, and then they started to move and wake up.
Not just played the Agni mantra, but he actually put a little bit of cotton in one nostril, so they were breathing out of a specific side of the nose, right?
Yeah.
We can credit that to the good Swami, Niranjan Ananda Saraswati. That was his experiment. Open your eyes. Some of them did. Waking the dead. Bald Jesus. Repeat after me. Good night, Cosmic Chlorophyll. Thanks for joining.
it's definitely yeah, and these things, what we've been introduced to as far as tatwas and bij mantras, they're very much like NLP, where you don't have to believe it in order for it to work. You just have to do it. And your body and your life is going to follow suit. That's the really cool thing about this. And interestingly enough, even just on a basic level, I think that's what got a lot of people into law of attraction, right? Because they started to connect the dots of like, oh, what I think about can happen. They just didn't know how that occurred. What we're doing is we're diving into how that occurs, and then we're creating ways to make those things, those desirable states, occur more often through using these specific techniques that are always going to work, whether you believe it or not, because they are a very primal element there that makes up our being. So I think that's a very valuable thing when we look at tatwas. I know, like, that's where, and I think that's where too my division comes in when it comes to rituals and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, why would you deviate from something that already works so well, unless you want to experiment while incorporating these things? But like tatwas and observing elements and all that kind of stuff, they are a natural part of this environment that we're living in. So, like, we got to tap into this shit. That's why, you don't want to give up on your mantras if you want a better life. You just have to do it.
Exactly. You just have to do it. All of reality is built off of the sound and the vibration anyway.
Right. Right. And what makes it fun is that when you start doing it and you see how it works, then you see how it works. So then you can start applying it to your own personal shit, whatever it is. You're automatically going to be more aware. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have more wisdom when making choices as to what you want or what you want to gain or what you want to move through, how you want the situation and circumstance to turn out. And then you're going to know what you're going to need to tap into and how you're going to tap into it. You're going to be a lot more precise with that, which is only beneficial for you. Only beneficial. I'll tell you what, though, one of the side effects that I realized, especially from that fight, from that being in that atmosphere, man, you feel like an alien. Like, when I was in that social setting, I did feel like an alien. Like, afterwards, we all had dinner and stuff like that. And it was nice and fun, but I am so glad that Alonzo was there with me, because there were points where I just realized, like, holy cow, like, everyone was in a play. I think the general public, like, when you pull yourself out of that and away from the general public and away from those kinds of experiences and really do this kind of work, you do come out a different person. And because, again, that awareness and that wisdom expands. And, like, as I was sitting around the table hearing all these different conversations, it was crazy to me to, like, hear and to experience people playing a role of a character that they have taken on. Mm-hmm. And they would even repeat phrases that worked with one person to get the same reaction from another person. Like, they would repeat their own lines, and everyone else was just going along with it because it was a play. Like, and so there were points where I was looking at a table and multiple conversations were occurring, and I was like, wow, man, I have the ability now to jump into any one of these roles and be a part of this play if I wish, or not. But if but the way how I'm going to come at it is going to be a lot more conscious of how I'm coming across. Whereas I think a lot of people don't actually want to step out of the character that they're playing. Yeah, I think someone just asked me if I wear the mask with them or take it off, or remain authentic. I think I'm playing roles. I think we're all playing a role every single time. I think that's part of the awareness, is that you understand yourself as the character. Like, I'm playing the role of Alora in this situation. I'm playing the role of Alora in that situation. I think a lot of people play a certain genre, or like they want to be I don't know how to describe it.
Simply being a part of the human experience. If you're interacting with other human beings, you're automatically playing. Like, it's literally, that's what being a part of humanity is, playing these roles. When you're with your mother, you slip into a role. When you interact with the person that you make love to, you slip into a role. When you go to school, you slip into a role. Like, it's inevitable. But the thing is, most people are unaware of it. When you become aware of it, now it becomes a tool as opposed to you being inauthentic. I wouldn't say that being inauthentic is playing a role. I would say that inauthentic is not knowing what authenticity is.
Right. Like what it really is. Because really, in the end, we're all playing a role. It just, as you said, Trav, like we're all playing a role with something or someone or a situation, or in order for that context to fit the way how we want it to fit. But I think it's a matter of awareness of how we're doing that. That makes that different. Yeah, it was fascinating, man. Humans are fascinating. So yeah, doing this work, definitely. And I would say things because like little things, because I would see, I've gotten so used to talking to you guys, damn it, and everyone else, that I would say like little things and no one would get it. Like you can't, nope, this context doesn't fit in that. In this other context, no, it doesn't fit. So I have to put on, so there's a different role to be played, different, same character, but different play. Yeah, it's definitely weird. It's nice to have a friend out there. It's nice to have friends.
Yes, it is. Because every now and then you get to play that role, right? It gets tiring playing the same ass role all the damn time. It gets exhausting. Hence why I enjoy a little bit of Fortnite or Rack'em Willie. Or can I please have your kidney?
Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's really interesting. I mean, I use that group just for what it was, right? Like at that night we were at dinner, and so I knew a common context we could talk about was the fight, and then most of the time I found myself listening to them, just listening, because like that's another the benefit that I've had, I think, to living this kind of life, is like being honest with myself and knowing that in order for me to be present, I don't need to be speaking all the time. Isn't that weird? Because I talk on here a lot, but
Jeez, please.
No, it's never end. But believe it or not, outside of here, especially if I'm feeling like, whoa, I don't know how to relate to this, or I don't think I can come at this and be understood, just listen. Ask clarifying questions, then people think I've been a part of the conversation the whole time. I'm like,
yeah, there's an art, there's a science to it.
mm-hmm. Andrew!
Peace. How are you?
Good, man.
How are you? Are you good? Where's the conversation at then? Let me see if I can jump on board for a little while.
There's a clarifying question.
Well, I was talking about this weekend, or this weekend that passed, I went to a fight, and how I felt really alienated. Like I felt like an alien being in that kind of.
You went to a fight?
Yes.
What, like a martial arts fight or the street fight, underground fight, bare knuckle? What? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, no bare knuckle. No. No, but yeah, there were gloves, and and it looked official, you know, it was nice. And so yes, I went to a competition. And so afterwards, it was for my gym that I compete with. And so afterwards, we were all at dinner table and stuff. But even during, just throughout the whole experience, I was talking about how I just really felt like an alien, because after doing all of this work, it's really interesting how you just see people playing a character. And I even observed people repeating sentences and stories to others in order to gain another reaction. Like it wasn't to clarify, you know, oh, what did you just say? Oh, I said that. No, it was, I'm going to say the exact same line to you as I did to them, so then you can give me the same response that they gave.
And it's that validation, and I need to be heard, just in case I wasn't heard the first time, you know, or the third time.
Right. And so there were a couple of times that, like this, we were at this big dinner table, and there was a couple of times that I looked around, and I was telling everyone I was really glad that Alonzo, my roommate, was there, who also does work with me, because I just noticed how in these separate factions, they were all like little plays playing out that people were playing out. Each person had a character or had a role that they were fitting into, and that this conversation gravitated around a specific like a story that they were telling, that they were basically like making up. And I had we both had the awareness to be able to pick and choose where we want to go, like which play I kind of wanted to drop into as a character. You know, but it was like almost a very surreal and alien like feeling. And because I'm so used to talking to you guys that I'm just like, you know, and like I can feel really comfortable. But I realized that a lot of people in the outside world are not. And so they put on these specific masks. And so then Trav and I were talking about how we always play a role, you know, like if I'm with my parents, I play one specific role. If I'm, you know, doing my other, you know, hanging out with a specific group of friends, I'm a Laura in that role. So there's, you know, we're already playing roles. It's just how we relate to that based on our levels of awareness of self, I guess, of how we identify in the world.
Totally. And I think, you know, obviously this subject, this topic has kind of come to the surface over the last few weeks, it seems, in this group. I know it has with me, but it's been there for a while. That, you know, once your awareness does begin to expand, I think a consequence of that is being able to see through the dialogue of others, or being able to see where people haven't made that leap or that step or that evolution in themselves, because the kind of vibrating at a lower level, that they're seeing the world or perceiving the world through kind of much more kind of filtered glasses, if you will. And I think at first it becomes quite a bit frustrating and alienating, and you can kind of feel a bit drained by it, because people are banging on about so much stuff, whether it's stuff in the news or personal life or what have you, relationships. Whereas once your awareness has kind of grown, you realize the kind of insignificance of them things, or how to deal with them in a different way. So when people haven't made that step, it gets hard to relate to them. But at the same time, I think what also comes out of the work is compassion and humbleness, and realizing that you have to have that, and you have to be able to say, I mean, it comes from the NLP stuff, that it's not the person, it's the frame that, you know, they're kind of stuck in, or they're seeing through, or what have you. So to be compassionate about it and be able to kind of not even turn the other cheek, but take it on board and try and bring the conversation round to a point that maybe gives a little bit of insight. But then, you know, the danger with that is that if you tell, or not tell, or if you kind of even put someone in a situation where it changes their frame, that can be quite scary for them, and they can feel out of depth with their own status quo of how they see the world, and that's a scary thing, you know. I think for us who've worked at it and actively seeked it out, you know, that transition has been a gradual thing. Whereas if you just hit someone with like a truth bomb about something, it can really shake them up, and that can lead to conflict and aggression coming your way. Of, you know, who do you think you are to tell me I'm wrong, or to you know, to be all high and mighty or whatever. And sometimes you can even get, I've been accused so many times of being aloof and kind of out of touch or cold or emotionless, because I haven't give a situation the same gravity as somebody else or other people. And I think gravity is an interesting word to use actually with it, because with your expansion and development of an evolution of awareness, there is a more lightness of being, and you're able to see things for closer to what they really are. And I think I didn't listen in. I only listened in briefly the other day to the last chapter of the Mystical Kabbalah about Keter, and you know, it's talking about that sort of that essence of the creation of consciousness to some extent, and how we're unable to touch it, it's untangible to us at the level we're at, but we know it's so subtle that there's no conflict there, there's no divide there, there's no duality in that space. And I think the closer the closer we can get to an understanding of that as our kind of in our kind of animalistic forms or whatever, the better. And I think that's not to say we'll not go around caring about anything or not engaging with anyone. You know, that would be kind of suicide in a way, you know. But I think we have the technology now to reframe ourselves for them situations, and you can either laugh at it or not make fun of it, but you can certainly have an adventure with it, and where you can say, well, okay, I'm going to decide which drama or which fairy tale of people's relationships I'm going to drop into, and see how they orchestrate themselves and how they conduct themselves, and I'm going to analyze that. But that in itself can become boring in a way. You know, I think, Trav, I heard you talking on that live the other day when you're doing the reading, like you and your brothers and friends and whatnot were watching something on a mobile phone and laughing at people doing crazy stuff, and you were talking about, well, you know, humanity is getting worse and all this, and you know, it's easy to fall into that trap. It's convenient, you know, it ticks a lot of boxes and takes a lot of thought away from the situation. But you know, we're getting greater, you know. I think people might not be able to handle the shift that's taken place, but certainly, you know, the rise of technology. And someone, and this is kind of going off on a little bit of a tangent, but like sort of, you know, I hear so many, it's this idea of the separation between man and nature, which is going on for years and sort of brings up so many problems in the world, that we're detached from nature and we don't see ourselves as one with the all. Because if we did, life would be a lot different, I'd say. But then you also see or hear of kind of, I guess, a more new agey love and light type of argument of, oh no, it's man-made, or you know, technology is evil and blah blah blah, and Skynet and all this shit. You know, just hang on a sec. Skynet and all that tech stuff, you know, it's us against technology. You know, we are born of nature just as a technology is born of us. You know, technology for me is an extension of nature, and it could be used for good or for worse. But, you know, as we become more technological beings, we are going to become that kind of idea of the Superman somewhere down the line. We're going to be like cybernetic. We're going to be kind of cyborgs. You know, that is definitely on the cards. And again, that will be used for good and for bad. And until, you know, good and bad are able to sort of get married and get into bed together and have beautiful children together, the things will remain the same, but we will get greater as we go, one way or the other, you know.
Yeah. Honestly,
apologies anyway for I'm coming in so late, but I've been real kind of busy with stuff at work and stuff. So
no problem. I understand. It's actually my belief of the world that we're not getting stupider. Like, that's what you know, as we were talking, my brother and our friends were saying that, you know, we're just getting dumber and dumber, but I don't think that that's true. I think that it's the same. I think it's a balance that we keep. And I say that because I got a couple of books about history, and I'm just reading about how things used to be hundreds of years ago. And what I learned from this book that I got called Kicked Out of Heaven was that in the history of Europe, there has always been the ruling class and then, you know, the general public. And the ruling class always had a standard of living, and the general public had a standard of living, to the point that the general public was considered on an equal basis as animals. Like, literally, like even down to the legal system. I think I mentioned this before. We had pigs and wolves on trial right next to humans. You know, pigs and wolves getting burned at the stake or hung on the gallows or whatever with everyone else. Yeah. Basically, all I'm saying is that I think that the general public kind of goes up and down a little bit, but there's only a few people, you know what I'm saying? There's only a few who are actually above that fold. And this is generally where we have people of influence, right? These demigods or these occultists or politicians or whatever. These are the ones that move the world forward. Even in the past, when we had all these inventions and all these other things taking place, like, everybody wasn't inventing stuff. There was only specific people that were doing all that. And the same goes for today, I believe. Even down to the fact that the general public couldn't even read.
Well, yeah, that's massive. Massive, you know, and it's funny, it was only the ruling class and, you know, the clergy, right, you know, that could read and write and whatnot, and that was the status quo for thousands and thousands of years, you know. Right.
So either you're taught or you educate yourself, and if you can't read, you're probably not going to be able to educate yourself very much. You can educate yourself to a point. Like, You can get the obvious stuff, but for specialized knowledge, you're going to have to be taught. And, you know, in those days, if you didn't have access to a teacher, then you were farming or whatever. But 4 things you were definitely doing: fighting, having sex, eating food, right?
Yeah.
And complaining. That's the human condition.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'll go back to it. It's a beautiful thing, you know, all things in equal measure, you know, you've got to, and it's, you know, you talk, and there was, again, I go back to this mystical Kabbalah reading, and you were talking around the Superman thing and Nietzsche and all that, and someone on the chat had said, I am Keter, or something like this. And you responded by saying, well, I wouldn't want to see myself as Keter. I'd want to see myself in Keter as something much greater, you know. And I think, you know, that's definitely where it's at, and to strive. And I think there's also this trap of, oh, well, you're striving because you're trying to impress somebody, or and although whereas that might be true in some areas, we are here to strive. We definitely are. It's definitely part of our genetic makeup, DNA, wherever that comes from eventually. There's a principle in there that pushes some of us, you know what I mean, that pushes us to create roads and bridges and spacecrafts and ballpoint pens, whatever it may be, you know, sort of, if you boil that down, boil that sort of act of building down, you know, it's a creative spark. And, you know, Keter is a creative spark, you know, to some extent, that it sparks everything else into motion, you know, yes, when it comes out of them 3 circles of blackness. And it's like that creative spark itself, just that motion, that is the principle of striving forward, of wanting to ignite, of wanting to combust, of wanting to expand. And I don't see anything wrong in that at all. I see that as a beautiful thing, because if not, if you stand still, you know, it's like a rolling stone doesn't gather any moss type of thing. You've got to keep moving, you've got to keep growing, evolving. And if you're going to do that, try and be as happy and nice about it as you can be, you know, and try and bring some happiness into the lives of those around you. And you do that even though you'll know yourself that there's an element of what you might label as selfishness attached to that, because you're so driven, you're so focused on what you're doing yourself. Sometimes that doesn't leave a lot of time for relationships. It doesn't leave a lot of time to going out and socializing and this, that, and the other, or see the game last night. You know, there's no time for that stuff because you can't relate to it anyway, but you know you're out there kind of paving the way for others who are going to come after you, or others that come into contact with you that you might have a kind of positive influence on. Because I know I spent so many years feeling alienated just because I wanted to be creative, because I wanted to get into the creative industries. No one else was doing that, you know what I mean? It was almost like people in my community and my background, you know, family and friends. It was like, well, who do you think you are? You know, sort of type of what makes you think that, you know, you've got ideas above your station, all these little digs to try and bring you, oh, you can't do it. And okay, from a kind of parental point of view, I guess it comes from concern. They don't want you to end up on welfare or whatever, or they don't want to see you living in the gutter because, or that starving artist kind of archetype that's out there, which, yes, it historically, then people can be found, and some artists strive for that type of living. They want to suffer in order to create the work. But then from a kind of social circle point of view, people don't like to see other people in the group doing something different, because it makes them think, or it makes them address the fact that they're not doing anything different and they're just following the crowd. And in a way, by not even saying it to them, but actually doing it, and saying, well, I'm not really bothered about what you just get on with what you're doing, but I'm doing this. In a way, you're kind of throwing down a gauntlet in the face of some people. And then all kinds of ridiculousness comes up, all kinds of kind of child sort of playground type comments start coming up from that, like, oh, so you don't want to hang around with us anymore? Oh, right, so you're not one of us anymore. And all kinds of ridiculousness starts coming up. But that, and I got badgered so much for years, like some of my closest friends. And maybe I'm a bit of a fool for having them as close friends, but there you are. I'm quite loyal. And but then, sort of 15 years down the line, when I'd kind of made a little bit of a success of my kind of creative path, then it was like, we always knew you could do it, it was total, any kind of any remembrance of criticism or trying to bring me down or dissuade me from doing what I wanted to do was like, even if you'd have mentioned it, which it didn't, even if you'd have mentioned it, they would have denied it. Right. They would say, no, we've always had your back. We've always had your back, because now you become something that is an asset to them. They are proud to know you in a way that they can talk about you to other people. Oh, well, my mate's doing this, my mate's out there doing that. And aren't I great because he's my mate? Right. Or even worse, even worse than that, I'm his mate, type, they'll shift it so he wouldn't be where he is without a friend like me. Right.
So don't mean that, no, I don't mean to rudely interrupt you, Andrew, but I think we all can relate to that. Being on this journey here is a lonely journey if you want to be accepted by the public, so to speak. When you think different, you act different, you move different, you get shunned in such a way because it's not supposedly normal behavior or thought process. With a group of peers today watching the news, and it's the most in the average person never even, we can speak on religion or politics. They never even read about it. I mean, not well informed at all. The only thing they know is what someone else presents. The most ignorant thought is that every dollar goes to paying for something else. Oh, people on welfare, we're paying taxes for this or that. It's the most ignorant BS. If you research it properly. I mean, maybe someone on here who worked for the government and assumes that they're giving the right information, which they are wrong as well. If they research a little further, it will be totally wrong. Everything in England, United States is already paid for with your body. The person, when you are born, you are given something, and it's like the stock market. You are being bidded on from the day you are born. And when your mother, father, whomever signs a birth certificate, give you a social security number, you are allocated an account. However, the government controls it, and you wonder how they give Iran $100 million a year, or Israel, all these different countries. countries that we fund are supposedly the taxpayers pay for, supposedly. All this old fictitious ass money that we say we in trillions and trillions of dollars of debt,
Right.
but still coming up with money to pay for this. Man, oh, come on now. But people don't focus on that part of it. They focus on that. Oh, Biden gave away money to forgive people debts for college or whatever, some BS. I don't get into it. However, it's just a conversation going on around me that irritate the hell out of me because I'm like, okay, now what the hell they got to do with tea in China? I mean, that shit don't mean nothing to me. I mean, like, okay, now, oh, you saying all this, you still gonna go to work, they still gonna take your taxes. Okay, now what the hell you gonna do to better your situation or better yourself in a spiritual way?
Totally.
Well, I believe.
Go on. Sorry.
No, you're okay. However, and to sum it all up is that you believed in yourself, so that's why you got wherever you have gotten as far as you gotten because of you, not because of any support. Because I'm pretty sure you have trauma like anyone else on the damn phone, or the Zoom or whatever. You have trauma just like all of us, from the naysayers, so to speak. The ones that believe in you now were the ones who actually inspired you to be better because they traumatized the hell out you. Because you the other person that wanted to shun them told you exactly what they said. He ain't gonna be shit. I mean, hey, whatever, however it happens. None of us wouldn't be.
I mean,
on this.
Totally. Them same people, and again, I'm maybe a little bit foolish to call them such close friends, but yeah, them same people would have been waiting for my failure to jump on that, and just to be able to say, "Told you so."
Yeah, for sure.
But you mentioned something there when you were talking about the taxes and the idea, sort of being labelled and given a number from the moment you're born and whatever. But it's like you mentioned there, you spoke about it as a fiction, and I think as soon as you realise and come to the understanding that it is a fiction, everything is a representation out there, So once you know everything is a fiction, is a narrative, is a story, everything is made up out of this language and symbolic framework. That's when, if you don't do anything about it, then if you go, because you'll speak to some people and they'll say, well, I get all that, but and I go, well, you obviously don't get it.
Don't get it, right?
If you did get it, you'd be able to stop caring about it so much, stop getting stop getting emotionally triggered by it so much, and start creating your own fiction and living it. But write a great story. Don't write some negative ass piece of shit that's going to keep you down with your head in the sand.
And I think people feel more comfortable with being or going with the norm exactly the way it is. I mean, because you can tell. So I had one of my buddies. He's a lobbyist in D.C. and another one. He's a House of Representative, and one of them a judge, and one of them a state trooper. Right. So we having these. My cousin and he and all those people. They work normal jobs, whatever. And we were having this conversation, and just because you work here doesn't mean you have all the facts. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't give a damn what he say. He says. This is the way it is, and you can present the information that's the Bill of Rights or the Constitution, and they still say, well, try it then. I'm like, but it's showing you that these are the reasons why they appease you in certain ways, just to shut you the fuck up so you won't get exactly what you're supposed to get. They put these people in position. They give a person a position to shit you motherfuckers up that would normally probably want to fight for it. However, if we present you the real information, you still want to go along with the norm. Like this is like the information we are sharing on this phone uh, with Maestro and Laura and everyone is saying that okay, if you learn and do mantras and this and that, you can have a better life. However, you can present this information, you can show them it work and all that, but they still gonna go back to their religion, so to speak, or whatever it is they feel comfortable with. No matter what you show them, it's still gonna go back to. And so that's for the general public, though. That's just for them. And we can't be worried about that. I know we spend a lot of time as young adults, young men, young women, however, um, fighting against the particular system that they have set in place to make us feel like we're damn idiots and fools and crazy. But
Yeah,
we shouldn't spend so much time worried about the naysayers, so to speak.
that's it. I was out and about a few days ago, and someone said to me, "You look like you're on a, you're on some kind of spiritual journey." but in a critical way. Yeah, he's kind of taking the piss. And I said, well, I think we're all on a spiritual journey. It's just that some people are aware of it and some people are ignorant of it. And and he looked at me like I'd lost the plot, you know what I mean? And it's like, and so again, it comes down to that thing is you got, to be silent. Sometimes you can talk about it till you're blue in the face and they still won't get it. They'll just walk away from you thinking you've lost your mind, you're crazy, oh, you're one of them, or whatever, you're some kind of crazy conspiracy theorist. They ain't ready for it. They ain't ready for the technology. And in terms of like sort of mudras and mantras and all the different technology, that's been around for millennia, that's available for us to use. We can loop it back to like sort of what we're learning about NLP, as they all facilitate a change of frame. They help you to change your state of mind. And if you can change your state of mind, you can change the way you look at the world. And if you change the way you look at the world changes. And that's it. It's as simple as that, because if you're in the state of productivity, positive productivity, what else do you really need?
Oh, we had a interesting discussion last week when I think Amia, Laura, and maybe two other people. We had an interesting discussion about how we all have different ways of turning situations negative into positive. I have a 10-second rule. Laura told me how to live in the moment and then turn it positive, different perspective of how to do the same exact thing. And my thing about it all is I know the hell out most things in the world. I know the hell out of it. I just don't even dwell into it enough to even care. What people say, what they want you to do, because even as an artist, I can understand how people just fucking wanted you to go to work, get a degree, and go to work. That's it. Just go work for someone else. Never try to strive to have your own. Do anything outside the norm. That's the normal thing that we were taught to do. That's not for everyone, though. I think Trav said his dad wanted him to go in the military and be a doctor and all these great things that he wanted. However, he didn't desire that. Waste of time, waste of money.
I think as well,
so.
you can become a little bit focused on what it is you do yourself, and or you feel like you're not getting your just reward for what you're doing, or I should be further down the line than what I'm at now. And you know, I should be achieving this, or I should have this kind of thing, or blah, blah, blah. And again, you know, you're living by somebody else's expectations, or, you know, you're living based on what you're seeing on the cover of glossy magazines or billboards or something, you know. You're getting sucked in by them influencers that are marketeers, you know, and ad companies and whatnot. And I think, again, it's something like word that's been bouncing around a lot over the last few weeks, which is great. You know, gratitude, you know, the fact that you're breathing, you know, and not trying to breathe. You know, you wake up each morning out of a dream, which is an amazing thing in itself, to breathe with your heart beating, every particle, every cell of you waiting for your next command in terms of movement, or even smiling or laughter. And just to be grateful at that kind of what we call base or basic level, that's where you should be starting, you know, because if you can appreciate that, everything else that goes around you is something to be appreciated on an even grander scale. And I think sometimes we forget just how lucky, fortunate, privileged we are to be, if you want to call it, top of the food chain in the world. You know, we are the most prized piece of technology in the known kind of universe. And not to separate ourselves from nature, we are just a spearhead of that source in physical form. Okay, so the tiger, the leopard, the monkey, the grasshopper, the blade of grass, the soil, the nutrients, the minerals, all of it, all of the elements are within us. And we are at a point in technological or natural evolution where it's all centered within us, and we're the only ones conscious of it, as far as we know.
Supposedly.
Yeah, as far as we know.
Supposedly.
But now that we are conscious of it, you know, what are you going to do with it? That's the important thing. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I think a big lesson on this journey for most people who start studying this stuff in depth is letting go of others' expectations of you, because not only do you not live by that anymore, but it's kind of a natural side effect that you're going to be confusing the hell out of people. Because when you start to connect with everything that you are and your awareness grows, that means that more avenues are there for you to experience that others have not. They don't typically, we're not expected to step out of our mode of main expression. And when someone steps outside of that, it's almost as if they can't even be perceived. Like, like in this group here that I train with, they don't know what the fuck to make of me, because I show up, I'm a single female, but I don't flirt with any of the guys. I go there to train, but I'm also not gay. I also I'm also, very focused on what I want to do. I really like psychology. And anytime you speak to me, I'm going to bring up, I make it a goal to bring up a positive aspect. In that class, there's a lot of times when people's immediate reaction is to talk shit about themselves. And they hate working with me because I'll always be like, oh, but you got this, or I'll bring up well, this is why we're practicing. Props to you for practicing. So they can't get away with shit because that other people may allow them to, or continue to complain with them about, because I don't want to stay in that loop. And I'm realizing how uncommon that is. So I think that when you go down this path and you start thinking about what you're doing and you become more aware, your relationships with people are going to be different, and they're going to have a hard time perceiving you, because then they no longer have a specific mold to put you into, because you can fit into all of the molds. And that's where the trouble comes. That's where the labels of crazy comes in, or the other shit, because they don't know how to label you. They don't know what category to put you in. And if they think about it, right, all they can do is take away what you're giving them. And if all you're giving them is positive, then, but they're still thinking in negative, like most people are, again, they don't know how to perceive that.
Yeah.
And so I think that what I've noticed is that on this journey here, like, it is sort of a path of the, doesn't have to be a path of the lonely, because I think that once you're on this journey, you realize you're never alone. And so therefore you don't get lonely, but you do become more and more unperceivable people. And that's where there's that sort of distinction in society.
It is, and I think you do have to take yourself out of it to some extent, because situations can become toxic and whatever, and people generally, what they don't understand, they usually fear, and what comes out of fear is sometimes criticism, or worse, confrontation or aggression or whatever, or what have you. So you have to have that awareness of seeing through people to the extent of, this person thinks I'm this or that or whatever, or isn't getting me, or is kind of wary of me, or critical of me. And then as soon as you get a sense of that, you can remove yourself from it. I think if you're working with people like that, then you have to, like you say, you have to adopt different kind of approaches and methodologies in order to kind of get through your day, and make, and sometimes if that means wearing the mask of being a little bit shallow, then so be it, so be it. I at the end of the day, I know who I am, and I'm comfortable in my own skin, and I can get on with the job at hand. And then if someone is sat there kind of trying to work me out, then let them have it.
I think that takes you to a level of what we're doing here with the shadow work. Once you fill in these holes in yourself, other people can't put stuff in there. And an undertone lesson that I caught between your two stories is we've reoccurred the theme of compassion. You mentioned that earlier. And with what Alora just stated, that's kind of how I looked at myself in one of our exercises. There were 3 powers. I think one was play, compassion, and strength was the third one. Or when we go back into the course, it'll be there. But yeah, so there's like these 3 things that you had to have with what you were saying. So like, instead of me, I'm mean. I'm not a mean person. I'm just very direct. I'd rather not small talk. I want to get to it. And like Alora said, she'll ask you these questions that'll make the person like, hey, let's just work out more or something like that to get your strength up. Don't complain about it. And that kind of pushes people away. But so I had to learn to have compassion in that. And instead of just canceling the conversation, I can go about it like, okay, how can I bring light into this? How can I make the conversation not so damn NPC or dull or whatever? What can I say and engage with this person and still, make it not so damn boring or something for me? And then compassion was the power that went with that one. So it just reminded me of all of that, how it all still comes together with everything we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I look at it too, like what you guys like basically are saying is that you've aligned yourself with the journey of the hero, or the journey of the Christ, because that's what happens to every person that's ever been on that journey. The alienation, the isolation of society, and the judgment of others who don't have that, that mental wavelength to grasp what we can. And, it just is what it is, like, just
That's
keep moving forward with it.
really spot on, Matthew. I'm glad you brought that shit up right there. Brought up the heroic journey. I wasn't seeing it like that.
That's what it is. Like Peter Parker, Clark Kent, like every Jesus Christ. Who else I got a name? Like all of them dealt with what we're dealing with. Aleister Crowley. Hell, like he was alienated by the magical community. You think like, hey, y'all magical, y'all would know that shit, but no, like if you're gonna go against the grain of what the norm is, whatever it is, whether it's, engineering, economics, magic, study, whatever, like you will always have that resisting force. But like in Crowley's perspective, like you just hold your ground and keep going with it, you'll eventually, like, your jewels will be recognized regardless.
Hell yeah. And speaking of these roles, what Dion Fortune said and what Crowley also understood is that when you start to separate yourself from the general population spiritually, you're faced with when you rise up on these planes, the balance becomes more and more delicate because you're going from everything jumbled up in Malkuth, you're starting to head towards the area of Tifereth. Because in Yesod, you had the vision, you're dreaming about it. You weren't there yet. But in Tifereth, you're living as that individual. So what you're faced with is balancing Gibra and Chesed. And it's that razor blade balance. And at the same time that loneliness begins to tear at you, you also start to feel a certain confidence because you know that loneliness is a symptom of being in a new place, right? In a new territory. It's unfamiliar, but that's a sign of your progress. And guess what? As you expand, it gets even more delicate. Crowley knew that.
I think as well, I've been told so many times along this kind of journey, even though it has, I haven't been on it for years like yourself, Trav, consciously anyway. But it's only been 4 years that I've been kind of actively involved in this type of stuff with other people and as a kind of solo practitioner and whatnot. But all along the way, I've been told, you're gonna lose a lot. Be ready. This is a difficult path. It strips away from you the things that aren't necessary in your life. And I think what you've just spoke about there is the mechanics of that. As you go up the tree, as you sort of tread that middle path and learn to balance yourself and become lighter and high vibrational, you're no longer governed by gravity in a way. And it's that same kind of the kind of the apex, if you will, of that type of journey is that idea of crossing the abyss of the Atman, becoming one with Brahman again, type of thing. You know what I mean? And you said, you were saying in that reading the other day about, or maybe it wasn't, maybe it was something else I was listening to actually about, we get the head and the heart get attached somewhere around Tifereth, and you need that kind of that shedding of being, and not just being in a material and flesh and bone type way, but being in a mental attachment way to them things. That becomes the ultimate kind of transcendence. And we're on the very, or I'm at the very beginning of that journey, and you can already feel the effects of it by, well, you become distant from other people. You don't eat particular food anymore. You don't have an interest in, see the game last night. You don't have a, what things become quite mundane, and they don't serve you any longer because you realize they're just a distraction from what your actual focus needs to be.
Yeah.
That literally.
Nope. Go ahead, Matt.
that literally like happened to me on my vacation. Like, as where I'm at right now, I'm at Myrtle Beach, and I had some opportunity, get some tail, and it was like maybe about 9 at night, and I just decided to just let me just sit down, sit with myself, and I just sat on the balcony looking at the beach at night, watching just trad videos, Bobby, going through it, and I actually got some serious dream work done. Like, it was like some serious shit that night, and I was planning on tearing some thing up, like and sometimes that's what is necessary to be sacrificed for certain work to get put in place, because that dream I had was intense. It definitely wasn't nothing like, oh yeah, this is like great and dandy. It was like some heavy shadow work shit, but like, I'm glad it came up, and I'm glad that I didn't distract myself with listy desires and all of that crap. But it's just how the dice rolls, and like when you stay disciplined on it, I think like you really see that yourself rewards like this lower aspect of what we are.
Yeah, I mean, I've come so far in myself, my sense of confidence and strength of will and all these things. I mean, it's like I can be, for so long I was not comfortable in my own skin. I wasn't I couldn't settle. I always had to be doing something. I always had to be busying myself with something. I always had to distract myself, or be down the club, or sort of whatever it was, and now I can just sit, be quiet, shut up, and be really happy with that. And that when I hear myself saying that, it does sound a bit crazy, because but what about the the illusory attractiveness of this girl or that car, or having that thing, or having this thing, or it's all about the fact that you can become detached and be content with that for 30 minutes of the day or an hour of the day. Again, you're cultivating that sense where actually any time of the day I can go into that place. I can find that kind of tranquility, and nothing can waver me in whatever kind of crisis moment it may be. I can go there, and by being there, if I am in a crisis, I know how the hell to deal with it a lot better than if I'm in some kind of panic mode, which you could kind of assimilate to when you're running around distracted by everything. You're like the Tasmanian devil.
Yeah. I'm so glad the relationship thing came up, and being able to sit with yourself, because I noticed a big change there as well. At this fight, so the person who took us there, he was a guy at the gym, and I felt flirtatious energy from him, and in my head I was like, I don't know, we'll see how this goes. And because of all this work, I feel like my standards have gotten very high. Like, I want a very clear and good connection with them. And man, it was amazing to me how at this fight, like an ownership, he expressed an ownership of me that wasn't even a date. It was very gross. like he would try to put his hand on my thigh. He would try to grip the back of my chair, like just very, it just really, really was not okay. But I understood that this was probably very typical for him. And if I had been the type of person who I was when, say, I was 21, I would have been so scared I wouldn't have known what to do. And I would have looked at that as a sign of masculinity instead of being where I'm at the place where I'm at now, where I'm like, no, this is unhealthy behavior and this is going to be trouble here. I won't stand for that. So the next day at the gym, he's trying to, and like this shit, man, when you don't play into this stuff anymore and you're just on a different level, it also demonstrated to me the amount of strategy people will try to imply or put into it. It's very interesting. So I was at the gym. So I accidentally left my sunglasses in his car. And he texted me and said, hey, you left my sunglasses. I was like, great. If you can return them to me, that'd be great. He said, yeah, tomorrow. I said, great. Okay. So I go to the gym and he starts walking up to me open-handed at the front desk. And so I'm like, hey, do you have the sunglasses? And he goes, oh, wow, just demanding for the sunglasses all of a sudden, huh? And I knew that was trying to get a guilt trip. And I said, well, they are mine. and he was like, yeah, I'll get him to you. And then he tried touching my back. And so I moved away and I was like, no. So I moved away and I started talking to the receptionist. She and I were chit-chatting, and then he exclaims in order to get my attention. See, these were all things I wouldn't have been aware of if I hadn't done my own shadow work to know my own tendencies, right? I wouldn't have behaviors in others. But he said aloud to get my attention in the middle of this conversation I was having with the receptionist. He said, he picked up one of my business cards and he goes, oh, I know this lady. And I looked at him, I said, yes. And then I walked back to the class. He followed me back to the class. Then he set his stuff up where I would normally set my stuff up. So I went to the opposite side. Said, I'm giving him no indications that I'm interested in this man. Like, I'm going to make this very clear. Separate space. My heart is not going to be facing you. Like, nothing. There is going to be no open language here. And I'm setting up my stuff and I see him at the corner of my eye and he's against the wall and he is staring at me. Like, he's staring at me. And I'm just like, oh, no. So then he comes over, right? But he goes behind me to pretend as if he's just walking over there to talk to people. And he starts chit-chatting with the other people who are in the group. So I turn away again. So then I can do my stretches and stuff like that. The class comes to an end. I go up to him and I say, hey, so may I have my sunglasses, please? And he goes, I already gave them to you. I said, I don't think you did. And he said, yeah, I did. And so, see, and this is the other thing. Introspection also adds behavior analysis. And then when you're already a nerd about this stuff, you can tell when someone's lying to you. So he walks to his duffel bag, pretends to look in the pocket, says, no, they're not there. I gave them to you. He walks with me back to my stuff. He had put my sunglasses on top of the phone while he was pretending to walk behind me in the class. And so I said, okay, thank you. And I said, hey, do you mind if I check in with you? And he said, what? And I said, check in. I am checking in with you right now. He said, okay. And I said, hey, so I noticed that these past couple of times that we've interacted, there's been a really strong flirtation there. And I really don't want to entertain that at all. I'm not interested. And I don't think that it would be, and I don't think that is appropriate for this setting. And he's like, oh, that's fine. I totally get it. I mean, like, I would never flirt with anyone at my gym. Okay. And I was like, yes, but you did both times. And it was very, and he looked at me like he was like a deer caught in the headlights. He was like, I was like,
She
yes.
got me.
Did I not? Like, trying to touch me. And I said, so I would appreciate it if you wouldn't touch me the way how you've been touching me. And if you could please just, you know, not do that, because I'm really not going to entertain that. Okay, that's not happening. And he was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Got it. And I was like, cool, thank you. Great talk. And then I walked away.
On.
Oh, sunglasses stripped away, right? But that made me really think about the roles that we play as men and women, and how if I was 21, I would have been so scared that I would have transformed that into, oh, he must be trying to take care of me, right? Or, oh, he might really actually care about me, or maybe I should give him a chance, or maybe if I just tell him how I feel, he'll understand. Instead of seeing this as a mismatch of alignment, it's being like, no, this is not how a relationship is built. This is not how I want my relationships to be built. And I am not so desperate to find a partner that I am going to put myself in possible danger with someone else in order to fulfill that desire. I am actually really okay with being single and being by myself, because I'm really okay with that over being hurt. So I'm glad
like he had some control issues.
He was, yeah,
like a control freak kind of.
He was definitely trying to establish his dominance. He probably saw that on some YouTube video. Everything he was doing there in your story, like he was trying to establish dominance and hope that you would submit to him. And like somebody said in the chat, it's probably worked on other females, because like some girls do submit to that. And it's not even that there's anything wrong with it. That's just a style of expression. And notice how you described your 21-year-old self, how you would have justified that to make it work out in his favor, right? You would have submitted to his frame. There's an old saying that I picked up. I haven't really used it, but it's very useful to learn about these things. Someone once told me you don't have to lie to women. If they like you enough, they'll lie to themselves.
Yes.
It was like, wow.
Oh, and when I came home and told Alonzo about it, Alonzo had me cracking up. Alonzo's like, first of all, any man knows that there's a no touch rule. Okay. All right. The female comes to you. All right. You don't go to them like that. Secondly, he was like, that guy got fucked up because he didn't know how to hit on a girl. He was cracking me up, but it's true. Yeah. I think there was a control dynamic, and yes, that role, if I had been younger, I would have fallen for that, because I would have mistaken that for security.
Good job.
I've been finding out flirtation is nonverbal. I've been seeing that most of my interactions with women are like nonverbal.
Yes.
I'm not even saying anything, just like it just happens. But some people gotta learn.
I was in a situation recently, and I had a lady come to one of my classes, and she's a very good-looking lady. She's a model wanting to kind of break into acting, and she was quite flirtatious with me in terms of wanting to show me, a particular tattoo that was kind of below her kind of waistline and stuff, and you know what I mean, kind of being quite liberal with her body, not only in front of the whole class, but directed at me. And I was like, whoa, okay, so obviously, sort of as a male, straight away there's a sense of being disarmed by someone who's quite attractive, to the opposite sex and everything. And it's like, okay. And then plus on top of that, actually, I'm in an environment where I'm teaching, and that's quite inappropriate what you're doing, not only to me, but there's some other people in the class who are Muslim, and that's really quite offensive what you're doing, sort of showing off your body in that particular way, you know what I mean? And so anyway, this kind of went on, and but then the flare, once the flirting wasn't kind of hitting its mark, or I wasn't responding to it in a way that she was maybe hoping or knowing or thinking she knew I would, then she started making real kind of demands on the class. So why aren't we doing this? And we should be doing this. And I've spoke to someone else, and I think you're teaching the class wrong. She really kind of flipped. And I was trying to kind of work out, well, where are you going with this? You know what I mean? And she started kind of began to act quite immaturely and started to disrupt the class by sort of using a cell phone in the class, or you know, taking a vape out or something like this, you know what I mean? Little things to try and trigger me. And then it got to the point where I had to pull her to one side, during like a sort of break time, and, you know, take it into a different kind of setting, and sat down with her and said, look, what's going on? You know, you started out the class and you were really nice. You know, you were being quite sociable and stuff. And all of a sudden, it's almost like, because you can't get your own way, you've turned into this kind of quite selfish child. Maybe that was the wrong thing to say, because then she kind of she took a kind of effrontery to it, and didn't like being told that, and kind of took the attitude, do you know who I am? Do you know how much money I'm losing a day just by being in your class? And I was like, look, that's your choice. That's your choice. You know, if you want to, you don't want to continue doing the class, that's fine. You know, you've paid for the course. I'll still give you your your certificate if you want to cut your ties now. No, I'll stay. But my God, you know, she made my life hard, you know what I mean? But it's interesting to think how initially, kind of from a male perspective, you know, first looks, you can be very seduced by how someone looks and feel very enamored if they kind of show an interest in you, or even more so if there's a kind of a bit of flirtation. But then when it gets taken to a kind of extreme level and it's in the wrong situation, then again, because again, if I hadn't done the shadow work in this way, I'd have probably been chasing after her with my tongue hanging out and whatnot, and you know, and that wouldn't have been a good look for the teacher to have, you know. And so the fact that I was able to recognize it and catch it and say, no, this is inappropriate. What's behind this? What's behind this? And it turns out what was kind of behind it is, you know, here's a woman who her job for the last 15 years is to be the center of attention, to have photographs taken of herself, to be in the most luxurious settings and clothing and everything for free, and a very jet set lifestyle. So she is used to a particular type of treatment. And because my approach was very communal and sharing, and everybody is just as important as everybody else, so everybody is going to get my attention here, that didn't sit right with her. She was expecting to come on to the course and everybody just to rally around her. And it was very interesting to see. It was very interesting to see that kind of behavior from someone who, on one hand, you say, you know, wow, you are so stunning, you're so beautiful. But on the inside, wow, there's something totally different going on. And it's a shame. It's a shame, you know.
We call those types brats. Those are some of the most fun to figure out.
Yeah, I had a male brat that was like that too, but he was less, well, he did become confrontational, but not with me. It was interesting in the way how the same expression occurred, the same behaviors occurred, but expressed in a different way. So this guy, we call him the Tank, and he's like, football player looking dude, very attractive. And you're damn right, I flirt with that guy because he's fun to flirt with, like, oh, always flirt with, very flirtatious. I enjoyed that. And then there was a point though where he said, we were talking about ourselves in high school, and I said to him, like, oh, we would not have been friends. Like, I'm just letting you know we would not have been friends in high school. I'm glad we know each other now. And he's like, oh, we wouldn't have been friends. You know what they called me back in the day? And I was like, what? He goes, the white girl slayer.
Oh.
I was like,
really?
Not get you any points.
This is what we're doing. This is what we're
the slow
Like, oh,
bunny slayer. Oh,
the girls are just gonna so already I was like, all right, you just totally laid out your whole game plan right here. Like,
right. all the cards on the table.
Damn.
Woo! And then so he saw like I was kind of making fun of that. I was like, oh, okay, I'll be sure to be clear of you, wear my chastity belt around you, okay? And so after that, right, like he started making weird sex comments about like how like he started talking about his ex-girlfriends as if that was what was going to reel me in next. But he was degrading his ex-girlfriends. So in the same way how that woman was calling you out during the class, he used that energy to become confrontational, but he was playing out fights he had with ex-girlfriends for me to try and get me to see him as like the hero of the story. But what he didn't realize was that he was an extremely immature, like he'd tell me that like, oh, well, I told the girls to like, shut the fuck up and blah, blah, blah. And I'd be like, wow, you should not be speaking. Like, I couldn't imagine speaking to someone like that so disrespectfully who I loved. And he's like, yeah, but then they would say this. And I'm like, yeah, but what? So then that didn't work. So then he continued to try and build a story around him cussing these girls out was actually a good thing. And then in the end, I think he realized that he just lost all the credibility there. The beautiful facade was melted. There was nothing left but this guy who's going home alone.
Genjutsu came undone.
And it was interesting too, because part of his pickup was talking to me about how he's going to be cutting again for like fights and stuff like that. And he was showing me pictures of himself in high school with his shirt off. And I was like, dude, like, are you aware that I'm not showing you pictures of me with my shirt off? Like, this isn't like a consensual thing. Like, okay, yay, like it was just really bizarre how all of the avenues he would take because I think he's very much like the female version you had, Andrew, where it was like, I'm used to being the center of attention because I'm attractive. And so I don't typically have to try this hard. Let me try something else in this other avenue. And so conflict becomes the next thing after you don't give them the attention they get from their bodies.
The thing, the funny thing is as well about that lady that I spoke of, before she joined the course, I actually was in conversation with her quite a bit for a couple of weeks beforehand because she'd reached out. She had an interest in the course, but she was somewhere else in the world on some kind of fashion shoot or whatever. But we had a couple of like sort of Zoom conversations. And although there was a mild bits of flirting going on in conversation sense, she was smart, she was an intelligent girl and whatnot, intelligent lady, well cultured, all these things. So I was really shocked to see the way it turned, and I thought, even though you've won you know, you could say the lottery of life in terms of how aesthetically, you know, you look, or whatever. But the fact that there's something so selfish or so self-centered around that, out of your own vanity, that's a kind of choice, you know what I mean? Because I know you're playing these roles by choice in order to get what you want. And there's something quite, I don't know, nefarious about that, you know what I mean? There's something a little bit sinister about that. And it's a shame. It's a shame because it's like, you don't need to, you have the world in your hands. Why do you feel you need to try and manipulate people when you've already got it? It's quite weird. Yeah.
I think it's because innately they understand that their beauty is only going to last so long.
Yeah.
You know, the outward is only going to last so long, and you have to have something else behind that. And if beneath that they haven't cultivated a self-love there, or awareness, they are grabbing for straws then. And that leads into playing a character role, because I find that these are characters that I see played out in romantic movies over and over and over again. How many romantic movies have we seen where the couple starts off fighting when they meet each other and then they start to love each other, right? Or they really push boundaries that are super not okay with each other, and you know, at the end it's okay because it's, you know, Prince Charming and whatever, the princess. Like, I think that if you don't have a self-awareness there, you're going to fall back on your next reference. And media does that for us, right? Our society does that for us. So it's like, okay, you don't know which character to play this one.
Before we judge those characters, how many of us have been in relationships just like what we saw in those movies?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How we're programmed, right? And furthermore, I think that maybe you might be giving some of these people a little bit more credit than they deserve. In the first chapter of the Green Book, there was talk of a woman named Mary who fit this description of a spoiled brat in need of a spanking. But basically, these people are used to getting their way since childhood, and that's just it. They're addicted to a pattern or state, just like we're addicted to our patterns and states. Some of them aren't really thinking that deep to where like, oh my God, my beauty is going to run out. I better use it now. No, they're just, they think it's going to last forever. Right. I know one who's run out, but still thinks she got it. It happens. These people get stuck in these states. And until they're snapped out of that state, they suffer. And again, looking at it from their perspective, because this is how I do my shadow work. Instead of getting mad at these people, I put myself in their shoes. They still think that their way is going to work forever. And even though it doesn't work, they keep trying it. So life gets harder and harder and harder for them. That experience that you had, Andrew, and also Laura, hopefully they learned a lesson and are able to look at themselves introspectively. But knowing that we are habitual creatures.
No, never.
There's always another white girl to play.
But because what happens is that you're for both of you, you are the exception to the rule. Just think about, you are one of 1 million or 1 billion of those who says yes or gravitates to whatever the manipulator or the narcissist does or gets. You know, most guys never elevate above the 70s game of, oh, let me listen to what she's saying and I'm gonna appease that part of her to get what I want. You know, they never elevate, and most women go along just to get the good looking guy instead of the good guy. Most people go along with the norm. And that's why people in general never elevate above the state and stage they are, because some of this shit is, it's damn ridiculous, man. Like, huh? I'm like, man, I could have 10 women like you and you and you and you. I can manage 10 and That's all you desire. That's all you want for yourself. That's all you require of a man is to be this. I can have 10 of you. Like, oh, he's a good guy. He pays bills. Okay. How was any elevating? We don't even talk. What? How? I mean, how's that normal? Oh, uh, my mom and dad was together for 100 years. However, you're not your mom. He's not your dad. I mean, come on. You have to elevate above these things. You have to elevate above society in general. I mean, and most people just don't do the work. I mean, no matter how hard it gets. Uh, I could name 10 women off the top of my head, my niece, my cousin, and all these women are subjected to narcissistic, abusive ass men just to have a man. Oh, just because we have a child with him. Okay, that shouldn't be the barrier for you to be abused, get abused or mistreated or feel less than, or you done gain some weight or whatever it may be. You come on now. You have to do better. What are you giving yourself? Oh, well, I give him everything. Every time you have a conversation with these people, and specifically, they're always saying what they have given. What are you giving yourself? When do you take the time to put into you? When are you going to acknowledge that you are the earth? Women in general, man can't produce anything. I mean, we shoot something in you, but you still can do it without us. You know, and especially these days, women do things that we can't do. You know, so how is it that the man always is in control? The religious part of it, the man is the head of the house. That's bullshit. I promise you, I can't do more than my woman. I don't have a desire to do all the shit she can do. I have no desire to. I'm selfish it may be the incorrect word, however I'm gonna use. I'm too selfish to do all the things she do. I don't consider everyone on the spectrum. I only consider it what's immediately in my face. Period.
Yeah.
Women thinking about the whole community, oh, some the next door neighbor's child and their affairs and everything that comes with the everything. No, how did you all women, how did women in general become less than? What happened? I mean, how don't you understand even a gay man or want to be like a woman and everything in the universe want to be like the female or be close to it some way or another? How did men become in control of all these things? I have no idea. And when it comes to relationships, we the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet.
Thank you.
However, you all boost our ego beyond boost. You know damn well I'm lying when I come in the house. Then beat and done some bullshit. You already felt it. You seen it. You already know what happened. However, you appease me and let me go along with the lie, never correct it. Bullshit. How? Why? Like, come on, man. Most people are not going to self-correct.
Yeah.
No. Oh,
Yeah, I live out in a very strong Hispanic culture out here. So I run into that controlling thing a lot. Very big machoism over here. The controlling thing and the there's a lot of that. And I see a lot of girls, and you know what? To Travis's point, I used to play, and to your point as well, like I used to play in those roles in my relationships because I wanted the relationship. And in my head, I thought, oh, well, I'll change. He can just change with me or be along for the ride. At least I'll be in a relationship. Like, that's really how I see things.
Or I can tell you the most famous thing you probably told yourself. I'm going to show him I'm the best woman, or I'm the best woman on the planet. He'll never find a woman as good as me. Bullshit. You're going to find one just like you, except the same bullshit. She may make less, she may make more, whatever, the same exact woman. Same. There's no such thing as better or worse or this or that. It's the person that you can deal with, period, in general.
Hey,
yeah.
I'll show him that I'm the best woman ever. That's a state that she can be.
Yeah, for sure. It depends on where I am. Guess what? I was the most. I swear to you, I'm not saying this in no boasting manner or whatever. I had a woman everywhere you can imagine in every state, several different countries. However, my woman now have a guy that's faithful, and it doesn't have shit to do with her. It has something to do with me. I had to gain self respect for my damn self. Okay, cool. Whatever. She just reaped the benefits of my change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it has nothing to do with I'm gonna change them and show that I'm the best woman on them. Yeah, waste your damn time you want to. Shit, you know, be waiting forever for a change. Or when the dick stop working or whatever. Yeah, won't happen. And so the thing about all this stuff, whether it be for the public or for Maguses, you have to do the self work for all the above. For the benefits of all, you have to do the work.
Yep. And even part of that work that I understood was my programming that I inherited from my own mother. Like there was, so part of it was understanding that I would set myself up in situations that would mirror the environment that I grew up in, which was not a healthy one. But then on the side too, I noticed that my mom has this habit, and she and I have talked about this before because my mom has also done a lot of internal work. So I'm very grateful to her for being who she is, because she's like, I'm fucked up. I got to figure this shit out. And so she spent years just working all of her shit out because she was aware of that, which is beautiful because that inspired us kids to do the same thing with ourselves. So she and I were talking about how our habitual reactions towards things. And for her, whenever a man showed interest in me, before she knew any of the qualities about him, really, she would start to compliment him, to appease him, to be like, oh, that's so good. Almost like, oh, that's a suitable match for you. And it would be feigned out of a way of support, but due to her own programming, it was actually from her culture where she grew up, where it's like, you want to get married. You need to get married. So any man who shows you interest, you should check this out. Instead of being like, okay, well, what's he like? Or something like that. Or, oh, I hope you find out more about this person. I hope you have a really good time, or something a little bit more along the lines of that. Instead, it's like, ooh, I'm excited for you. This is someone new. Oh, you can have a relationship with this person. It was that kind of energy always, ever since I was young. So that was something that I inherited when I was speaking to members of the opposite sex, because it would be like, oh, are they showing interest? And then immediately my mom's voice in my head would come in as like, oh, possible husband kind of thing. And I had to really train myself out of that. But she still does it to this day. And I have to but now that, we're both aware of this, it's easier to just let that go and not have that hold such resonance as it did before.
In my opinion,
see you all soon.
Bye, Andrew.
Bye.
All right, Andrew.
Peace, Andrew. Have a great night. Day.
Peace, Andrew.
In my opinion, I think
Andrew.
I think it takes at least 5 years dating before you consider yourself wanting to be married, so to speak, because we all come from different cultures, different backgrounds, different traumas, different upbringings, and we can't. I guarantee, no matter how long your parents been married, Trav, I'm pretty sure you know the bullshit. I'm pretty sure they too on both. They probably so far apart than normal can be normal. I'm almost guaranteed. I don't know them. I don't have to know them. However, most people never get with the true person that is supposed to be their mate. People just fill roles. As we said earlier, they just play the position.
Yeah.
And it becomes, okay, cool. That's just him. That's just her. And never really truly happy though. Never have a real partnership. Where we could be on two different ends of the spectrum as far as ideology wise. However, we can have a conversation about these things, whether it be parenting, whether it be whatever it may be. We need to have a conversation about the most difficult things on the planet and be able to respect one another and deal with one another accordingly as well. And the average person don't have it. I can guarantee you, very seldom you find some people that are truly, truly meant to be with one another.
Yes, a lot of people I think are trauma bonded. I think a lot of people have a trauma bond where, at least what I've observed, there's a role that one of them plays. I'm not going to say it's for everyone, but here's what I've observed from many couples is that one of them has been a victim of something, whether suicidal ideation or has a really negative family that they need escaping from, and the other partner plays the hero. And the thing about that is at the time they can really help each other and it can be very beautiful. But
Superman,
it doesn't, right, but it has to, but that dragon always has to be there to be slayed in order for the relationship to be there. If there isn't a conflict, the relationship itself becomes the conflict. And so I think there's a lot of, what I've seen is a lot of very agitated couples who would appear to have their own system of things and loving and all of that towards each other, but only when there's conflict. And if there isn't conflict, then they make that with each other. Very rarely have I seen couples that are just fucking there. Like they just know each other. They're comfortable with each other. That is very few from what I've seen in comparison to what I see over here. Granted, again, I'm in a very different type of culture here where it's mainly Hispanic and there's a lot of role playing in that. And there's a lot of expectations that's different you'll find in other places. So that, of course,
that sounds like a war type of trait. Like two allied nations with powerful armies, if there's a common enemy, they can both focus on that. But once that common enemy is gone, it's like an infighting type thing.
Yeah.
I think society in general has put us in boxes, so to speak, to have this specific gender role playing thing where the male is supposed to be the provider and the protector and all these things, and a woman just supposed to just be there, so to speak,
Yeah, look at Shiva and Kali.
Right.
Like the origins of this whole thing was flipped.
That's true.
I'm not gonna say that there wasn't a masculine deity that did display dominance in the past, because who knows what civilizations existed out here. But for what we have on record, we know that the male, at least in Vedic philosophy, was, in the case of Shiva and Kali, was the not a feminine role, but he played the submissive role.
It's
not saying he's
interesting.
weak.
Yeah, look at Marusha.
Exactly. He doesn't get involved at all.
He just sit his ass up there while Prakriti do every goddamn thing. You know what I mean? So, we can go by man laws or we can go by cosmic laws.
And then look at nature. And then look at nature, bro.
Yeah.
The lion pride, the mama bear.
Yeah.
Do I have to keep naming it? Like the lionesses do the hunting. Exactly. Mufasa was chilling. Mufasa was chilling. Yeah, yo, man, it's out here, man. And us in the Western world, we really flipped this shit.
Yeah, that's why we're powerless.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah, that's why all this destruction is. We got fucking emission laws. I mean, we just fucking this whole damn thing up over here.
Ego, all ego.
Ego, yeah. The Western world is the I really like looking at how the Western world flipped a lot of these the balance that was set in place. Like we really this is like the ego nation of the world. Like America, at least I would say America is definitely like the ego representation of the world. And, it's obvious to see that.
You
So
know,
it makes
and it does kind of go both ways though too, right? Because as a result, like there's a woman who I know who is the dominant one in her relationship, and she has so much resentment for her husband. Like she calls him a pussy, she calls him names, she says she can't fucking stand him.
Lord.
Yes, very, very cruel. And she's even like willing, like it sounds like she's even willing to cheat on this guy. Like she's taking too much of the dominant role, so much that I almost feel like talking to her husband and be like, reel her in, man.
You wouldn't know how. If it's gotten that far, I don't know if you know how.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man.
And so I think that goes both ways because, I hear these conversations between men who go to South America from North America. And they say, oh, the women in South America are so much better because because they're not this independent bullshit that women are in North America, blah, blah, blah. They actually want to be there for the companionship, da, da, da. So I get that point to a certain extent because I have seen these women. I have seen where it's like, I'm the alpha, I'm going to run this shit, blah, blah, blah. I don't need you, da, da, da. I think a relationship is very much a balancing act. And I think that there's also, I think that in the end, if both partners hold resentment towards each other, no matter who's playing what role, it's not going to work. You can't have resentment building against your partner. You can't. It's not built to last if that happens.
And then when you said that, like I always look at it like Prakriti is a reflection of Purusha.
Yeah.
So like that, like she's not that reflection.
Right. And
like,
Purusha projects through Prakriti, right?
And I think that is a definite key in relationships to look for that dynamic. Like, is the person you're with a reflection of you?
Yes.
And
Yes.
if she is, or he is, can the other party that has that issue, can they humble their own ego to make that work? Because if not, then, we obviously know there's more work to be done.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that we get too carried away in our Western world of thinking about who's supposed to be playing what role. And it's like, well, the role is naturally going to show up if you are a legit reflection of each other. Like, and regardless, the role that's going to play out in your relationship is going to show up. It's going to play out. You are meshing together as a unit. This is what is becoming. So as I'm sharing my energy with you and you're sharing your energy with me, if it's getting convoluted and all of a sudden there's resentment there, then that's going to clash. And then we try to assign a role to that. Oh shit. Like that's not gonna work at all.
An illusionary role at that.
Yeah. So an illusionary role, exactly. Because then you both are going to be fighting for some type of power there that doesn't exist. There shouldn't be a power struggle in a relationship.
And I think it's important for you as a woman, Laura, as well, is women are fixers. Not trying to make someone not trying to make someone into what you want them to be or the potential that you see. Let them be exactly who they are.
Life lesson. Giving way too much away and not receiving enough back. That is
you're doing too much.
I love
and that happens on both aspects of the relationship, man. Because like we've seen it, men are dogs. Men are dogs. Like we've done it. Men do it. Women do it. Like it's on both sides of the fence. So it's like realistically, like it's a balancing act of both Purusha and Prakriti. Because the Purusha gets in his ego, like that's triple fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
If the man is in his ego, that's when it's really like, oh.
Yep.
At least from where I'm saying, from my like, from my experiences and how I get when I'm in my ego, like it's like, I'm on some Shao Kahn shit. It's my way or the highway, and and it don't have to be like that.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely does not have to be like that.
I'm really
If
loving.
if you have to say that, that means that's not even the one, not even close to it.
Exactly.
Because things that work to go.
But let me interject something here. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm always on this love shit. So if a woman can goddamn express her goddamn motives with love, you can get a fucking man, or affectionately per se, you get a man to do any goddamn thing. See, the problem is when they get to talking sporty at the mouth, talking shit to a man, you know what I'm saying? That fucking shatters his poor little ego, what ego he has left of him. But if you could tell a man to do anything in a nice ass fucking affectionate way with love, that motherfucker go shoot the president and come back and be like, baby, hey, I got him. But it's just all about
for real.
I'm telling you, because I fucking know true shit. I have the motherfucker move in the rain. You know what I mean? Motherfucker say, hey, baby, what you doing tonight? I need you to come help me move. And it was fucking raining. And just because she was so fucking sweet and gave me some kisses and rubbed on me, and I didn't even get my little happy ending, what I thought I was going to get. But still, at the end of the day, she was so sweet and so nice. I did that. Women have that much motherfucking power, but y'all have to be nice to us. But see, the religion shit, so that's why I want to throw in there, that religion also fucked us up too, because they got all this biblical shit, not even biblical, but it's all in all the dogmas, man, that show you that the man's supposed to dominate. And I don't know what fucking, but you know what propaganda they had going on to do that. But anyway, well, back to what I was originally saying, if a woman can understand how to communicate to that man affectionately in a loving way, you get that motherfucker to conquer the world.
Who was it? Kari. Kari brought up a really good book that was written by a guy. I can't remember the name, but he was talking about the roles of men and women. And
yes.
When it's like divine feminine, divine masculine type stuff. Yes. And how the woman is the natural healer and the oracle, and the male is the warrior, and he kind of breaks down what the real provider role is. That's a natural instinct and female, and
that's
how
funny you say that.
All we are is a protector. I'm just gonna put that out there.
So much,
man, I hate that shit. It wasn't true.
And then look at Purusha, man. Look at Purusha, like. If creation was under, like, let's just say, like, some fucking, flood Cthulhu entity was to absorb all of Prakriti, all of creation, Purusha's the one that's gonna step in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, if that, like, I'm beginning to see, like, maybe, like, Purusha doesn't get involved until the absorption back into him.
Well, let's take it to this, right? Okay, so Matt, you said if there was a big old dragon or something and it swallowed up all of Prakriti, Purusha would step in. Well, what is Prakriti? Prakriti is the thing that created the monster. So, yeah. So, yes, Purusha could change that landscape, but it was Prakriti that was already developing the monster that was going to be eating it.
And Purusha would not. He would not step in. He would have nothing to do with her.
He would observe.
All right.
He would watch that. He would watch that thing eat her up. She created it.
But she created it out of his seed.
Out of his projection.
That's the thing. Just like what somebody said a little bit earlier, like Prakriti is the only thing that moves. The masculine aspect, he's just the blueprint. That's it. He doesn't do anything but chill. He's the blueprint. Prakriti is the doing. She's the matrix. She's the womb, and she's also the exciter of the seed that's put into her. So any problems, it's all part of her.
Mm-hmm.
So our mission and our role in all this is to recognize these patterns that are at play, like masculine and feminine dynamic. It's an afterthought of an echo of a copy of a pattern. It's the pattern of the relationship between Prakriti and Purusha. Only because everything in this matrix is a pattern of a pattern of a pattern. Like that's what makes this the matrix. It's simply a series of reflections that are infinite. And truly masculine and feminine and human aspects is not even a real thing. Like we have these bodies and they have a certain balance of chemicals, and those chemicals have an influence on our states and our ideas and our feelings and our memories. Like, I was talking to a female friend about a wedding today, and she's a lot like me. Like, we don't really care about being a part of humanity, but she's like, a part of my feminine nature thinks it would be cute to have a little wedding. I'm not out here dreaming about weddings, but a part of my chemical nature thinks it would be cute to have a wedding. I don't have that, but I see where she's coming from. Most of the stuff that we identify as like feminine, it's just chemical influence.
Yeah. It's and what is that, and what is that chemical influence, right? I totally feel her on that wedding. It's the creation aspect that Prakriti has. It's that movement, right? It's the creation aspect. And not saying that Purusha doesn't have that, but if we're acting off of these, if we're mirroring off of what creation is, these are the kinds of things that we can keep in mind as we develop. But feminine and masculine doesn't necessarily have to do with gender.
So is Prakriti the human brain?
Prakriti is everything that can be experienced and what is experiencing that.
Right.
Because I do remember Bobby saying like the brain was the progenitor of the Matrix, if I'm not mistaken.
I would take it a step further, because like what I said earlier when we were talking about whatever, you got levels of existence, right? You got these layers. Prakriti is all those layers. You got the dense layer that we can realize, because there's even denser levels in this. We just can't realize it. The same way we can't go into the bottom of the ocean and survive because it's too dense. The pressure's too much. But as dense as we can recognize is the physical body and the raw five senses, just the raw sensations with no opinions, just the simple fact that my nose detects a smell. The next layer is my like and my dislike about what I have detected. So I detect a smell of Fruity Pebbles and I like it. That's the second layer. The third layer is how I feel about me liking the smell of Fruity Pebbles that my nose is picking up. Then there's another layer of how I feel about Fruity Pebbles. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's layers and layers and layers and layers and layers. And as you continue to go up, your perception of reality begins to expand. Now, here where we get smart people and dumb people is that some people are limited in their layers of perception. Some people only have the perception of their five senses and their opinions about their five senses. Then you have some people who have feelings about their opinions. And then you guys have heard of the phrase metacognition. This is being able to think about your thoughts. But then there's meta even above that. And this is where we truly get into intelligence and genius, because if you keep going up in these layers, you're getting further and further away from the five senses, and you're getting closer and closer to Purusha himself. Now we're starting to tap into what we call intuition. Now we're starting to tap into these magical senses that seem to defy time and space because they're not dependent on time and space. Now, since we're extending higher and higher, this is what happens. Like, look at these swamis and look at a lot of people who have reached these levels. You're getting away from those things that define humanity. So it's like you're getting further away from expression of society, expression of gender, expression of allegiance to any particular group. Like, you start getting more and more neutral because you're floating away from the human experience. But all of that is Prakriti. Until you reach the point where you are no longer a part of any layers, now you're starting to get out of Prakriti. That's why I said before, like, all matter is the same thing. All matter. But that explanation of these layers is also the explanation of the physical plane, etheric plane, astral plane, mental plane, causal plane. And again, the higher up you go, the further you get from the physical body. The soul isn't male or female. Your thoughts, your concepts aren't male and female. Your emotions aren't male and female. Honestly, that man and woman, it is very powerful on the physical plane and the etheric plane. But past that, it starts to get real cloudy.
Right. So perhaps instead of seeing it as we're trying to mirror Purusha and Prakriti, maybe we're just trying to express Prakriti in our relationships.
Absolutely. We're trying to express how we fit into Prakriti's puzzle. We're looking
Mhm.
for our place within Prakriti. We're looking for our role within nature. See, animals know this instinctively, but this animal, it confuses itself. It pretends to know more than it knows. It pretends to know less than it knows.
Damn. So are the animals more in tune with Prakriti than we are?
They're on a
Course.
different radio station, but yeah, they don't have the they don't have the burden of metacognition. They just rely on the trillions of years of memory that has been stored up for them and telling them what exactly to do. That's why a bird knows how to fly.
That's what Assassin's Creed was about. God damn.
That's what. Yeah, memory is a hell of a thing, man. This memory is actually the blueprint. That's what it is. Memory is not like what you did 2 years ago. Like memory is infinite, and we use memory. That's how the body knows what to do. That's why the body knows when you drink milk, it's gonna filter it out and send some over here and some over there. And if your particular makeup does not need milk, matter of fact, if your particular makeup hates milk, it knows to have a terrible reaction to that theory. Your body knows that because of the trillions of years of memory that have built up. Think about it. Now we got all these paths, right? If you look at like your ancestors, right, and the bloodline and how it all strings out and maps out all over the place, somewhere in that memory bank, you had a reason for being lactose intolerant. There's a purpose for it. Everybody don't have that, and everybody in your family don't have it. Why do you have it specifically? Why do you specifically have blue eyes? Why do you specifically have good hair, right? Why do you specifically have this or that or a third? There's something that is in those memory banks that you specifically have been chosen to express. Chosen by
Right.
Why? Because you serve a specific role in this day and age.
You know what's interesting? I did my genealogy a while ago, and I was revisiting it today. And I realized that a lot of my family and their migration methods actually cycled around the same places that I have visited personally: Brazil, Mexico, North America. The only side of the family that places that I hadn't visited that they were from was Lithuania. But besides that, I visited every place unconsciously that my family was actually from or coming from. And I exhibit behaviors that were careers that my family had like 6 generations ago. So we play more of a role. Like this is where our generational curses and ancestral shit really comes in, because we really are a product of we are a character, a role that we are playing out that has been evolving through the generations, literally 6 generations ago. Like my family was in Pennsylvania as Native Americans who were hooking up with people coming over who were also from Brazil. And that family that was in North America originally was from Mexico. Like these places, I visited these places multiple times before I even knew that this was where my family had been migrating themselves. I went on through my own pilgrimage through this shit, and was, again, like I just said, was doing career things that they were also doing at that time and continue to do. Like, like
you one of them apocalypto babies.
Oh wow.
Some of the Mayan babies. That's you. Hey.
Yeah, man. Powhatan tribe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hey, bro.
And that was a cousin.
It's beautiful out here, man. Like just really getting down that and that's another thing, man. Just going into your genetic memory. Yeah. Is such a goddamn like blessing on this path, because not only are you gonna find out about yourself, you're gonna get to those realizations. Like, at least from my perspective, like I'm into a lot of this alien shit. And I was laughing earlier when Trav made that video earlier today about like conspiracies and shit, man. Because it's like, most people would take like a negative spin on that shit. They would.
Mm-hmm.
Out of fear, ignorance, and not knowing. And like my grandfather, he was like a radar technician. And I know they use radars like, like, all right, I won't share this on live, but like, y'all can go where that goes. But the whole premise of it is like, he would always put me around this shit. Like he would always be around like X-Files, aliens. He would always put that in my face. And I would never know, like, I was terrified of this shit as a kid. But as I grow up, I have this connection to the xenomorph. I have this connection to like watching X-Files, and I'm seeing the grays and shit. And I'm like, God damn, like what didn't, and my grandfather had passed. And I'm like, God damn, what, like, I wish I got to ask him while he was here, like, what did you know? Like, did you experience anything in like, when you were working like with the US military, were you like, what happened? What was going on? And it's like, I've gotten so deep in this shit, like it's aligned with the Vedic text. And that's when I knew, like, this is the same shit Bobby found. This is the same shit that Phil Valentine, all of them found, like, and it's a very powerful, like, thing, like, just going through it, and digging through these archives, reading these books, and, finding myself and finding, like, what, why my grandfather was so big on extraterrestrials, why he was so big on, like, he was telling me about fucking chi, man. When I'm like 5 years old, watching, he's fucking put me on the Dragon Ball, he put me on all this shit that I'm in right now. And it makes me wonder, like, and he spent years in Korea with the military, he spoke fluent Korean. I'm so attached to, the Eastern philosophy and the Eastern, like, aspect of way of thinking. And it's like, God damn, like, he was literally setting this shit, not just genetically of his experience, but verbally talking to me and verbally telling me, like, yo, like, there's more out here, grandson. There's more out here.
Grandpa Gohan.
Grandpa Gohan, bro. He was like my real Grandpa Gohan. Like, bro, man. Like, and as a kid, man, that was like, I wanted to be, like, I used to, like, oh, man. That and dinosaurs, man, that was my shit. And that's another thing, that whole reptilian thing, like, that shit. And Bobby popped the nail in that shit with the Kundalini energy, man. We are that. And, like, the more that I work with, a lot of this Vedic text and, reincarnation and all this shit, like, there's a reason why our ancestors, like, done what they did. There's a reason why, Grandpappy came up. Yeah, grandson, yeah, this is, why don't you sit down and watch this with me? And I'm watching Piccolo and Goku fight Raditz for the first time on, over-recorded VHSs and shit. And I'm just infatuated with, like, I was a big Piccolo and Frieza guy growing up. So it was like I already was connected to that shit. And, it just makes me wonder, like, did he have experiences that I'm tapping into now? Was he involved with all this stuff that I was into now? And he's like, and it was like really like when he passed, that's when I really got serious, man. Not just because, granddad, I want to help them on the other side, but like it really like sparked a fire under me to really like get to the bottom of this shit, man. And it's just crazy you bring up that genetic memory of your ancestors, or going to like from being from like Brazil and Mexico and all this shit, because it's like I know it connects down here on Earth, but there's a cosmic aspect and a cosmic link that is very like overlooked, man. And that got me wondering. I might have to write that. I might journal that. God damn it! Fuck that.
I know you got a granddad out today. If you don't, you better hook one up tonight.
Yes, man. Look up your elders. You never know, man. You never
Through your
know.
genealogy, look it up through your genealogy, through your records, actual records, because that'll tell you what they were doing too. And you're gonna see shit like my great grandfather was part of a secret magic society.
Wow.
The fuck? The fuck?
Wow. That's crazy. Like my bad. My little brothers, man, they are linked. My little brothers, they're linked to like historical American people. You know, I'm not related to their mother, but you know, we got the same father, and it's like, goddamn, like, bro, like dad, like, how the fuck you lined up with that, yo, like, you know, and it's like, I'm big on, I'm not like a patriot or anything like that, but you know, we all want to see what's best for like ourselves and the people around us, including, you know, people we live with in this country, but it just makes me think why my personality was developed the way it was. Why do I have a hero complex? Why do I have, you know, connections to extraterrestrial beings? Why do I have an infatuation with Asian culture? Why do I have, you know, I wear my Rudrakasha every day. Like I was at, you know, I'm walking on the boardwalk of Myrtle Beach. Dude's like, yeah, man, what's that? Like, I'm like, yeah, man, I'm over here to Tibetan Rudrakasha, yada, yada, yada. And it's like,
yeah,
these
man.
subtle and small things that pop up in our life, like they're constant reminders of like the source of where like all of our memories and behaviors and personality traits come from. And it's in the genetic memory. It's really like, it's not us. It's not what we are, but it's an expression of this. It's an expression of what we represent in this realm. And I'm beginning to understand that, like, it's deep, man.
Yeah.
I definitely still got to do some more digging on that, but
For sure.
This vacation definitely brought some enlightenment and some shadow work that needed to be done. And it's crazy you brought up that masculine like warrior thing, because that was what my dream was about. Earlier this week, man, I went to like a warrior fucking realm. And I know Andrew, I wish Andrew was still up in there, because I saw like some robotic like women, and that was the craziest shit. Like I'm like, and I know I play a lot of like sci-fi shit, but like, and this stuff can bleed into your consciousness in dream time. But there's no, like, he didn't bring that shit up for no reason, man.
Man,
Oh
no,
man.
that's
I'll
that's
definitely
really,
share that later on when the live is shut
yeah,
off.
please do, because I might have seen you.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, Alora, because there was a lot of females. Like I was looking like, ooh, who the fuck is this? Like, yo.
I might have seen you, man.
I saw a lot of feminine like warriors.
See, I didn't
that
get
was like a big eye opener. Like it was like, oh man.
Man, yeah, I
Oh,
might have
man.
seen you. We might have passed by. That's really interesting. But yeah, and on the generational front, when from looking at my family map there and really breaking that down today, what became apparent to me was not only are these behaviors and was this role for myself to play out in this realm so evolved, but this is another way of how we can see, or how I could see, how the karma is exhausting itself. You know, we talk about all these different lifetimes. Well, what if these lifetimes are us being our ancestors? Like, we have this karma being exhausted, and it's in this continuous loop playing out these various roles over and over and over again. That's why when we go to the unconscious, we can say, oh, I had this behavior because I remember from this past life. What if that was a supposed ancestor, aka you?
Wow.
Telling you, man, these layers of memory is not what we think it is. I've never played Assassin's Creed. I keep hearing you say that, so I guess there might be some kind of connection. But
Yeah,
these
they have this. Oh my bad.
these
They
layers
have a tech. Oh my bad. Go ahead, Trav. You already know you about to drop the bomb.
these layers of memory we're dealing with. It's data, it's information, and we just so happen to find our experience along the timeline of that information. So data is time, is space attached to time, right? There's matter that is locked into time. For example, something like this it has to exist now. Like before the game Skylanders, y'all remember when Skylanders came out and you can get these little toys and you put on a little thing and you can play with that creature in the game, right? That was genius whoever came up with that, because for the little kids who can't, resist, man, parents spent a ton of money buying these little figures. And after that game was done, what can you do with these things? Nothing. Unless you're mages, of course. But anyways, like certain items and certain objects, they have to exist locked into time zones, right? So that's how Prakriti plays out existence. Everything has to be locked into a time zone. It can't just exist all at once. Only in the Akashic level can it exist all at once. But we're not in the Akashic level. Our awareness is on the material plane. So that being said, our awareness is locked into a specific time zone because we are aware of specific karma that has to be taken care of right now. Of all the karma that is our entire existence, gratefully and gracefully, we're only responsible for this little bitty slice. I don't know if y'all hear what I just said. Of all the karma that you are responsible for in your entire existence in this matrix, you're mercifully placed in this little 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 year slice to take care of that much karma. May she grant us happiness, because holy shit, that's awesome. That's mercy right there. But in any case, memory is the if you lay all that karma out on a timeline from this is the past and this is the future, right? We find ourselves in the middle somewhere dealing with this slice of karma. But our awareness at some other point in time had to deal with other slices of karma this way and that way. It's not just this body that is our incarnation. We have other incarnations, countless incarnations, doing the same type of thing that we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But the beautiful thing is, as you see, that's working left to right. That's working horizontally. And that's why that's where most people are. They're only doing horizontal work. When you start getting into the occult, now you start doing vertical work. Now, the great thing about vertical work is you can start dealing with bigger chunks of your karma, right? So now that's why they say when you get into the occult, you're not just healing yourself, but you're also healing your family and the people in your little clique, right? The people who are karmically attached to you. Your healing now extends to all the people that you are connected to, because as you rise, you're healing bigger chunks of karma. Why? Because the higher up you go, the closer you go to the Akashic plane, the more that time and space converge into one thing. So if you start rising to that level, you start healing karma at that level. You start stabilizing, balancing, and harmonizing karma at that level. You follow me? So healing generation curses, it's not just about you breaking patterns that your parents did or whatever. It's you finally saying to reality, okay, I've learned that lesson. We don't have to do this ever again.
Mm-hmm.
Ever. That's a powerful thing.
Yeah. Man, I love it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Fucking love it. Oh my God.
It's bigger than just like love spells, money spells, and like that little shit that we talk about. Like that's good on a level. But what we're talking about and what we're getting into is way bigger than just this lifetime. Like the stuff that I talk about, this is bigger than just your current incarnation.
Yeah, we are the next Bobbies and like Phil Valentine's, bro. Like the more that I see this shit, man, it's really showing like each and every one of us, especially on this like this little, even the people in the chat on YouTube, man. Like, the fact y'all even watching this shit.
Right.
Real. You could be literally. You could be on the hub. You could be doing anything right now, but you watching this shit.
Y'all watched the game last night?
Y'all could be trying lasagna right now.
Y'all could be on some of that shit. Hey, people been trying to tell me to watch the Sandman for the last fucking how long that shit been out?
Yes.
Man, I can't get to it, man. You know, got these
Or
fucking
Nope,
book
bro. That's
grind.
another one. Everyone telling me to see Nope. I'm like, I already know what the fuck that's about.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I'm still goddamn stuck on chapter 15 of the goddamn Kabbalah. Shit.
Fact.
What the fuck?
Shit, man. There's still lines in Lights and Ladders. Ladders and Lights that I'm still. I'm watching those shits. I'm watching them old live streams, man. I'm getting jewels off those. Like,
Like, why? I mean, the question I always ask: why the hell am I so passionate about this knowledge and nobody else is around me? I mean, even when it oozes out, you know, spontaneously, it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know, so I just stuff that shit back in and get back into, hey, you watched the game last night, dumb shit. So now I'm feeling I get a little depressed, a little discontent with myself. So I'm like, damn, oh shit, we got inner light activation coming on. Like, oh shit, let me hurry we get to this shit. You know what I mean? Because you guys ground me. You know, this channel, the best thing it has done for me, it has truly grounded my path. Because I was out there real bad. But when I come listen to you guys, I feel love, man. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I know, and I'm pretty sure everybody know we can get on our soapboxes and we can fly on out into infinity forever. But you guys are so sensitive and so patient, you know? Like, I get people, you know, sometimes I drop some of the heaviest shit on people that I can imagine. I drop some real Kabbalistic ass cosmic shit. And then they'll be like, why you cussing so much? I'm like, hold up, goddamn, I just dropped chapter 15 on the Kabbalah on your ass. You need to start at the top at Kelta. And then they like, yeah, you cussing too much. I can't dig that. You need to go to church. You need to, I mean, so if anything, I want to let you guys know that you guys truly ground me. And this shit is like, I want to just show my gratitude. So thank you, Trav, and the rest of you guys. Appreciate it. Y'all keep dropping, and trust me, if you feel like you're talking too much like I do, keep going. I mean, we love you. we all do it.
Here, here. It's all our chatterboxes.
We all chatterboxes.
An expression of Pakriti.
I mean, hell, and I remember also whenever some of you guys go on, and sometimes when I go on, we don't really have nobody else to talk to about this stuff.
You don't.
Exactly.
Got to take that with a
I really don't. You guys.
And it's like all the information bottled up, man. It just comes out, man.
Yeah, it comes out.
Right.
And then every now and then you catch yourself like, oh shit, I've been talking for the last 20 minutes. So don't feel bad if you keep going on and on, because trust me, at least you guys listen and don't like over talk me, like, you know, keep that shit to the curb. You know, you guys actually understand where I be coming from, but you know, they don't. You know, so I want to thank y'all, man. I'm grateful for having you guys.
For the same reason, Gator, I want to thank you. And I want to thank you for always coming in here with positivity and gratitude. Like, that sets a standard. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's part of this frequency, and you keep that up. Thank you.
Exactly, man. You definitely shifted my mindset in live. During the live, like some funky shit will happen to me while I'm on the live, and you'll say some shit, and that shit will completely diffuse the whole situation. Just put an end to all that karma I would have built up.
Yeah, man, we gotta have fun with this shit too, man. You know that, and you know sometimes people don't like, you know, to have fun. Laughter right up there with love, man. I live from the heart. And shit, that heart energy, man. I know here I go again with this shit, but that heart energy, man, that's a fucking superpower. That's my new goddamn spirit I done created.
Why you think all the superheroes got the logo on the chest, man?
Yeah, that logo on the chest. Why? Oh shit.
Good.
Wait a minute.
You know, hey, speaking of which, my fear, I had put an F on my chest and I tore it off my chest. I threw that shit in a box, and I locked that motherfucker up, and I got down through it, and it's locked up in the box, and I walked away from it. That was like a ritual I did. You know what I'm saying? I got that shit from that little box off of, that was that movie Hellraiser. They had like this little box on there. Yeah, I know I'm
Oh
going back.
yeah.
Yeah, you remember that shit? They had
I
like a
do.
little box. Yeah. Man, I'm telling you, two motherfuckers in Hollywood, they are the biggest occult motherfuckers in the world, and they've been whooping our ass. They've been whooping our subconscious mind to death.
Yes, they have, man. Yes, they have.
They got me. They had me scared and shit.
Yes.
But now I look at that shit from a whole different perspective. I look at it and I learn from them.
That fear was a lesson.
Right.
Yeah.
That fear was a lesson. It wasn't a burden. It was a lesson. And whether they realize that shit or not, Merle, like.
Listen, man, I was terrified as a kid of Hellraiser. I was terrified of xenomorph aliens. Like, I was scared of all this stuff. So, like, as I started getting into Goetia and stuff, I started paying attention to my old fears. And one of the things I did specifically was, like, I would get as spooky as possible, right? Turn the lights out, put on some creepy music, get a little paranoid if I could. And I would do a ritual and summon those entities. I had to face them. I remember specifically I did an entity with Hellraiser and the Cenobites. Wow. And they came to me. Whew. And this is where I was really learning to, like, maintain my frame amidst fear. And it turns out they were like, how do you want us to serve you? Just keep me safe, I suppose, as you wish. So, like, I learned something, like, my mind really dictates what happens. Like, you can approach any entity as long as you're able to hold your confidence. And I'm not talking about, like, I'm God, you got to obey me, get on your knees and pay me respect. Like, that's not confidence. That's not confidence. That's the same thing as the dude that Alora was talking about, or the bratty girl Andrew was talking about. That's bravado and overcompensation. Confidence is being able to look these things in the eye with authority, not trying to prove authority, but just looking and facing it with a solid stance. Things respond just off of that frame. So when I say maintain your frame, I'm saying find that frame for yourself where you can stand confidently without being moved by fear. The world would change simply based off of that frame.
I remember.
You don't hear me talk in any of my videos about they're doing this to us, y'all. We got to get ready, y'all. We got to prepare. Like, you will never hear that. You never have heard me say that. I don't operate out of that frame. Your other YouTubers might.
Yeah, I remember my first time dealing with a dark entity or facing that. I was so my first time I was writing a comic book on, or I was making up a comic book on, the plan was on the true history of religion. And I got through the first couple of chapters and then I went to bed and it was like a Dementor type creature that just shot up. And I got so scared that I was screaming. And when I came to, my boyfriend at the time was over me, like hitting the air, going, "Oh, Laura, wake up, wake up." And I was like, "What happened?" And he goes, "I've never seen you scream like that." He goes, "You were in the room." He goes, "You were sleeping, but you were screaming and you were pointing towards something. So I just started hitting it and yelling at it." And I was like, "Oh, thanks." And so since then I was like really scared. And then I had this reading to clear any blockages that, I had brought with me from lifetimes ago or some shit like that, right? And that night I had a dream, and in my dream I'm in my room, and all of a sudden that Tormentor thing comes again, but there's two of them, and it was like one of them was like a black spider-like being, like they were all in black, so almost like shadows, and the spider-like thing was long and it crawled up my ceiling, and the other one was at the door. Fucking freaky as shit, like, just because it was just so scary looking, And I remember that time I was like, okay, all right, I got this. So I got up and I was like, hey, hold on, I have to pee. When I come back, we're gonna talk. So I got up past the, and I just like inched my way past the door, like, well, excuse me. And I went to the bathroom. And then and then I sat on the bed and I was like, all right, what's up, guys? And then they fucking disappeared. And I was like, you could have said something. Like, and so then I hit up the lady again and I was like, yo, after that reading you gave me, this is what I saw. Can you, excuse me. I was like, can you tell me? Woo! Okay, sorry. I keep thinking I'm going to sneeze and then it hits the brink and then I don't sneeze. There it goes. All right. So, so anyway, I called the lady and I was like, yo, can you tell me like what this was? And she was like, sure, I'll channel it for you. And I was like, thank you. And she told me that was that they were, according to her, right? This was from another, that they were from a past self of mine, like another incarnation that I had taken. And that they were there, that they were like remnants of that. And they were like checking in to observe to see if I still remembered them or not. And then they just left me alone. But what I think it is, looking back on that, was I think that what I saw was in relationship to that Dementor thing, that whenever I was going through a serious change, this thing would show up. So somehow there was some type of blockage there that had built itself into its own entity. And I think that I had projected that in this way. And so it came to me and, but that night I fucking dealt with it. And then it left me alone since. And since then, any type of scary nightmare that I have or anything like that, it's just this free flow awareness where I'm just like, all right, I see what's going on. Let's talk, kind of thing. Then it doesn't become scary anymore. But yeah, that was my first time where I was like dealing with that.
And that's the first gatekeeper, that fear, man.
Mm-hmm.
Fear. Once you drop the fear, everything becomes clear. Cause I ain't gonna even lie, y'all ain't gonna.
And then I wanna touch on a little thing like this. You see how Hollywood gave you a form to put your fear within. That Dementor.
Yeah.
So it makes you wonder, like, damn. Like, at least me with Xenomorphs, like Trav said, he was terrified of them. I was too, man. Like, they were big, man. They were, like, I was afraid to use the bathroom, go in the basement. I remember this shit, man. I remember this shit. Like, I'm thinking the face hugger is gonna come up the sewer in the basement, pop up on my ass. I'm,
like, I had to sleep with the covers over my head. I didn't want to I had to have the covers over my head because I didn't want to just open my eyes and see one of them busting through the wall. Like,
yeah, man. Like, and that's the thing. It wasn't even the black xenomorph. It was the fucking face hugger for me, man. It was like getting introduced to the shit. Like, that was the one. And the spider thing too. Like, they look like big ass spiders and shit. So it was like, oh, that shit just fed into my whole fear as a child. But like now, as I deal with not just my shadow, but fear as a whole and understanding why fear exists and what it's here for as a gatekeeper, now I use them. Like, face huggers be chilling. Like, I can have a face hugger on my etheric form and I'll be chilling. Like,
right.
Homie will be like, hey man, what's up? I'm like, hey man, you go over there, peep what's going on in down in the town, down left, whatever. And I actually got results from, I work with the face huggers and shit, man. Like, it's some powerful shit when you really take those forms of fear that you had, especially as a child, and you put them to work.
Yeah. Right.
And that's really what magic is about, man. It's really about taking those essences that you put negative perspectives on, flipping them using transmutation, Alora, and and bringing that into the light and all of that shit. But
Yeah.
you're just bringing it into awareness, which is what the light is.
Gator,
Yes, sir.
I think your audio might be coming in kind of low.
Oh, it's coming in low.
We going into some deep shit
Can you
here.
hear me?
And somebody sound like they rolling 8 pairs of dice.
Are they cooking crack?
Oh God!
I don't know what that sounds like. Let me put that disclaimer out there.
Yeah.
Am I coming in low? Still coming in low?
I mean, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I have a question of how if this is the big white elephant in the room. How the fuck do you teach somebody to get rid of fear?
Really, I think you gotta face it, man.
Well, how do you teach that? I mean, I gave up. I mean, because I'm be honest, I gave up all fears, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't had a bad dream since I gave that shit up. I mean, y'all gonna think I'm crazy as fuck. I'm actually looking for some action.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, I know that sounds kind of crazy. I'm looking for some fucking gory, Cthulhu type shit. You know what I mean? Because I used to get that shit when I was full of fear. But and when I dropped that shit, when I just gave up, it's like everything is like fucking love and light, beautiful peaches and cream and shit. Hey, trust me, I love that shit now. I love it now, but it just seems like though you really tap into the true essence of who you are when you drop the fear, because I've evolved a whole lot since I dropped the fear. But you can't teach it because I can't really. People come to me all kinds of ways, and they be so full of these fears. Oh my God! And there's no way. There's nothing I could tell them to. Hey, drop your fear. There's no way you could teach somebody to drop fear.
Right.
Somebody do that recipe. Teach me.
That's the thing. It's not to be taught. I mean, let's take it out of a magical context and just put it into life. You know what I'm saying? Like real life situations. You got people who scared, and you got people who not scared. The whole thing is like losing fear. It's a privilege. Like that's not a given. You have to earn that. Like you have to earn. All of us here, we earned that. Most people aren't willing to earn that. It's when I say earn that, that means you have to put in work to get it. Because fear it's literally been programmed into us. It's programmed into you. So you have to use personal willpower to transcend that. It has to come from a level within. And if you're not ready to earn that, then you're not worthy of it. You're not worthy of it. So if a person is afraid they're not worthy of being fearless, can't be taught.
Yeah, because you could even say that fear is just simply something that is unknown, right? That helped me face it, was recognizing that it was something that I just didn't know. But I also had to be in a place where I was willing to face it and neutralize it once I did become aware of it, of what is actually there. And that's like that's fear is the I think the reason why fear exists is because that is as Matthew brought up, that is the gatekeeper to the next level. Like are you willing to step into the unknown? Every single one of us here is like, literally, if someone tells us, okay, we got to go through this deep, dark tunnel, get bitten by Lilith, and fucking come out the other side, and we got to, figure all this shit out, blah, blah, blah. But by the end of it, you're going to be at a next level, but you don't know what that next level is. All of us are like, fuck it, let's go.
That's it. That's
like,
all.
Fuck it. Let's check it out. Yeah, let's find out what's going on. Whatever, we'll figure it out. I haven't been bitten by Lilith before. Let's find out what that's like.
You don't want to add anything to this, Lilith? I mean, we could do something also. I mean,
I think it's all based on the first thing you have to do is change your perspective and how you see things. how do you see these things? I mean, because we have been taught that the devil is the one with the horns and scared with fire and all that. You have to change your perspective. I mean, that's the first step. What's
Yeah, but you did it. You did it, but how can they do it?
I mean, first they have to make your mindset the first thing that changed when you walk down this path anyway. Your mindset, how you see things, you know. You have to be pretty open-minded to say that something that you have been taught for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, or however long it took you to get down this path. How long did it take you to change the perspective? And you should know that it won't take one day to get where you're going, you know, to change the fear or your perspective or anything.
It was a day in, day out thing, because I got right up to there a lot of times and I folded. I was like, okay, I'm finna summon Lucifer tonight, goddamn it, fuck this shit. And then as soon as all that time, it was a fucking full moon, I lit the candles, I blew the motherfuckers out and went and said my prayers, went to sleep. Yeah, you know, hey, you know what I mean? Shit, I chickened out.
We all been there, bro. We all been there.
Yeah, you know?
Right.
So, but once I just got the kahunas and just took that leap of faith, per se, and just did it, I'm like, oh, shit.
I guarantee you saw Lucifer in a whole different light once you jumped though. You know what I mean? You told yourself, man, this motherfucker don't even exist in that particular manner. Right. This motherfucker don't come into me and make me do anything. You probably change your perspective before you.
With a pitchfork and a fucking red cape.
Man,
if it was a whole different experience.
Shit. That reminds me of when Michael W. Ford. I remember when I felt that the most intense. Michael W. Ford had this ritual. I believe it I don't remember which book it was, but you had to deny the archangels. So you had to actually build for each one of the archangels. You had to smash them, and that was you signifying that you are breaking the protection of the archangel. Man, I couldn't do that ritual. I couldn't do it because I'm like, do I really want to? Ooh, that was intense. But you know, like I said, that was around the same period of time where I had to realize I got to face everything I'm afraid of, everything. But now that Open said what you just said, that reminds me. So honestly, I think that one can be taught to transcend fear. As a matter of fact, I know one can be taught to transcend fear. It's not going to happen in just a regular conversation, though. It would take some NLP. It would take some modeling. So, like, literally,
look at soldiers, man.
Huh?
I said, look at soldiers.
Right. So, literally, what we'd have to do, like, the easiest way to do it, technically, would be to get the submodalities and the strategy. We know what submodalities are. That's the characteristics of the movie that you're playing in your head, what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it feels like. You would get the submodalities of their confident state. And if you can go a step higher, get the submodalities and the strategy. Strategy is how a person uses those submodalities to go from one step to the next step. So you get the strategy and you get the submodalities of how a person processes, operates, and initiates their flow state or their confident state or their feel-good state. You get those strategies and submodalities down. Then you take them into a fearful state and find out the strategies and submodalities of their fear. How do they produce fear? We're not just scared of stuff. Something triggers that fear, and then we go into a strategy and amplify that fear. So it may be a word that triggers an image. That image might trigger more images, which triggers a kinesthetic feeling. Now I got goosebumps. My stomach is all gurgling. I'm about to piss on myself. I'm crying. Like, that doesn't just happen. We lead ourselves into that state. State is an astral thing. So if we can figure out the submodalities and the strategy of how we process the flow state and confidence, and then we get the submodalities and strategies of how we process fear, all we have to do is extrapolate the data from the flow state, the happy state, the confident state, and bring it over to the fear state and replace it. That's how you teach someone to get rid of fear. And
you can make some money doing that shit. You need to sell that. Tell them put a goddamn quarter in the jukebox and get rid of this damn fear.
What I'd like to see by the time I'm a very, very old man is that they have these little robots or androids or computer programs that can literally walk a person through reprogramming themselves. So you could sit. I watched this movie last night. Well, I didn't watch the whole thing.
Drama.
Yeah. My cousin was watching this movie where I don't know the name of it, but it's on Netflix or something, where these bugs, they end up getting really giant and all these people are like scattered into different colonies. And at one point he was like hugging this robot and it had a picture of his mom. And it's like, what would you like to say to your mother if you could say anything to her right now? And I'm like, yo, that's NLP. I'm like, yo, what if they made these robots that everyone could have in their home, a therapy robot, and it would actually use NLP to help them overcome their problems?
Wow.
Elon Musk, Donald Mustard, you can have it.
Please get on that. Jeff Bezos, somebody.
Okay, like that on iRobot.
That's like a Neopet.
And shit, iRobot was a big movie. That was the crash story for that whole inorganic species.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sonny, the son, Tefra.
Ooh, Sonny. Dang.
That's why they named him Sonny, bro. And then you had the brother, Will Smith. You had the brother, Will Smith, come up and show him the way.
Wow.
Damn.
And then around that same time, you got to look at Will Smith. What movie came out after that? Hancock. What was that about? Them movies might be connected right there. I might have to watch those two.
Pretty sure all Will Smith's movies are connected.
Yeah.
There's some actors who play an archetype, and all their movies are loosely connected. Leonardo DiCaprio, Will Smith,
Denzel Washington.
Denzel Washington, most definitely. Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves. Goddamn, you just took
Samuel Jackson.
Samuel L. Jackson, right. This certain.
Oh, Windu, fucking, what was that movie he was in?
They're loosely connected. Loosely connected. I know it. We all know it. That's why we naming these names, because we know it. Denzel Washington. I haven't seen all his movies, but I've seen all his movies. My man.
You know, and if you watch Claire Nocte too, she'll even bring up that they get assigned those roles by their same astrological signs. Like the role of the character is the archetype of their dominant nakshatra most of the time.
Wow.
True. That's true.
So they end up playing the archetype for their ruling nakshatras. She brings that up a lot. So not only are they playing roles of just like, you know, oh, they fit into this character, but they might actually fit into that character because that's their nakshatra.
To make it easier for them to just blend in with that role. That makes sense.
Right? They can identify with it.
Because we already know Hollywood definitely like chooses a lot of actors off of like the physical aspect of how they look. So they just line that up to whatever the fuck story they're trying to produce. Damn.
But also there's a rapport there that the actors have to build with the directors too. And generally the directors of the film also share the same nakshatra as the leading actors.
If you watch, and by the way, anyone in the chat who doesn't know Claire Nocte, she's like an expert at Vedic astrology, specifically breaking down these nakshatras. She can take these nakshatras and give you like a play-by-play of what they physically look like and how they express themselves. And she's made videos on each nakshatra, or she's working on videos for each nakshatra. And if you know your primary moon nakshatra, watch that video and you'll see yourself lined up with whatever actor shares that nakshatra. And you'll see that like all the roles that they play and other people in that same nakshatra play the same type of roles. It's amazing. It makes me think like, is human being Hollywood really that advanced to where they're up there calculating, okay, well, they have to have the moolah, they have to have this nakshatra, or is it really Prakriti and her patterns really pushing this thing? Because I say that because the higher level of influence you go, the less human you are and the more divinely influenced you are. So to be a director in Hollywood, you're going to make a movie that's going to affect a lot of people for a long time. So I wonder if they're super intelligent or if they're literally just open to a higher degree of influence from Prakriti. I'm going to go with the latter.
Man, when you think about the big directors, man, Spielberg, Percy Jackson, they gotta be on that level, man. So like Lord of the Rings, there's no way you directed those fucking Tolkien books into that trilogy without fucking having some connection to like Kether or beyond Creek. There's no way.
Mystical Kabbalah was written in what 1932, 1938?
Yeah, in the fucking 30s, bro. And when like Tolkien came out, what 1800s? Tolkien came out like the 1800s, going into the 1990s, bro. Like if you look at that story, like I was dying the other day. Like I was just thinking about the Gandalf. You shall not pass, and it's like that was Doc, the Balrog pulling up, fucking the clip off, pulling up on your ass.
Yep.
Then you got Frodo behind you, the fucking hero, Tiferet, and Gandalf, the Gray Mage, the middle path, sacrificing himself to become enlightened, becoming Kether, to bring the rest of the, the hobbits and the rest of the gang to where they needed to be. Because Gandalf already knew what the fuck was going to happen before the shit happened. You picked, like, Gandalf's nature. He knew what was going to happen in the, I think it was the first Hobbit movie. When Bilbo got the ring, he knew, like, the moment Bilbo touched that shit, he already knew. All right, your descendant is going to fix this shit. So I'm not even going to say nothing until the first movie happens. Which is why what happened. Like Percy Jackson, like bro, he has to be on some high shit. George Lucas too. That's another one. Oh, don't even get me started with Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, man. That's why I'm like serious when people are like, "Oh, like who's one of your main archetypes?" And I'm like, "Fucking Gandalf."
Yo.
Gandalf, dude.
And they got all the chronic shit in there, man. Especially like I don't know if anyone's played Shadow of Mordor, bro. Like they got all that shit in there, man.
Have you ever read the books? Did you read the books?
I have not, but I own them. Ironically, I have not gotten to the Tolkien books yet.
Okay, you should. I recommend reading them because they even break it down more. Where you'd be like, "Oh fuck!" Like, there's a couple of characters they leave out of the movies that I think really to this whole Kabbalistic relationship here.
Dang. So like
that's the thing. Like I know a little lore about the world. Like I know like, oh, that's the thing. Tolkien had to get some kind of book, and there's even a theory that he found a book that inspired him to write that shit.
Yeah, I can see that.
I've heard about that. The Red Book, supposedly. Like, if anyone could YouTube that or Google that.
Red Book?
He supposedly found like a red book that wasn't like exactly word for word what he was writing, but it inspired him to make the story that he did. And this was probably, I'm thinking that was one of those books from those schools out in Europe that, we don't get to see. Vatican Library, Yale Library type shit, Oxford Library type shit that is kept from the public. And he just so happened to be within the clique or know somebody to get his hands on that shit. And he literally like made an influential story that didn't become what we know it today until like the 21st century.
Movies like Star Wars and The Ring, and I wish that I could make duplicates of myself, not just for this reason, but so that I could read Dune and Lord of the Rings, the novel, because to normal people, those that's their introduction and the extent of their Kabbalistic teaching. But because they're able to separate it and keep it as entertainment, it still hits their unconscious abstract mind, but they don't take it serious as work. But in a way they do, because those type of movies, you don't just like them, they become a part of your life. Like there's lore, and these characters become a part of our lives because they are actually archetypes. They're deep level archetypes. They're not just what I'm saying, these basic ass movie characters. They represent something very deep that we identify with on an unconscious level. That's why they're timeless.
Mm-hmm.
So for authors and directors like these people to make movies like that, there's no doubt that they are tapped into some type of hermetic order or something like that. You gotta be.
Oh, so the guy who wrote the Dune series, he was doing research on sand dunes. And that whole series is based off of basically colonization that he discovered through his study of sand dunes and what happened to the land and what happened to the natives of the land. So his books directly reflect human history, like the untold human histories and shit like that. But he put it in a fantasy setting, so then people reading it could feel the migration and colonization, all the shit that happened in this world, but they were out of it and put into another world. So he ties people into thinking about their own morality. So because he wanted people to be more aware, and then to actually take care of the earth and like give honor to indigenous and stuff like that. So he created this story in order to inspire people to do that without actually having to put like, this is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened.
Subconsciously speaking to the masses.
Yeah, he hypnotized them. And he created a whole universe. And based off of indigenous teachings as well. And like belief systems and stuff about the shit that they used to hold and talk to. So yeah, his shit was kabbalistic, because now we're getting into like, he was using like magical wisdom from indigenous.
This is what directors are supposed to do. Honestly, this is what artists are supposed to do. This is what a magus is supposed to do. This is how we help society evolve, not by beating them over the head and telling them white Jesus wasn't real. So here's what my favorite mentor taught me, that if someone is resistant, you have to be indirect. So the best way to teach the resistant, knuckleheaded masses is indirectly, not directly. So the movies are going to do it. Entertainment is going to do it. Anything that doesn't alert your ego that you're being taught and trained is going to do it. But if you know up front, you're going to resist it. That's just the animal in us. So a good director has to be an occultist.
Yeah.
By the way, the people who wrote The Matrix were getting help from NLP practitioners, I found out today.
Oh, you saw the word matrix in Dion Fortune's last chapter, man. That shit blew my fucking mind.
Right? In the screenplay, I need to go back and actually listen to it. But in the screenplay, they actually say the map is not, Morpheus tells Neo the map is not the territory. He literally says that verbatim. But in any case, I know that Richard Bandler helped was consulted on a horror film, but I haven't found out which one yet. But apparently it was I gotta know which one it is to make sure that I haven't seen it yet. I don't want to see the horror movie that Richard Bandler helped to write. I don't want to see that.
No. Wow. Yeah, I gotta find out. That's crazy.
But yeah, I now see that neurosemantics and neurolinguistic program has been one of the missing infinity stones in being a magus. And it's been here the whole time. It's been in plain sight the whole time.
That was the Soul Stone. Red Skull was keeping that hidden.
Ooh. I didn't watch all the movies.
You peeped that. You peeped that. Like Red Skull, the Soul Stone was the one that they couldn't get to without like some secret know-it-how knowledge.
What did the Soul Stone do?
The Soul Stone, if I'm not from the comics, but from the Infinity War Endgame, I'm pretty sure the Soul Stone. Yeah, because he got the Mind Stone. Like the Soul Stone gave Thanos infinite knowledge because he knew who the fuck Tony Stark was. And this was before he got Vision's Mind Stone. So, wait a minute. Because he got Vision Stone. Vision Stone was the last one.
The soul stone has the ability to manipulate the soul, the essence that makes up an individual, and has the ability to resurrect and conjure the spiritual representation of the people who are dead. To resurrect.
Like from DC. Not DC. I'm thinking of another character.
This is Avenger.
Anyone knows the Black Lanterns out there? That's another shit I gotta break down. Them lantern cores, man.
So cool.
They knew this shit, man. All these bastards knew this shit, man. And they put it in the children's shit because they knew the adults would be like, man, that's some kiddie shit. Let me not watch this shit, bro. Oh.
Where are the 9 Infinity Stones?
9.
Those are the 9 Infinity Stones. Didn't he just find 5 though?
6.
I think it was 5. I believe there's 9 if there is in the comics, because the comics get kind of OD.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so they're showing 6 and 1. And they're saying the Yellowstone is the mind to discern life, reality to erase the physical body, soul to take life, or as we just read, to also create a visual representation of what's dead, power to execute this massive task, space to reach the whole universe, time to take life all at once.
Damn, take life all at once.
Yeah.
That makes me wonder, Dr. Strange.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it sounds like they took that like right out of the yogic text.
Yeah. I mean, like, that lines up with the Green Lanterns, the Lantern Corps, man. You got, like, red is rage. Orange is, like, greed, the negative aspect of, like, lust. So, like, constantly craving something. The yellow is based off fear, which is the blockage of will. The
We're
green
talking
is
about virtues and vices, right?
Then you got green, that's what will. The opposite of fear, the heart chakra. Then you got the blue, the throat chakra, the expression of hope. And then the purple lanterns, obviously the third eye. Oh man, what did the no, I gotta Google that. I'm not gonna.
There's more Infinity Stones than you think. There's Genesis, evolution, death, chaos, nightmare, war, power, space, time, mind, soul, reality, and ego.
Sound like some cities. And just so we're clear, it seems like the Infinity Stones are equivalent to the Dragon Balls.
Yes. And the Lantern Corps, man. Oh man, this shit is. Wait, indigo. Okay, so it's indigo. I got it wrong. So you got indigo, which is the next Lantern Corps. Then they have pink, which is the love aspect. Okay. I'm definitely gonna do more digging on that. I'm gonna have to read some comics. Damn.
MC Maestro says Ophir was in Hollywood. There was also a female acting coach that was deep into hermetics in the 1900s.
That makes sense.
Ophir was in Hollywood. He said that in like all of his books too.
That makes sense, man. That definitely does. Especially in them early movies, man. They really were like experimental.
Maestro says, I don't know. NLP is kind of like the reality stone. Shit.
Damn. So can we align these different occult, like, I wouldn't even say practices, but these different occult methods to these different, like, the first Star Dragon Ball, the Mind Stone? Could we attribute these to these different chakra points to really get like?
And that would be a good idea. And I haven't heard anyone do it. Look, if you're one of those YouTube people who do movie breakdowns, why don't you attribute the different infinity stones to the chakras? There you go. I just gave you some free content. You can have all the views on me.
Even Super Saiyan, I've been like, I watched Dragon Ball while I was on vacation with my brothers. Like, I'm looking at like Super Saiyan God and the different versions of Super Saiyan, and like the first Super Saiyan being that Earth tie into Prakriti, which he had yellow hair. And the first like transformation of it, that primal rage, you know, Goku being tied to that earthly protection spirit. And as he goes on his career, his hair changes, gets longer. Then he becomes red and it's more subtle. It's not as flashy as Super Saiyan 4, which I was mad at Toriyama about that. Damn, bro, why are you cutting corners with that, bro? But I appreciate it more now because he's going back to that root chakra basis, to where you see where Goku goes to Super Saiyan God, then he goes to blue, which is the root chakra. Then he goes to pure white in Ultra Instinct, where he masters the angelic, you know, energy with Ultra Instinct. And then Vegeta going to Ultra Ego. I don't know if anyone's a manga reader, but he gets a purple hair for him now. So that's the third eye right there. So I'm beginning to see like these guys are really tapped into this shit, man.
And that's after he learned meditation.
And then think about it. Like Toriyama was a jokester manga writer. His first manga was Dr. Slump. It was never about no serious shit. He was a jokester, and I look at that full card, and I'm thinking, how the fuck did this guy get this serious to where, like, Dragon Ball won't end. It won't end, bro. This shit will last 50, 60, 100 years.
Yeah, it don't have.
The corporation will never let this shit go, just off the fact that they keep transforming, just like Power Rangers, which is where they bit off Toriyama from. No, Toriyama bit off Power Rangers from, if I'm not mistaken. They knew that they can keep implementing different forms to keep people invested in these things.
Yeah,
and
complain.
they build this shit up. And they always use the kids as a template, man. And they throw these keys in there because they know, like, you know, most gross-minded adults would be just like, dismiss the shit because it's like, it goes back to that childhood aspect. And, you know, that might go back to trauma and different things that they might not want to fuck with.
And just remember what I said, resistance, like as adults, we're going to resist stuff unless we do what's called willful suspension of disbelief. So when we sit down and watch a movie, for those 2 hours, we pretend that it's going to be real. Kids, they live their whole lives like that. They live their whole lives like that. But as adults, create that barrier between the real world and what's going on in our imagination. And it seems like that imagination world starts to shrink more and more and more until we're left in this lifeless husk of responsibility and unfulfilled dreams and unrequited passions. One thing I noticed is there are a lot of people who don't have fun. Like, I do a lot of consultations, and lately I've been asking people, like, what do you do that makes you feel like a champion? Like, what do you do during your day or your week or your month that gives you that state of being on top of the world? And I expected this girl to tell me something. And she's like, well, damn, I don't have anything. What did you used to have? Well, I used to go out and dance. Okay, let's work with that. And I would ask her, when does she know that state activated? And she would say that it started when she stood in front of the mirror and she looked at the outfit that she was wearing and she had the music going and she got into a state, and then she'd go out and dance. And, whenever her song came on, she would just be free, just living in the moment, having a great time. I'm like, when's the last time you danced? And she's like, oh, well, I haven't been in years. What? Well, what else do you do? Well, nothing much. I clean and I do this, that, and the third. But she wasn't the only one. There's quite a few people that I talk to that don't do stuff for themselves that's fun. If you don't have a time in your life where you feel like a champion, what are you feeling 24/7? At least when I play Fortnite, every now and then I win, and it feels great. Do you have something in your life that makes you feel on top of the world, even for a couple of minutes? Or did you leave all that behind?
That's important, man.
Mhm.
Oh, that's important.
That's the key. That's Satwick. Like, that is the key to manifesting anything that you want, to even ascending to another level there. Like, you can learn all of this stuff. You can know all of it. But if you don't have any form of contentment or joy or that feeling of being a champion there, if you don't have that, then that information is literally not going to be able to process. Like, I think that's such a crucial key on this journey, is remaining Satwick. So you make yourself the winner all the time. All the time. Bring joy to yourself all the time.
That
Okay,
makes me
question.
Yep.
The question that I would bring up then with that is, how do you know that you're the winner? Right? I'm talking about something that's like, it's not just calling yourself a winner. You got to enter that winner state. And how do you know that you've entered it? Like, what are the submodalities? And let's not even talk fancy, like, because I hate people. I don't hate people, but I hate when we just talk fancy. Like, this is knowledge for everyone. Just like that Joe Dispenza clip. Like, people just be saying all kind of big words, and it puts you in a trance because you don't know what the fuck they're saying. So it's like, oh, he's so smart. Have you heard Joe Dispenza? No, I read these books, so I know an easier way to say it. Like, when it comes to this victorious state, how do you know you've entered it? What with your eyes? What do you feel in your body? What do you believe about the world when you've entered the victory state? Like, this is important.
Yeah, what you're doing right there is image cycling. That's exactly what it is, being specific like that.
Okay. I don't know it by that name, but from what you were describing, it sounded very familiar to something that I know. But we can both agree that this is a very useful thing to do. What was he calling it? The quantum field or whatever. Just say the mental plane, man.
Exactly, bro. They always trying to sugarcoat this shit.
Because people get hypnotized and mesmerized. It's not gonna end. That's what some a certain level of NPCs that don't do what we do, when they hear people like that talk like that, they feel like they're doing the work. So there's always going to be a place for that. But the point is, when we're dealing with these higher, more subtle levels of reality, we have, if we want to work with this stuff, it's going to serve us to be able to bring it into practical terms and understand what it is exactly that we're doing. If I say, when you project your electromagnetic thoughts into the quantum realm, it begins to stimulate the piezoelectric functions of like, make it make sense. When you want to feel like a winner, think about the last time you felt like a winner, or think about the best time you felt like a winner. What was going on in your head? What was going on in your body? What were you doing with your body? What did it look like? What did it sound like? What were you saying to yourself? What did you believe about yourself? When you start to ask these questions, you start to give evidence of how you interpret being a winner. I know what my winner state looks like, feels like, sounds like, tastes like, smells like. I know. So since I have that knowledge, I can bring it up anytime I want. And I can attribute any trigger to bring it up. Simply playing a little video game and open a treasure chest and winning some coins and shit. I can use that to stimulate that winner state and feel on top of the world.
That's ironic, man. I watched Kung Fu Panda 3 while I was on vacation, man, and I identified with both the villain and the hero, man. So I was getting victory on both sides, man. I'm seeing myself as Kai, and then at the end, I'm seeing myself as Po with the dragon behind him. I'm like, God damn, you know.
Yeah.
And it bring that's another movie trilogy that really. The Kung Fu Panda shit, that shit really is like a perfect trilogy. If you really watch that movie, those 3 movies, it's probably one of the best hero journeys that I've seen in like the past 10 years, bro. And that shit brought me, like, I recently just watched that like with him, I think like Tuesday. And that shit like gave me some real shadow work lessons, man. That 3rd Kung Fu Panda movie, woo! Because Kai was like, I was always attached to Shang Tsung and the adaptation and taking the essence of like powerful opponents and bringing it upon yourself. And that shit really spoke to me. And then I see like Po becoming the Kundalini, because that's what the Dragon Warrior is. When you watch the Kung Fu Panda movie, that's the fucking Kundalini warrior, and that shit just completely like opened my eyes to this shit. And oh man, once again they put it in the kids' movies to keep the adults like, oh, this is some kiddie shit, man. Nah, bro, really sit down and analyze the essence of these movies and what the fuck they're really saying behind this shit. And it's really you.
Yes.
It's really you, man. And then like, and that's the funny shit of fucking Kung Fu fucking Panda, bro. I thought that shit was gonna be it. When that movie first got announced, I was like maybe like 16, 17. I thought that shit was a joke, bro. I thought it was gonna be a joke movie. I saw that shit in theaters. That shit was like legit. All that shit Bobby was talking about. And now look, like I'm literally like reading the Vedic text, all these different books, and it's literally the same shit this motherfucker was going through in these movies, and it's like, oh shit. It really makes you think. It really makes you think. Like these people in Hollywood, like how you said, like Pakriti is controlling these beings. Or like, there's no Illuminati, bro. They're being controlled by a higher consciousness that we can't comprehend. There's no Illuminati, bro. They don't exist. These motherfuckers are under mind control by something they can't comprehend.
Right. Thank you. Right. Exactly right. It's like the NPC level at the low level. It's easy for them to be up under mind control. They're under mind control of their biology. That's
exactly.
simple.
And look at Hollywood.
But when you go up to that higher level,
dirty shit. Look at all the dirty shit Hollywood come. They're not fucking on. Like they're on. They have access to the shit. We know it. But they're not fucking like dealing with the shit like we are, bro. They're not. And it's obvious. It's so obvious. But they have to drip the jewels. They have no fucking choice. Or they will be fucking wiped out. That's what, like, I'm really, like, seeing that shit now, bro. They are a tool for human consciousness to evolve.
Indeed.
And that's why I'm really coming up, like, that conspiracy theory video that you brought up today was so key. Because they don't have control. And that's why the world is the way it is. They don't have control, and they're fucking terrified of this shit.
Right.
And it goes back to ego. It goes back to Amkara. Because that's where they're operating from. Some of them, not all of them. Like I be watching. I'm big into George Lucas. That man really is on some Sophic shit.
Yeah.
He's on some Sophic shit.
He's going to heaven.
Exactly, bro. And I look at like the Disney buyout. They bought that shit because they knew if George came out with a fucking episode 7, 8, and 9, this shit would have shifted the human consciousness to a level that they know this shit would be over.
Right. And as a matter of fact, ooh, I guess I'm not
Oh
supposed
man, I shouldn't have said that on the live.
Yeah. It's some stuff that came through last night that I wasn't supposed to share, but I realized why Disney was able to purchase that because there is the direction that it was going to go in would not have served the powers that are behind the success of Star Wars. I'll put it that way.
Oh.
Everyone thinks that a certain bloodline is actually the main character of that movie, but that's the facade. That movie is deep.
The Skywalkers.
That's what we thought, right? You think that the Skywalkers are the hero, are the focus of that story, but that's incorrect. I challenged you to watch or at least think about the series a little bit more and see what other kind of things that are recurring. It's more than just a No, quick subject change, so I don't have to explain any further. Have you guys ever heard of the movie called Highlander or The Highlander?
Yes.
You have?
I
Have you
haven't seen that yet.
Here's what I think that we should do as homework. I think we should watch The Highlander.
I am so down.
I haven't seen it yet, any of them, but my intuition is telling me that there might be something there that can be useful.
Okay. I think I've seen it a while ago, if I'm thinking correctly.
And I know that Bobby talked about the Highlander series too. At least he talked about the last one, maybe. I think there was a trilogy. I think that was a trilogy too. I haven't heard anybody talk about Highlander since Bobby.
Wow.
We should watch that.
Wow.
A movie or a series, Strap?
Yeah, because you got two of them. You got the movies and you got the series. That series.
And that aligns with Star Wars, man. Like, if you really peep, the most important Star Wars movie is Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
Oh,
because it literally shows you.
I would say the movies to answer your question.
Yeah, the 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, the old school ones. Yeah, kind of. They like 2000. I mean 2000ish, 2001, some shit like that. Not that shit that came out last year.
What?
If something came out last year?
Well, you know that series. You know they make a series every damn thing now.
Oh wow!
I didn't. Yeah, they got some shit on Netflix. You know that can go on and on and on forever. But I think Bobby was talking about the shit.
Yeah.
You know, Highlander 1, 2, and 3. It was a trilogy.
Let's watch that trilogy, and then next time we get on here, we can talk about what we found. I think that would be really.
I'm about that.
Oh.
They're gonna chop some heads off. All I know, they were talking about chopping some heads off.
Yeah. Highlander 1986 movie?
There's 3 of them, but yeah.
There's 3 of them.
Okay.
Yeah, but those are the ones, not that new shit, not that Netflix shit.
No, not that shit. The old ones.
So wait, are we talking about Highlander as in about the Picts or whatever, the Irish people?
Oh Lord.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the trilogy. The 3 movie.
Them leprechaun pygmies.
With Mel Gibson?
Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Sean Connery.
Hold on.
You look like Sean Connery on here.
Hold on.
Let me Google it because I ain't even Googled it yet. I just know that there's 3 movies.
Highlander 2.
I didn't know it was tied to Ireland, bro. Them
From 1986.
leprechauns. Uh-oh. 86?
Okay.
God dang.
That's some Godzilla timeline shit. God damn.
Godzilla.
That's my boy, bro. That Kundalini.
All right, so it says Highlander. There can only be one. Y'all see if you go to Google Images or DuckDuckGo Images. Oh, that's where they got that Fortnite skin from.
Oh, Trav. Oh no. Now I gotta buy. Now I gotta look on the shop. Month while it's getting rated.
That one was Battle Pass. You had to be there for the Dinosaur Wild season.
Damn, I missed it.
Oh wow. Okay. The Highlander, Christopher Lambert, Sean Connery. Yeah, that one. There's 3 of them.
Okay.
Let's watch those and see what's going on there.
Shit, man. There's so much shit that connects, man. I was watching a Bobby video today, man. And he was just talking about like like the UFO thing, man, and that shit just brought so much enlightenment to me. Like he was talking about the elephant trunk of like the Vedic mythology of how the Vamadas like wiped out cities with this elephant trunk, and I just immediately thought of like the scene from War of the Worlds.
Oh.
When they were pulling up the humans with the damn tentacle shits, bro. I was like, oh shit, bro, that's what the fuck he's talking about. Oh.
Yeah.
Like this shit is all connected, man. There's no escaping this shit.
We're talking history here.
There's no escaping this shit, man.
Before any technology or any world war or like any UFOs or any of that, the Vedics already had it covered in their mythology. They had all.
Bro.
They had a
this shit
that scarred the earth to this day.
Bro, don't even make me talk about why deserts and polar caps exist, man. Don't even make me talk about that shit. Oh man. Cause them shits is not natural to Earth. Sorry. Look at Mars, bitch. This shit is so deep, these motherfuckers don't know, bro. Like we already won. Like there's no fighting this shit. The fact that we're on this live right now, it's over, bitch. It's over. It's done. That's what the fuck Bobby was talking about. Us.
Are we still being recorded, Trav?
Do we need to stop?
We being recorded. We might have to stop.
Oh, okay. I was gonna
We
drop
might
some
have to
shit.
stop
I
this shit.
don't want to get recorded.
We might have to stop this shit, man, cause I'm about to get in some shit that's
I was gonna drop y'all some jewels and I was going to sleep.
damn, this damn Captain Morgan got me dropping the jewels tonight.
Well, I'm on that fucking vodka and cranberry, man. So you ain't by
Hey
yourself.
man, hey, we both on that same wavelength, Gator, bro. We on the same wavelength,
Yeah,
bro. Oh.
That's why we be sounding crazy sometimes.
It's not crazy, man. It's the reality.
Not to y'all, it don't sound crazy, but you know, I'm used to saying that terminology to NPCs.
Bro, man, we're not crazy, man. We really have this shit on lock. Yeah. These motherfuckers that run this shit watch us. They watching this shit right now, writing notes.